Hey, what's up, Scott Balker here with the Imagination Creation Films, and today it is Friday. It's August 5th, 2022, and you know what that means. Every August 5th in 2022, we have a special guest, and today's special guest is a guest that's been on before, and we wanted to bring him back on because, well, he's got so much more to share, and I think there's some kind of like time competition that he wants to beat. I don't know. I don't know anything about it, but last time we were a little disorganized, and today we're quite a bit more organized. And so let's just bring in our guest, Charles Papert. Hello, Charles.
Hey, how you doing, Charles Papert? I want to do my introduction like yours. Hey, how you doing, Scott?
Wow, that's exactly it.
It sounds like, right?
Okay. Exactly. Hello. How are you?
Hello. Hi. How are you? Good to see you, Scott.
It's almost like we haven't seen each other. I mean, it's
almost, although we did see each other just a few months ago, very briefly, didn't we?
Yep. And then just a few months before that, and then there was like 7 years before that. But
and then
audio's nice today. There we go.
Nice.
I think Charles got the right audio level. We're good there. We sound equal. I don't want to talk over him. I want him to actually have a little more power than me. So everyone just chime in there. Hello, Ollie out there from Frankfurt. We got Lewis from Vancouver, Canada. Hello. And we have Charles from, that was a cool picture you posted last night, that sitting on your back deck with the sunset. That's nice. That's very, very good.
Where can we see that? Oh, I'd have to follow my Instagram.
They would have to follow your Instagram. What is your Instagram, by the way?
Oh, we should put that up. Isn't that what everyone does? It's my name. It's at Charles Papert. Crazy, well, right?
That seems easy. Let's see. Let me just type that in.
Once you know how. Now, I should point out to everybody, it's not one of those finely curated DP Instagrams where every picture is designed to, with the grid and the whole. You'll see my cats. You'll see cocktails. It's not special, but in that regard. But that's because I don't care.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. You got to do what makes you happy. And I mean, how many cats do you have? Do you have 12? Because I think Philip Bloom has the limit of max cats.
How many does he have?
I think it's like 8. I don't
know.
It's
right?
a lot.
Yeah. I only have 2, and they will surely make appearances at least once in this. Last time we did this, it took until like hour 4 for one of them to show up, as I recall.
I mean, I saw one walk across the back earlier, so I mean, we could be lucky. I've got Puppy Cam. He's sleeping. That's Rex. Everyone say hi to Rex. So what's been going on?
Wait, hold on. I need to know: is Rex in the room with you, or
yes,
upstairs?
He is.
Okay, so he's under the desk.
He is. He's right down below here, and he always sleeps usually within 8 feet of me wherever I go, including the bathroom. I it's a thing.
So we won't get COVID from you. Got it.
No. He's going to protect. The Puppy Cam is great. We got multi-source.
It's amazing. Look at that. Now I'm a little. If I had known, I would have rigged something like that up. But the cat's place.
We just put a GoPro on your cat and
to shoot the other cat. Yeah.
And they just spend their whole day in the cat box.
Or put the GoPro on the cat's butt so the other cat comes up to sniff it.
Well, then you'll get close-ups and or just put a picture of a cat butt on the GoPro. It'll probably bring up every cat. That's probably genius, actually.
Kind of pretty much did that.
Did you hear my new idea for business I wanted to do today? Where we would sell old worn boxes and then a package of dust, and then a receipt, a thermal receipt that is it's all brown because it's sat in the sun, and then that way your significant someone, if you bought something like, I don't know, an expensive camera, you could set it in the corner of the garage, put the dust on it, and go, oh, I forgot I bought this 3 years ago, and then
it's a very complicated idea. I couldn't quite wrap my head around it. Other people did, so I was like, it just must be me. So I'm thinking I might just be a little stupid today, so you can really take advantage of me, Scott. You can walk right over me, so it's gonna be fun.
Okay.
This will be fun. What we can do. So that's a challenge to everyone out there. Walk all over me. Let's see.
I feel challenged. It could be a challenge challenging that. What are you drinking there? I heard some liquids.
We're just starting with water because it's early. But how about you?
We're doing carbonated lemonade, diet lemonade, because you got to hydrate before you dive all the way in.
Yeah.
So.
I've got a full bar set up over here, so when the time comes. So yeah, there's some treats ready, but it's early yet. It's not. It's really too bright here. It's 3:37 p.m.
Yeah, I mean, we did start a little later. I mean, this is about close to when I used to do it, which I do kind of want to get back. The only reason I started going earlier was because my internet would die somewhere right around now. So, but now that I got Starlink, I feel happy. I mean, the internet gods have shined upon me. Well, at least 130 miles up they have.
Good for you. They're threatening to put fiber in on my street. I keep seeing the AT&T trucks. The rumor has it, and it's hilarious because you go up to them and they go, "How's the fiber install going?" And they're like, "We don't know what you're talking about." Like they're literally not allowed to talk. They're not allowed to say anything about it. And I'm like, "Yeah, okay, copy that. If it wasn't fiber, you wouldn't say that."
What is that orange conduit? That's weird because you don't put orange conduit on anything but optical cable. I don't.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that. That'll be nice.
Right. I mean, we can dive in at any point, but I like the idle chit chat. I think it's fun. I don't know if it's idle. It feels idle sounds negative. It's like a negative connotation of chit chat.
Are you able to see the viewers coming and going? So it's like a Nielsen thing, so you can actually
the little graph. Yeah, and oddly, every time you open your mouth, it just. Oh no, it's a delay. That was me. Sorry. It was
the other way around. Yeah, got it. You're looking at the graph upside down. Sorry, Scott.
Oh, wow. People are really coming and going. See, Art gets it. He bought 3 Aperture 1200Ds, and he loves the receipt idea.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a good sized purchase right there.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, that's a powerful use too.
That's some instrumentation there. Yeah, I am enjoying these cobs, if we will, the COBs, kind of amping up in output, getting kind of useful now. It's pretty cool. I myself have a Pro Light. I have the 300, looking to 675 when it comes out. My good buddy Mitch Gross, repping for those guys and doing some good stuff.
Yeah, the Pro Light has one of the prettiest white light outputs that I've seen in a COB. It's not, I mean COB, but it's a RGB
ACL.
lime, ACL. It's really, I mean, all I ever tell people is it's really pretty, and they just don't get it until they see it. They're like, "Oh yeah, that is really pretty."
Yeah, it's so funny. There's a lot of people running around with meters and saying a lot of different things. All I know is if I turn on an instrument and it does good stuff, I'm happy. I don't get too nuts about it. We've certainly come a long way when I think about lighting stuff with those original 1x light panels 10 or 12 years ago and how green they were in comparison. Or first gen light. Yeah,
the original ones. Oh, those are so bad.
Yeah, I'm like, everything that I shot in 2010 was a combination of H.264, like 5D Mark II kind of, as a format in a Kodak, and then tons of old LED, like original light ribbon that's all green. And I was just like, between those two things, it's kind of tough. I'm like, well, that's a little bit dead area for me to celebrate or to put on a reel. Got it. Okay.
We have a cat over your shoulder.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
Oh, there we are.
Okay. Walking across the orange one.
Oh, there's a tail.
Coming to you. Coming to you. You've summoned the cat. The original light panels were absolutely horrible, but there was nothing like it. I mean, you could walk around.
Incredible utility, but somehow we managed to overlook the crappy output. And it's interesting. A lot of stuff has come and gone. If you really start putting the screws to it, flows were never perfect, but we use Kina flows a lot. And before that, an HMI has been a gold standard for 40 years. Also not perfect. I mean,
right.
Tungsten's really the only thing that is standing up the test of time. And I know a lot of people are going back to it and re-embracing it, or people have never used it that much to begin with because they're kind of new to it. And I get it on the one hand, but I actually did a very small shoot recently that had a little bit of tungsten in it for one reason or other that's not worth describing, but walking past an instrument and feeling that heat coming off it, I was like, oh, damn, what's happening over there? Right, I forgot. And the room started heating up. I was like, yes, all that stuff. Gotcha. I was happy to walk away from that aspect of it.
I mean, I would have thought, and since I'm not in the Hollywood area, I would have thought that like the studios would want to embrace the LED because it uses less power, it's better for the environment, all that stuff. They don't care because they get to charge for the power, they get to charge for the AC, and they already have the stuff.
Well, yes and no. I mean, there are examples of that. Universal, for instance, really started pushing an LED initiative a number of years ago, 6 or 7 years ago, and they bought deep into certain companies like sorry, I'm just hearing a noise and I'm assuming it's a cat. Excuse me one sec, I'll be right back.
This portion of the live stream is brought to you by the letter P, which is probably what that cat is doing right now.
It's okay. It's all right. He got into some crackers, and now he's going to make a little appearance. Yep, this is the guilty face of I'm trying to eat crackers. Got it. All right.
He or she, what's the name?
That one's Kit Kat, the ginger one, and Rufus is the blonde one. So,
our orange one is Garfield, of course.
Of course. Makes sense. These are both skinny cats, so that wouldn't have quite landed.
Not ours.
Yeah, it's actually weird having skinny cats. I'm like, what's this all about? Trying to push food into their mouth. So yeah, Universal, I want to say Cineo, they bought into a ton of Cineo instruments years ago, and it was sort of weird if you do a Universal show that you're sort of there, you have to use their gear, and it's like a different set of instruments to learn, because to call out which one you want from the gaffer, you have to go, okay, which one does this? I mean, they're fine. It's just new and different, you know?
Yeah, the remote phosphor is that's good.
Yeah, but they've also gotten into just the same stuff as everybody else. It's just you don't hear about it very much. Yeah, but they do the remote phosphor stuff. You're right.
I have not heard from them in a long time. I bought some of the original remote phosphor stuff 5 years ago, maybe.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, like the Area 48, right? Was that it?
Yep. And then even all the way down to the little Matchbox, I think it was.
Yeah, and then Matchbox Seniors. Yeah, I mean, some good advantages for purity, not great for flexibility. And I think once you go bicolor, it's hard to go single color. Once you go RGB, it's hard to go back to bicolor.
Right.
You know,
yeah, it makes a difference. Art's saying Charles speaks the truth. As LED has progressed, our lives have become easier. When you look at Kino Flow, you realize how good the color quality was, but the output was weak. Yes, it was weak. But yeah,
even the quality art, I think if you test it today with the kind of attention that a lot of people are paying to the to the modern LED units, you'll see that the spectrum is not great. I think at least I recall that we didn't put that much attention into it back then because it was such a useful instrument.
It was a big soft light. It was relatively portable and flexible. So, but you ended up carrying around.
Someone prove me wrong in the comments here if if they're going to say, "Oh no, I think the Kinos were just not, the spectrum wasn't that great ever."
The thing I didn't like was carrying around boxes of tubes. If I was on a shoot and I didn't know what I was going to, oh yeah, you can color match, swap out 16 tubes and away you go.
Yeah, and in most instances, the lack of dimmability. Switching off tubes was one thing, but then you're making your source smaller at the same time. So, yeah, it was not truly ideal for a number of reasons, but at the time it seemed like a good idea, and here we are still. Hello, Rob Eagle.
Yeah, hello, Rob Eagle. Who's that? Is that the Rob Eagle from Bright Tangerine? I think it might be. Oh. Look at that. His R is orange, of course. I mean,
and I was just today looking at the funky shoulder pad for my system. Starts with a K. Rob's going. He's yelling it right now. Come on.
He's like, "Oh my God, what?"
Campus Creole. I,
Did Did you get to play with it?
Casbah. Casbah. Okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah. You have to rock the Casbah, yeah.
Yeah. It's too easy not to make jokes, rock the Casbah jokes. But have you seen that with that
Yeah.
really wild
Yeah,
design?
it's really wild unless you have that disorder where you don't like to see holes.
I don't think we should touch that bit. That seems a little too easy.
Something dysphoria or whatever. Yeah, it's wild, but yeah, Casbah.
Rob, you were typing it, and now it showed up too late. Makes you look like.
And he made the joke. There is a 30-second delay, so
exactly. Think further ahead, Rob.
Did you play with it at City Gear?
I didn't get a chance. So stupid. I was so stuck in the Cinema Devices booth. I didn't think to do that, and I'm really irritated because now. But Hot Rod is getting one in for me, so to check out. I have a shoot at the end of the month. It's got some handheld, and I got all my old strap on the shoulder kind of deals from back when I was an operator. But I'm like, I have everything else in this ecosystem that makes sense. I would love to be able to check that out and see what they've done. And also, I'm just so curious to see how it sort of lives up to the hype of the design. I kind of really respect the idea. You know what it reminds me of? I have the Purple mattress. You familiar with Purple? The brand?
It's very comparable in what you think it's going to do versus what it actually does. It's the same thing. Because it has the voids and then it's kind of a memory foam, but not quite. It's wild.
I think that not to put too fine a point on it, but the problem. Any kind of foam pad sits on your shoulder long enough, it just starts to get hot and uncomfortable, and the sweat's got nowhere to go. So the idea of having some cooling channels, I think, is actually very smart. So I'm looking forward to trying it. We'll see. But the tricky part about anything that interfaces directly with the body, camera gear wise, is it's so particular.
Yeah,
I would not want. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's personal. Yeah, I mean, you're right.
That's why, for instance, as a former Steadicam operator, every Steadicam operator tries every vest possible till they find the one that speaks to them. And you can never convince someone of their preference one way or another until they try it. Yes, they did. That's right. I know they did.
See, I'm still waiting for them to implement my idea, which was on the bottom of the shoulder pad, they should have bright tangerine reversed, so that it leaves an impression of bright tangerine, like a little temporary tattoo. I think he's going to do that on the Balcom Runners, the tennis shoes that.
That'll be like the Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the bad guy grabs the flaming
right, and he's got
but he doesn't have the other side of it. Yeah, got it.
Let's see. Ollie says, kind of love the idea of getting a Kinoflow 4 bank and equipping it with Quasar LEDs. Yeah, I've done that. It's quite useful if you love that form factor. I kind of just made my smaller version of it and love it.
Yeah, I think it's particularly helpful if you happen to own all that stuff. It's like it's sitting in your garage, and you can continue to make it work. Although obviously you have to rewire it a little bit because you don't need the ballast anymore.
You just yank out the wiring, really.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of replace it. Boy, it's interesting. I just haven't thought the little white cables on. I haven't thought about Kinos in so long. It's so weird. I never actually owned any. I did have some Arri kits kicking around. Those big silver, poly formed cases that weighed a ton. I had those kicking around and sold them probably about 8 years ago, and I was so happy to get them out the door. Because yes, they're lovely, but I never wanted to lift those things into my car. So I was like, just get rid of them, I
had the dual 4-bank 4-foot, like they call it the master interview kit or something like that. And it came in a big, huge hard case. And I mean, it's just way too much. I was so happy to sell it myself. That was like 4 or 5 years ago.
It's interesting for me to. This is actually we're going to come back to this theme probably a number of times in this talk, which is I have been in this business a number of decades now, enough to identify trends coming and going, and I cannot guess what the next trend is going to be to save my life. And
there goes my next question.
Yeah. They're instruments that, in this instance, instruments that we used to joke about. Remember those? God. Wow. Yeah. That was the time, are now becoming embraced again. At a recent little event, there was a kind of a swap meet for gear. Some guys had a 2K zip, and there was people just gushing about how awesome it was. Younger, shooters mostly. And I'm like, boy, we were making fun of 2K zips recently. Not in recent years, we're like, yeah, it's a big cumbersome thing. It's a little bit funky in certain ways, and the reflectors would yellow over time, and blah blah blah. Any number of things that once you've moved beyond them into, say, a light matte or some version of that, you look backwards and go, boy, that was a thing. And now they're sort of adored. And while we were talking about that, one of them said, "Oh, remember, the 4K Studio zip light." You're familiar with the instruments I'm talking about, right, Scott?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we can pull it up for the viewers or anything.
Oh, no, you could explain for some here right now.
Mole 2K, Mole zip light uses two. Sorry, guys, I can't say the actual name of the bulbs. It's the same ones that Lowell used, and they're Totalites and all that. The long skinny,
they used to be the Torche ceiling lights that everybody bought, where it bounced up
and then burned the ass out of their fingers on, right?
Or any wasp that flew into it, which I enjoyed personally.
Yes, of course. Oh yeah, the stinky the Torche. Yeah, I mean, what a fire hazard those things were. Those stick them in the corner and then throw something in the air and it lands in there. Or how many people in college threw the fabric over it to try and make it look pretty and set their doorbell.
I mean, the smell of a burnt bug. I mean, because any bug is attracted to it, and then instantly lands on it, and it's over. And it's just a little puff of smoke and FCM bulb.
Fun FCM. Thank you very much. Great. I had forgotten. That's one of those things where that nugget was probably deep in there, but I just forgot.
I mean, you don't need to remember it until now.
Yeah, but things that you did know and you forget, it just always hurts when you go, I had that one. So the Studio Zip, the 4K Studio Zip, is like the size of almost a 4x4. It's massive and so heavy, but it was like a double-sized version of it, big soft light. And what I'm remembering is when I began, what I saw more often than anything else was the Lowell lights, the old school Lowell lights,
and then the Rifa lights, and then that was even soft.
But even before that, so for me, it was the Omni, the Tota, the D light, which is the DP light.
Yep. And the $1,600 kit
with the silver umbrellas and all the fun little parts. And I have to say, Ross Lowell was really thinking outside the box and came up with some very clever bits and pieces. Now, some of the instruments had terrible design. The Lowell Omni, the bulb fit in sideways, not backwards like it did in the D or the DP light, so that if you hung it upside down, the heat went straight up into the socket and it burned out. So you had to know not to do that. But we were kids and we were like, well, I have to suspend this light from the ceiling. How am I not supposed to hang it upside down? But so what I'm getting at is there's a very obscure Lowell light that was like a 4K zip in size that was portable, and it was made out of black fabric and a lightweight aluminum frame that you unfolded, and the fabric had silver on the inside. I'm going to challenge you to see if you can find a picture of it while I'm talking there, Scott. It would be the Lowell soft light that used those FCM globes. And I loved that thing because it was a soft source. It was a built-in soft source back in the day that it was better than the umbrellas, I guess. It was a little bit softer than the umbrellas. And we would hang, of course, tough spun in front of it, which knocked like 5 stops out of it. But that's one that is so lost to antiquity now. I'm sure you could find it on eBay, but the silver would all flake off the inside. Yep, look at you. There it is. Aw.
Who do you think you're dealing with here? I mean, I'm a professional on the internet.
I know. That's why I found you. We timed you, and I think you can do better.
I can. But really, I was stuck with I kept enlarging it, and then it would move over to the side, and then I didn't want all my tabs to show. I mean, it's the little things. I mean,
I'm glad to get a peek inside the curtain a little bit. Thank you for sharing that, Scott.
Oh, is the curtains open? Oh, I didn't.
Your eyes open.
Oh.
Code.
I'm not wearing pants. The beauty of, no, I'm just kidding.
But it's going to be tough because, as you know, we're going to talk long enough, and especially once the drinking becomes, we have to cover each other for the bathroom.
Yeah. No, it's very simple.
You just turn the camera off, right?
I will. Yeah.
You'll go to dog cam.
For me, what I'll do is I will ask you a really in-depth question that your response is so detailed that I have full screen you to get everybody's attention. I'll mute me and then run right over there, which you can hilariously see the toilet in the shot with the dog. So I'll make sure to not have the dog shot in there when.
That'll be solid. Now, do we have a some sort of code or secret or safe word set up so when I need you to do the same for me, you'll know to go full screen on yourself?
I mean,
different than our usual safe word that you and I have.
Yeah, but do you remember how to pronounce it?
No. Did your lips just move and nothing came out? Something just weird happened with your feed. I was like, oh, that's very elegant. Am I okay? You're a little jumpy.
Yeah, you paused for a moment, but you're back now.
Okay, good. You let me know if I need to. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way for me to hardwire in from this. With this beautiful environment behind me, it would be an incredible amount of. See, this is what I'm saying. Like the terms don't come as quickly anymore. What the Cat 6 cable, RJ45, right?
And then Cat 6 is a great. It all has to do with the number of twists per inch.
Oh dear, you have broken up.
Oh, that's weird.
You've gone Mr. Roboto on me. Are we okay?
Yeah, it's fine. We'll come back.
Okay, good. That actually occurs to me that I should have really just, been like, what's this guy's name? Oh, this is Cat 6.
Oh. Okay. Fair.
Next time.
I cannot believe I've missed that my entire life. All the years in IT, and then that. And then quick note for everybody. I mean, everybody in the audience is already used to, oh my God, Scott has internet problems. So it's not
great.
Right now, apparently there's like weird kind of stuff going on. So we're interphasing, I think would be the Star Trek term. But everyone just stay. If we drop out, just hang. We'll be right back. It's not. Starlink has been fantastic. Any drop that I have lasts seconds instead of days, which is what had happened before. So.
Okay, cool. Good to hear. I'm jealous.
Ours says it was a 2K, not a 4K. I think that's right.
Yeah, of course it was, because it was only two bulbs, and it was two in the middle. That's right, in that metal. Yes, thank you very much. But I believe that the zip light was a 4K. I think that had 4 globes in it. Am I correct about that one? Our film prod. Hi, Pop Tart. I'm Pop Tart. Hi, Vanessa. With my friend
Pop Tart, I think, is what she wants to have the safe word to be. Because waffle, she's saying is a good safe word too.
Thank you, Vanessa. Waffle will be it. The cool
color trend.
Color trend. Okay.
Interesting.
That I didn't know. I only knew the moles, I think.
And then he says no.
Is he scolding us?
No, I think he's saying no to the question that you asked.
No, because I like being scolded. So.
Oh well, I mean, then Pop Tart it is.
Yes, Vanessa's a BFF, so she's going to be fun to have around. Stick around, Vanessa. It's going to be ours. Pull up a chair.
It's going to be a long ride. I think I will be enjoying a aromatic prop at some point. I'm not even allowed to say the words anymore.
I can guess what that is. Although the mind.
If you say the word, if you say the word, I just lose everything. It's
got it.
YouTube is weird. But yeah, it's a prop. Let's see. Rob Levi is our film prod. And then color trends were very lightweight.
Probably not as light as that Lowell, but it was also a piece of shit. So, I mean, there was that. Old lighting instruments, the first hour. So. Yeah,
I mean, just random. And anybody out there in the audience, feel free to just, ask questions. Don't sit back and just consume the whole thing and interact, because it's going to drive conversations. It's going to drive Charles to think of words that I'll have to quickly Google. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. And
Yeah.
it makes us not have to think about, having to go to the restroom if you ever have to.
It's actually the thing where I'm going to fight for a word, or you're going to fight for a word, and then like 5 people will be just like typing and hoping that you get it quickly enough.
Right.
It's a lot like on podcasts when people go, "What's that thing?" and you're like yelling, walking down the street listening to a podcast, yelling at, pick me, I know the answer. So yeah, so it's my turn now.
So we what we can do in here is, if there's one of those, a really good stumper of a question, that I have a gift card to Adorama for $25 that we can give away. That was given to the channel to give away a while back by the Syndicate Lens, which is Travis Weir's group, where you can get discounts at group buys, that kind of stuff. So at some point, if there's one of those stumping questions and you want to say, this is the one we should apply it to, we'll apply it to that, and then we'll get a answer.
All right, we will. So this is, it's a little bit like, what was that old group, Stump the Gurus? It was like Final Cut Pro user group, or remember that? So this is the opposite. It's Stump the Idiots. This one.
Who can be the more colossal of idiots?
Yeah, we're gonna get stumped a lot, but we're gonna pick the most notable stumping or the most embarrassing one.
And it'll probably be the easiest thing too, that we both just completely phase
it's gonna
out
be super embarrassing later, but so that's good. So whoever embarrasses us most gets the $25 gift certificate. Which am I getting? It's a hand-me-down from Travis. Is that what you're saying?
Well, so no, he gave me 2 to give away on the channel. I think, gosh, it was right, I think, towards the beginning of COVID, and I kind of forgot about him, and I ran across him today. I'm like, oh, I was supposed to do that. So I've got one to give away. We'll give it away today. We'll use that to do that, and then at some point in the future, I'll give away one of the others. But it's Travis Weir's group, Syndicate Lens. He's on Facebook, and then there's I think there's even a website for it. There's good discounts.
Yep. He does a nice job, I have to say. I've bought a few things off his.
Travis is a cool dude, and I've known him for years. So
yeah.
And then see, whoops, the questions are starting to pour in. He still has 3 of those, the color trans. But
look at you go, Rob.
I had to machine my own egg crate. How do you machine egg crates?
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty complicated. I mean,
if you're making metal, how?
Yeah, because
please explain.
You're not going to be 3D printing egg crates on a.
No, not that big.
That would be hilarious. Well,
they would just.
It's so interesting I love the soft grids and the tech that they've got. Just how they're all folded up now. It's like spring, boom, boom.
Right.
Pretty well. Like it took a while for those to not be just sort of sad and droopy. But what was interesting is actually thinking back to when those were still kind of new, probably about 15 years ago, and if they were shooting some tests on a feature that I was operating on, and some of the earlier versions of those were to put in front of rags as opposed to actual chimeras. So you would rent a 4 by an 8 by 12 by LCD, which is such an unfortunate name, so confusing that they're called LCDs. Light controlling device. But I remember seeing a 20 by 20 LCD rigged up, and it was so huge, right? But what was really neat about it was you stood a distance back, you looked on the other side of the stage and you saw this like narrow footprint of projection. You know what I mean? Because it took a 20 by, which goes everywhere, and narrowed it down quite a bit. And you could see on the far side of the stage that the heat and your shadows and so forth were within a fairly small scale, which was really interesting. But as you walked closer to it, instead of burning up like you'd expect when you walk closer to a huge source, the grids, because they were it was a rather narrow set of grids, you would lose the edge. As you were looking at it, you would start to lose the edges of it. It became a smaller and smaller source. And so therefore the output was cut as you got closer to it. You know what I'm saying? So it actually had an extra purpose, which was really interesting if you could harness it. I don't know how linear it was, of course, because there's a lot of math involved with that. But the idea that you could have a huge source that someone could cross towards and walk away from and not change level on is pretty interesting, you know, but very unwieldy at the same time. And also, I think very expensive, because that's, you know, those are not cheap, those grids.
Well, and you think way back too, the market for that was so small that there was no mass production of anything. So costs were kind of like,
and it's something like that is still a pretty exotic item. Not a lot of indie peeps are running around, you know, putting grids in front of twine by.
We'll have like the classic filmmakers that cruise around. We're only going to shoot this way, you know, beyond film. We're only going to use. We're going to use mirrors and the sun on a rotating stage. It'll be done.
Good old mirrors.
Ollie asks, do you use a light meter? And then he prefaces that with, no light meter, you're not a real DP. So I think there's only one answer you could give here, Charles, but
that's very funny that you wrote it that way. Okay, cool. I will step up to the plate on that. And let's see what happens. I used to use a light meter when I shot film, for sure. And when I was working with smaller crews and I didn't necessarily trust the gaffer that much because there might be inexperienced, yeah, I did. I barely use my meter 3-4 times a year now. And the reason for that is I talk through the lighting setup with my gaffer. We figure out what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. I will give him the stop that we want to shoot at, and he'll go and he'll light effectively to that stop. He uses his meter to set the keys and so forth. And then once it's roughed in and we know we've got the right instruments and the pieces are in place, then we'll start tuning it from there. But, you know, I haven't shot film since 2010. So I have a pretty elaborate DP cart that has a 25-inch calibrated OLED. I have scopes. And I'm able to do my work from that point, knowing that we're at the stop that we want to be at. I can effectively lighting by eye at that point. Now the version of it that is considered normally lighting by eye is you go out on the set and you light by eye, because there's of course stories of plenty of DPs who didn't use light meters because they could recognize what stop it was, right? And generally I would set the key stop and then I would light the rest to eye on set with film. Maybe meter, but you know, I can see the ratio. I know what the film stock does. I don't necessarily have to meter numerically anymore to some degree, you know. There are certain things that do benefit from metering, spot metering in particular, but now I have the image and I have the scopes and I can do all the functions of a meter except within that infrastructure in different ways. And I have more information because I can see what the red, green, and blue channels are doing. So that may not be the answer that we're looking for in terms of tradition, but my methodology has shifted based on the tools that I'm using, which is I'm shooting digitally. So I use digital-based tools. When people see that, and we can go into a lot more about what my specific methodology is. That's not unusual, by the way. A lot of my colleagues also don't use meters except for certain occasions. Like the same thing for me. If I have people say, well, what happens when you have to go pre-light a set? I go, well, again, I'm not going to be pre-lighting set by myself at most of the jobs I'm working. I've got a gaffer. They've got a meter. Yes, if I had to go and set and pre-light it myself, which I have had to do a couple of times because the gaffer's tied up and the company's over here. We've got to start working another set. I might leave him in charge over there and I'll go supervise the other set. That would be an instance where I'd need to use it. Here's what's interesting. My eye used to be very tuned to this sort of thing pre-digital because I was using my eye more on the set. Okay. We were doing a show about 4 years ago where it was that instance that I described. We had the main set on location. We were running late. I had to go start working on this little pickup set, which, well, it wasn't that little. It was a cafeteria. So actually, this is kind of cool. It's the school that was used in Back to the Future for the Under the Sea dance.
Okay.
We were in that actual location, which was fucking cool, I have to tell you. Walking up on that stage and then going and looking at the little stairs where they have the conversation off the stage.
Did you want to grab a cigar or a guitar?
A guitar? Yeah. I mean, I have to say one of my favorite things about working in LA is suddenly realizing you're walking in the footsteps of giants in that regard. And it's just a building, but at the same time, it's really cool, right? Anyway, so there was a little cafeteria because that's actually a school that's attached to a church on Highland. And that cafeteria, we were going to have to shoot it for, night for day. Sun was setting. There was sort of like an outside hallway, like a breezeway that I had to pick up with level to make it look like the light, the sun was coming in more daylight. So it wasn't the most basic set to light, but I was over there and I went, oh shoot, I forgot my meter. All right, well, let's see how well I do. Just doing it to eye without even setting the stop and then, trimming it all up. And I was like, cool, we'll get the whole company over here and then I'll be able to see how I did. The time was such a crunch that as soon as I finished, in my mind, rough lighting the set, everyone was wheeling over, cameras are landing, and it was just like, can we go? And I looked at the monitor and went, yeah, that's 2.8.5. Everything, that's the right exposure. Everything fell in pretty much where I wanted it to. And I tell that story not to go, oh my God, I'm so awesome. But the fact is, I grew up doing a version of that. You'd light the set, you check it with your meter and go, yeah, that's what I thought. Hi, puppy.
This is the longest he's ever been upside down, but yeah, keep going.
I'm too distracted by this. It's much better.
He's good. Yeah. Okay. 60 seconds is all we ever get with him upside down. It was odd.
Okay. So yeah, the point being that I still retained my eye, even though I don't use it in the same way much anymore, because I prefer the other tools that I have, that I find them easier and in some ways more precise. Now, one will say, okay, when you meter something to 2.8 and 7/10, well, that's as precise as you need it to be, right? And I go, okay, yes. Also, by the way, my system, my cart has a very technical slant to it that some DPs who are visiting, they go, that's too technical for me. And I go, interesting, because if you really think about it, reading that 2.8 and 7/10 and then going, okay, but I've got, let's see, that camera's going 60 frames. So I've got to do the math on that. I've got filter factors. I'm adjusting my exposure. You're doing a lot of jumping around with the numbers in your head. You're doing math in your head, right? Math is pretty technical as far as I'm concerned. We're looking at a visual medium, but we're dealing with a lot of number crunching, right? I don't have to do the number crunching anymore, and I actually really enjoy that. Looking at a waveform is visual. Yes, I can read that it's 72 IRE, but I don't really need to. I don't need to crunch the number the same way you do off a meter. So I actually find it very liberating to not have to be sitting there going with all the math in my head. Mm-hmm. Very long answer, but I think I don't know if Mr. Schrader thinks less of me because of this, but there's a lot of DPs that
ultimately no, because he was mocking.
Oh God. Okay. Thank you, buddy.
But,
all right.
But I mean, it's a good question because, I mean, the reason we used meters was because it was the only effective way to get the information. With digital, the information is there. We'll use better tools, and everything is better for it too.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes I play the game. If my gaffer was listening, he would smile because sometimes I'll walk onto the set. We'll be looking at something. I'll go 4.5, and he'll look at his meter. It's like, I want to see how close I got. Just kind of keeping my brain in that game just a little bit. That window looks like it's about 3. We're trying to figure out ND for a window, and I'm thinking we're about 3.5 stops over in that window. Tell me how I did. So it's kind of fun to keep sharp on all that stuff. But look, plenty of other DPs, like I said, will work off the DIT cart in a similar way. My cart, which maybe we'll put a picture up later, I know we did last time we talked. Mm-hmm. I take it a step further because I'm going to say almost everything, all the TV shows I shoot, I haven't had a full-time DIT in going on 7 or 8 years now. So I've had to build my own cart. I got used to those tools, and then it was like suddenly they're gone. And I do a couple of things that I think are relatively unique. Like I use a Blackmagic switcher as my source switcher between cameras. And once I started using that, I realized it has a frame store function in it. So now I have it set up with a little keypad, so I can just hit a button and take a frame grab of any image coming into my cart and store it, and then pull it up. And so it's essentially like using Polaroids used to be. I now have a lighting reference and a framing reference for every setup that we do that I can then pull up via the frame store onto my same monitor. I can bounce back and forth as if it's a source. So, and I can do wipes across the frame, and I can do dissolves.
So you can really see,
So I can really dial it in. And what tends to happen more often than not, when we don't do that, we're moving fast and we kind of go, yeah, we got this. You know, we've been shooting, we shot the master, we shot coverage, blah, blah, blah. And then we come back around and we kind of see back into a similar direction for some reason, later in the day. And we think we're all good and ready to go. And I go, let me just pull up the reference still of the master. And I go, oh, hey, look at that. That wall is actually a ton hotter. What changed? And we do the math, and we're like, oh, right. Yeah, we moved that flag, and now it's open to that wall. We didn't think about it. It doesn't look bad, but it's not matching anymore.
But it's not continuity, yeah.
And so as a result of the still tells you everything. Metering as many things on the set as you can. Nobody's going to meter every surface, right? You can match the actors, but you don't know about the background at that point, and especially if you're dealing with sun. So what I like about this system is, while it again seems technical, I have to do a certain amount of stuff on a computer and button presses during the day. Looking at an image and comparing it to another image is so incredibly not technical. It's in fact exactly what we do. It dials in. I think it leans in much heavier to our nature as a DP than all the math stuff, So I get a little bit passionate about this because I think it's a pretty cool system. And I know a couple of other people have visited and kind of got the switcher and got the frame store and kind of done versions of it for themselves as well. Some DITs have adopted it. It certainly is not going to work for everyone, but I'm very happy with that. And also, by the way, unbelievable for reshoots and pickups, because I have this stored library that I can refer back to. Because what tends to happen is you might get the clip from editorial and you're playing it on a laptop and you're comparing it to a monitor that things are just different. They're not one. They're not
apples to apples. Yeah.
Right. When I pull it up on my monitor, the scope changes too. So I can do that half wipe and I can look and go, okay, here's where that wall in the background is on the waveform. Here's where it was on the reference. Okay, cool. This is cute. I just said drop. In my head, I said drop a double in it. More like go on Luminaire and drop that 20 points. Okay. But it's almost painfully easy to then watch those lines and sort of go like this. And you're like, good, done.
Yep. And they match. You're good.
And they match. Yep. And I don't have to think about it at that point, because we're recording I'm looking at the output from the camera live, and I'm looking at a still grab of the output of the camera that was live. So even the framing, if you use the look around, which I tend to, you've got the extra information around the frame. If you do playback or you're watching something from editorial, that's full frame. So the sizing is different, right? I got a full frame image as my reference from playback or editorial, and I've got a 80% shrunk down image in the look around. So I'm trying to match sizes. There's a math that's involved in that. With my stills, there's no math involved. It's exactly the same size because it has the look around. Yes, Rob. Nice. Okay, cool.
Steal it. And Rob says, if they're the ones I have, they may have expired. I think you're talking about the Rama gift cards. I actually verified that today. I wanted to make sure.
I thought you were thinking my idea is expired. So.
Oh, well, that's possible. I mean,
I'm personally close to expiration, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the gray. Don't judge too hard. I used metal that was too heavy for I guess fabricating the egg trays. Wow. Talking about the late 80s. Stump nice. Question. Here we go. Okay. If you wanted to use a 2K zip but didn't have enough space, what light have the same effect?
So let me ask this, just to clarify, Rob. What era are we talking? Give me a date when this question.
Ooh, wow, this is like Trivial Pursuit, and then you're playing a certain version of the Trivial Pursuit now. Okay, I got you.
All right. Well,
he says,
what he says
with identical form factor. Okay.
Identical form factor?
He says
You mean
80s.
like it physically looks exactly like a zip?
I think the output soft would be the same.
But not a zip light. Wow, that's an interesting question. I feel like that kind of half circle reflector was sort of unique to zips. I just can't. I'm trying to think of something else that replicated that. There was, in terms of the same globes, you had zip lights, but they were not zip. Sorry, Nooks, but they were more of a silver reflector and harder. All right. Well, let's see if I can come up with something. But that's that's a pretty good stump right there.
Yes, it's his favorite light. Read the question closely. Okay, so let's reread it. What film lights? No, wait, that's a different one. Sorry.
Wait, well, hello.
No, yeah. You should read that really carefully because it's completely different.
It didn't have enough space. What light had the same effect? So okay. But you said same form factor, meaning same shape.
With identical form factor, that is.
Well, there was a 1K zip, which is half the size, but that's not necessarily the same. We're saying not enough space. I'm trying to think of something flatter. I mean, smaller doesn't have the same effect because it's a smaller source. So, if it's all right, we'll come back to that one.
The 25-second delay always kills me. he's like, bingo. And I was like, bingo to what? That was 25 seconds ago.
The 1K zip?
Oh, he said you guessed it. He said you guessed it.
Okay. Well, all right. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. I mean, when you say the same effect, I'm thinking size of source is part of the same effect. So you're talking
750 zip.
750. That's right. Of course it was. Yes.
Okay.
So so if that was a 750, was lamped? There weren't 1K lamps. There were 750 lamps.
There were 500s and there were 750s, but I thought there was something bigger. But the
1K. The Toda used the 1K version of it. That was the FHM, I think.
I thought
this is fascinating for my friends who are in the business. It was a 1K instrument, I think, but you could lamp it down to 500. Yeah, 750.
Toda. Oh, totaled. Great. Toda light.
You're done.
There we go. Yep.
Anyway, so what else should we talk about?
Oh, they're still available at B&H.
Toda lights?
Yes. The Toda lights.
I have one that I use for like painting or something. Like I need to illuminate the room, like an area light to kind of stand, bounce off the ceiling.
Right. I mean, they're basically shop lights now.
Yeah. It's a solid little shop light.
So they say 750 and 800 for multi-wattage is all they say for that.
50 and 800? That isn't all right. Well, anyway, a lot of the stuff is being discontinued is why. I will say this. So it's actually funny talking about, I realize there is a relevance. I mentioned that little shoot that I wasn't going into detail, but I will tell you the detail on it. It was a green screen of someone flying, a la Peter Pan, for a friend's. It's going to be actually a stage production with video projection. So outside a window, you see a character fly up to the window, a la Peter Pan. Spoiler alert. But so we were shooting the green screen elements over at somebody's house, set up a green screen with a little cove to it. And I lugged in my various instruments, which I only own about 4 or 5 lights at the moment. And I got a couple of Geminis. I've got the Pro light. So I lit the green screen, lit the actor, and then I had one more instrument that I needed, which is as she flies up to the window of this house, I wanted the warm tungsten-y glow or the 2900 glow to that we would feel the arrival, right? Kind of a reactive light on the actor. None of my sexy, fancy RGB instruments have the ability to dim up linearly with a control that I own. So yes, you can do it on the app by swiping your finger across. That's a little dodgy. Yes, you can do it on Luminaire, triggered automatic. I don't have that. I don't. There's other pieces of software that do that I don't happen to own. And the knobs on the actual ballasts, are continuous spinning so that you can, they can do multifunction things, and they can, you can do the slow for minute adjustment, go faster, and it ramps up in speed. But to do a linear controlled dim up, I was like, I need to go back to tungsten and a squeezer, just like old school. And because this was my stuff, I went digging in the basement, such as it is. I live in LA. I don't have a basement, my crawl space. And I found an old Lowell DP light, and I used one of those Harbor Freight dimmers that we were all using 15 years ago that we thought were so cool. But
Till they go.
yeah, well, they put all the buzzing in the world into the audio, and drag this thing out and set it up, and it worked perfectly, of course, for what it needed to do. And I was like, yeah, how funny is that? Yeah, all my modern sophisticated instruments are not really quite suited for that. Yay, Scott Barrow, look at you go.
So the maximum for that light is 2 1,000 watt lights.
For which one? The Zip?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So
That's why it would
750, 650, 500s, or 1,000s.
Or 1,000s. Yeah,
Right.
that makes sense. That all track. There we go. Boy, we've talked a lot about Zip lights. Okay, next one.
Yep. So this one he's really proud of. What film lights did Stanley Kubrick use to balance bright windows in The Clockwork Orange?
Ooh, I love that question. If it was The Shining, I'd know about. I know what was the lighting scheme in that. Clockwork Orange, I don't know. I don't think I've ever read what deeply in. I got no solution. I mean,
maybe a carbon arc, you think? Maybe, or
on an interior. I mean, that would be a little. That would
balance.
Be rough, unless it was pushed.
It would be rough. I don't know, to balance the bright windows. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, pushing an arc in through windows or glowing back windows, etc. Yeah, that would be a way to do it, but you wouldn't have them inside. Smoke everyone out. And I'm trying to think what else would have been around at that time that would actually be film lights, unless he used dichroics over like maxi brutes, which would have been around, or some version of that then. So I will go with dichroic filters on maxis.
And Rob is attempting to coordinate getting that
That's not how that works, Rob.
Yeah, it's up to Charles to call out that this is gift card worthy.
That's it's a solid question, but it's not that's a historic piece of knowledge. It's from one film. It's not super obvious. So we'll see what else happens over the next few hours. Don't give up, Rob. You're in the run.
Yes, if I could post an image. I can post an image, but you would have to message it to me on Facebook, or actually, if you want to email it, you can do films@imaginationx.com, or any social medias. Just let me know where it went, and I'll put it up.
I think a cameo is happening.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
Let's see here. Which one? We're going to have cat 6? Come on. You need another cat now. Just so you can have cat 3, because that's where it all started. Phone.
Oh, it was just a corner toss.
You just got a cat butt. Oh, there's cat butt.
Here we go. It's like the only good thing about how we've had to do so much business over Zoom the last 2 years, etc., has been just like seeing everyone's pets just show up.
Yeah, and I think it's fine. It adds character to people, because you're like, I never knew that was a cat person.
I love the tail cameo. This is the best.
I was typing it, but Rob, no, links can't be posted to the chat. It blocks them on purpose, because all the weird spammers out there. There's some wonderful weird spammers that try to get stuff. Let's see, Gabe says, shooting. I've used my small HD monitors to save stills during the shoot. Yep. But you can't do the wipe. This is true. Just an opacity overlay. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely more specialized to do a wipe.
Yep. It's it's definitely a good start, and it's great for like matching sizes and for coverage and all that stuff. And that's value added, Gabe, that you're doing that. Is super cool. But yeah, it gets into a bunch more hardware to do what I do. There's no two ways about it. Not exactly portable, but I mean, just the other day, for that same project, I shot a skyline off my balcony that you see off camera left. And I had to shoot day, dusk, and night. And the request was for that to be exactly the same frame so they can do dissolves between the two or between any given images. And I wanted to make sure that nothing got nudged or, if I had to bring the camera, if I had to do something with the camera that I had to recreate that frame, I didn't want to, blow it. So I have a portable version of my cart that builds into a case that I use for lightweight job for like commercials and when we can't get the big cart in places. And I dragged that up on the balcony and plugged it all in with an outboard monitor, a little bit of work to get started. But then I was able to use that same thing where I go, here's live, there's 2 hours ago, dissolve between them. And I could half dissolve and see exactly where the difference was. But sometimes it's easier to use wipes because the half dissolve, you go, which image is which, sometimes. So yeah, I love that thing. I have to say it's really it was a lot to put together and wrap my head around. Let's see if I can share. Let's find a good image.
That was interesting. My dog camera went off.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I think it needs to charge up. That's the ouch. Or actually, I wonder if the power is even plugged in. Wouldn't that be a hoot? Let's see.
It's exciting being led into this this part of your life.
Right. Well, I see the USB there, but where's it plugged in? It's plugged in right there. Maybe it'll charge. Oh, well, let's see here. I have the photo on Facebook to your account. Okay, I will look.
I'm
There we go. It must be okay. It was assuming, Rob, that you were some scammer because it was like, ooh, this is going to be blurred. Okay, all right. Well,
Scott, I screen shared you. I think no, it didn't go through.
Oh, you did it. You pulled it away. I tried to. Here's the image you wanted you to see.
Oh my God, it's kind of small for me. Is it? It's a bunch of small inches into umbrella. Can we see what it is?
Let me solo me. There you go. Pull that.
Oh, solo mio. Are those Lowell D's?
They sure look like it, don't they?
Sure do.
What in the world? No.
But do they have acrylics on them? If they're balanced, or do they gel the windows?
There's definitely a gel frame on there. Some of them. That's weird.
Yeah, that's right. Lowell used to make those funky little snap-on gel frames. It's fun. Cool. That's great. I had no clue. And boy, that's a lot of them. That's hot. But not
yeah, there's what? There's 3,000 watts, 3,000 watts, 3,000. That's a little light.
Wow. Do you see? Do you see the screen share I did?
Yep, I got it down here. You want me to pop it up? It's it looks like your Explorer. You want to open the?
Okay, yeah, this is a pain. I might be better just sending you the stills because it's. How about that?
Yep, that works. I can add that right in. Boom. Hey, look, it's Charles.
Hey, look at that guy. Hold on.
Yeah.
Vanessa, if you're still watching, that bandage on my hand was obviously just not long after my cutting my hand at the taint party incident. I had a party with like 7,500 people, and right at the beginning of it, managed to cut my hand wide open and was just like a bloody mess all night. It was pretty hilarious. Not
on what though? What did you cut it with?
Well, if we must know, it was I essentially dropped a ceramic bowl that the little ceramic is very jagged when it breaks, and it cut me pretty deep. And I should have gone for stitches, but did not. And now I have a delightful hand scar. So that's fun. But anyway, enough about that. So that is my big cart a few years back. It's had a few changes since then, but you can see the Blackmagic switcher interface, and just to the right of it, it's going to be, it depends how small it is for people's screens.
Atomos.
There's the USB controller, this strip of blue.
I can full screen it. There you go.
Blue backlit buttons, and that's one of those is a grab still, and the rest are input switchers. So I can switch.
Your mouse is visible, so if you want to point with that, you can do that.
Oh, hello, like that. That's cool, fun.
Yep.
Right, so that's the
so much better, isn't it?
I thought you said your mouth is visible. I'm like, just my mouth? That's not weird.
It's
like,
a zoom.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, my mouth. Okay. So there's my bandage. No. So yeah. So that's the switcher interface. That is the USB hotkey interface that I use a different one now, but that's
a Shogun.
The Shogun you can use for any number of reasons. It's like good. As you can see, I got the quad split up there. So if I for non-union jobs, I can do like a little quickie playback of both cameras, like for a stunt or something. And that has, and I've also got a false color on there, as you can see. That's the A and B cameras. That's the full screen. I like to use one monitor and switch between them rather than two monitors. I just find two 24 or 25-inch monitors next to each other is just a lot of turning my head. And then over here, that's the scopes via the Scope Box app, which runs on a little Mac Mini buried down here in the fun. And yeah, this is all filled with various devices. I also have a bunch of DAs in there, which I discovered after not having a DIT. Someone's got to DA all the image to all the different places, and we would rent loose DAs, and then at prep have to build everything onto a village cart and tape it all down and all these cables and messes. And I was like, I am now the hub that would normally be what a DIT does in terms of the images come into me and I send them out to other places. And so yeah, that's the big cart.
2 cup holders. I mean, they are small water bottles, so yeah.
Yes, I have 2 cup holders on that cart. That is correct.
Now everybody has to have the Robo cup holder things. It's the
but you know, it's actually, this is better for me because they fold up.
Yeah, those are the ones for boats. I know those.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I use the boat ones. Yeah, the Robo cups are great if you have something to clamp them onto. I literally, there's no place to clamp them on that cart because it doesn't have posts.
No,
that was a custom cart that a company, a manufacturer downtown LA, the fabricator decided they wanted to get into cart manufacturing. I was the
You're like, let's see if you can do it.
A year and a half later, they said, we're never going to build a cart this way again. No more custom carts. Let's just say I had a lot of change orders, but there's plenty of really cool, unique things about it. If that thing finally like falls off the side of a mountain and crashes, I'll have to rethink from startup, and I'm ready to do that. But
well, you just need to find a new case builder, one that wants to break into the industry.
Yeah, for sure. Tell you what, if you 86 that image for a second, I'm going to change it out.
1 second.
A lightweight card.
Let me drop it back out. Okay. There you go. And feel free, everyone, ask your questions. That's what we're here for. Well, that's what he's here for. I'm here to talk and banter between those times that we don't have anything to discuss, which is
good luck with that.
Yeah,
got a couple of talkers here, that's for sure.
we do enjoy talking. I'm excited to hook up my my 35 adapter to my XL1.
Nice. Yeah, let's talk about that in a sec. Okay, just one more. Let's go ahead and you should have it. Is it still sharing, or do I have to reshare?
You know it's down there. Do clap for me in front of your face, because you seem like your audio's off.
Oh, hello.
Oh, you're back now. Okay, it fixed. Okay. It was off for a minute there. I was like, I've never noticed that he was able to talk without moving his lips before.
No, I have many skills. So it looks like that's still active. You're not seeing the
no, I can bring it up. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, so that's my baby cart. That's the one that goes on, again, jobs with the DIT where I don't have to do all the DA stuff, and it's more portable. I can actually get that one in my car by myself. The box, the case in the middle, I call the brain box, and that can actually even slide out of there. And that's what I carried upstairs the other day that I was referring to. So I can, if I have to go in a process trailer or a follow van or something like that, I just take that out, and it has the switcher, quad split, the Blackmagic now used to be the mini recorder. It's got an Ultra Studio now, I think. So it's jammed with little boxes and
Right.
side there and a patch panel and fans
And two cup holders.
and 2 cup holders. Look, the cup holders are important.
They are. They're only $5. I mean, it's hard to beat. I think you can also zoom in if you wanted to like scroll in and zoom. I think it would work.
I went full screen, so
okay, that's fine.
It is kind of frozen, but that's where those iris controls would be. I didn't have them on when I took that picture. Those are the single channel iris controllers, which just so I can tweak the camera.
He said, just arrived. What's the topic? Well, what isn't the topic is more appropriate. We're just kind of chit-chatting right now. We'll dive into all kinds of stuff throughout the evening, but Charles is a DP, but he's also been a data wrangler. He also data wrangles sometimes when he DPs, right?
Wait, no, I don't data wrangle.
No, you don't.
You mean,
well, not
data wrangle? You're saying that'd be hilarious if I was a DP and I had a full department. I'm like, yeah, give me the cards, guys. I'll down them. No, I do not data wrangle. I don't even DIT. I just...
You have your.
I have a setup that allows me to. I have scopes and I have things that help me do my job. It's just it's my little home away from home. I've got some creature comforts there, which I like. And the other thing about this setup that I like is there's an advantage to sitting at monitors, because of the kibitzing with the important people. A lot of the times on the shows I'm on, the director wants to be on set with the minis, the 2 7-inch monitors. And that's a little tight for me to be there. And also I can't give any notes over the walkie that way. I'm in the room, which helps, but I can't do it. If there's something gone grievously wrong in the middle of a take, I'm in the room with the actors. I can't be like whispering into a walkie. I can't even do that at Video Village, even if they're outside the room, because everyone turns and looks at me in the middle of a take. I'm going, you guys, you're a little soft, a camera, you're on ears, come forward. So this allows me to be as close as I can be, but I also don't have anyone looking over my shoulder. I'm not struggling to see other monitors, which may not be protected properly from light. I use a hood. I can use a tent if I want, but I really like having my own monitor that I can trust and doesn't have ambient light on it. So that's another reason I have my own cart. All right,
I just heard this mysterious sound outside called thunder. Now, as I understand it, thunder comes with rain, which, as I understand it, is water that falls from the sky. I know we have not seen this in Texas I think since I was about that tall. But it could be interesting here shortly.
I hope you do get some rain. I'd love us to get some rain.
I'm gonna drop that out so that you can get to your next one. Let's see here. Low lights into umbrellas. Kubrick loved to torture people.
No, that's not untrue. I am actually directing a short in a few weeks, and I was thinking about this sort of the Kubrickian, and he's not the only one, doing so many takes that it breaks down the actors so they go to a different place. I've never had the time to do that, and I was thinking about giving them the note after we get what I think is probably the good version of the performance. Go, all right, forget all the notes I gave you. Go with your instinct, try something completely different. And imagine I just asked you to do exactly that 15 times and we're 15 takes into that. So go ahead and jump all the way to the end with, because legendarily, the actors with Kubrick, they would just be so exhausted. And Nicholson says, I'm just going to do one so over the top that he's going to say, all right, enough of that. Let's move on. And that's the one he used, It's an interesting take.
I think I know the answer to this one, but I'm interested to hear it. What is the most popular camera in Hollywood right now, and which one do you prefer to shoot
on? That's an interesting question. I can't speak for all of Hollywood. Maybe we can. Hollywood, would you like to come in and answer that?
Just open the window.
Yeah, I would say it's probably a pretty decent split between the Mini LF, the Mini, and the Venice. The Venice is doing really well. It's getting pretty popular, especially the Venice. Now that there's a 2. I would say between those three, that's probably the lion's share of high-end work, with obviously some red being done in there as well. But I think outside of that, you start to get into the specialty camera side of things, where it's an additional camera that might be a black magic for attaching to something and running around. But I think that covers it. What would you say, Scott?
Well, I mean, definitely Arri is one of the most popular. It's just so if they want to shoot large format, they're going to go Arri LF, and if they're going to use a Alexa Mini for small, I mean, it's what they know really well. And the Venice, I mean, I know Venice had some ups and downs at the beginning, but it seems to be like all up now. Everybody's really enjoying it. It's kind of like, like Arri. Once you get it dialed in, then it's a good option.
Yeah, and they Arri is a very slow mover, as we know. So they tend to work out of the box, where the other manufacturers will introduce and then keep improving over time. But I think Sony's really proven themselves to be quite a player in recent years. It's pretty cool seeing what they've done in their various sectors. It's interesting for me seeing people embrace dual ISO as if it was just invented because I was a Varicam guy early on and really loved the dual ISO aspect of the Varicam. In fact, I still own an LT. But I love that flexibility. And very often it wasn't for shooting in almost no light. It was, we have a high speed shot coming up. We're going to shoot 120 frames. Well, that's contained within the dual ISO. All we have to do is go push a button and we have all the stop we need without having to initially light set or we would try not to relight for that. Hopefully we would actually go into that set going, say, my gaffer, we got to light this 2 1/3 stop, hotter, because we have that one high speed thing. We have to be prepared for that. You don't want to get caught with your pants down having to figure out how to relight a set for that. So that's very, same thing with skinny shutter or any number of different, depth of field. On crank anchors, an interesting paradigm that we had there was the sets on crank anchors were built with a lot of visual jokes, printed jokes. And when we started shooting it on a large, did you hear that? You hear the cat? No. Okay.
Yep.
It's kind of loud here. The original version of crank anchors in the 2000s was shot on studio cameras, PED cameras that were 2/3 inch, all the depth in the world, right? We started shooting it on Varicam when I came on board. And yes, it looks pretty because it's shallow, but we start to lose the jokes in the background. And it became this sort of balance of pretty versus the comedy of that extra nuance in the background. So the great thing about shooting on the Varicam was we'd be lit to a stop where I had what's that sound?
That's my dog's nails.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I mean, he weighs 150 pounds, so when he walks, I'll mute.
No, it's okay. I was just very impressed because I was like, are we going to acknowledge that something like that's happening? Yeah. So it was just it was great to be able, our showrunner sometimes would say, or a director would be like, can you give me a little bit more stop? I just want to be able to read that one thing back there. And I'm like, yeah, go ahead, guys, bump up the ISO. And there we were, enough to get by without having to do a relight. So I love that paradigm. So I have not yet worked with the Venice, and I'm looking forward to.
And also, that was a great song in the 90s, Bump Up the ISO, Bump Up the ISO.
That's very funny, Scott.
Bump up the ISO, bass. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah. No, keep going with it. It'll get funnier the more you do it.
Probably.
It always
I just won't be able to do it twice.
Patrick mentions the new Alexa, the 35. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to giving that camera a spin. I went to the rollout and probably saw the same video you're talking about. I'm very intrigued to see how that all feels and play with some of the new toys that are within there. One thing I'm very curious about is adding the extra latitude and the highlights. There's a lot of times we need to blow out windows, and
you won't be able to.
We have to put more light there to blow it out to succeed in the blowout. So that'll be trippy.
Okay, here we go. What is your favorite Key and Peele sketch?
Rich Davis, by the way, one of my wonderful operators on Key and Peele. He was
Nice.
a camera steady cam on, I think, the first 3 seasons.
Ooh.
So you have seen his work if you're a Key and Peele fan. My personal favorite Key and Peele sketch. What's tough about that is there's the funniest, the ones I think are the funniest or the cleverest, and then almost none of those are the ones that are notably good looking. They're, the ones that I'm very happy with, photographically, are not necessarily the funniest. So that's a little bit challenging. I know that a sketch that I laughed myself stupid at when I saw it for the first time edited. We used to, the first 3 seasons, there were live interstitials that were, the guys came out on stage and did bits to the audience, and then it would throw to the sketches, which was based on the Chappelle Show format that we were supposed to be copying, basically.
Right.
And after, but unlike, they were not stand-up comics, so they didn't really like that format very much. So the last 2 seasons was the 2 of them driving in a car, having
That's interesting, because I've always wondered what was the reason that they ditched it. I just assumed that it was so they could have more time to do skits.
Well, no, there was still the same amount of interstitial in the last 2 seasons, but it was a kind of not a parody, but a nod to True Detective, which had just come out that first season. So it's the guys driving a vintage car through the desert, bantering. And that really was more what they were, the 2 of them, they would just sit there and banter between them. That's how they came up with their ideas a lot of the time. So their banter was funny. So they're like, that's a better version of this than trying to entertain an audience. But those, which were cool to shoot also. That was the 5 camera rear projection gig.
And that would, if I remember correctly, all the footage out there in that's the national park, right? The Joshua Tree National.
That was I want to say Pomona. We're about an hour out of LA. I'm trying to remember where it was. It was out in the desert.
And all that footage were 2 other actors, right? And Key and Peele were only in the studio, right?
Well, no, actually, yes and no. No, they were on location too. We shot drive-bys. We shot car to car with the former Russian arm, now called the Ukraine.
Yes.
And we shot them in the desert at the exact same location that the driving plates were shot for the rear screen work. So it is the same place, but Jordan and Keegan were with us. They were in the car for the drive-bys. So, there's no reason to do it with a photo double. We use the real guys, but it was my idea to not go out and shoot at Process Trailer because we were going to shoot in August. I knew the guys were going to cook.
A classic car with no AC.
Yeah, I was just like, there's no AC in that car. What are we going to do? And there was talk of swamp coolers, and I'm like, this is a terrible idea. It's bad for everybody, and not the least of which myself being stuck up on the camera car, the insert car, with jammed in there in the back with the duvetine, and it's baking hot, and you're choking on diesel. I'm sure everyone's seen, what a Process Trailer looks like, and behind the scenes stuff with the camera car. It's really cool to watch, especially if you see it go driving past. People always stop and watch. It's like, the circus is in town. I will tell you that on a hot day, there's few things more unpleasant than being stuck up there, all shoulder to shoulder, on that thing. But so I pitched rear projection, and they went for it. But the director said, here's the thing. If we're going to do that, I want 5 cameras on there. So we've got a 2-shot, 2 singles, and then cross coverage. Shoot it all at once because they're going to do improv. And I had to figure out how to light for that. And the screens were wraparound. And I was pretty nervous, to be honest, to be able to make it look good, because with rear projection in particular, which is a little bit different than, the LED walls now, the volumes.
Yeah.
You have to, the screens can't be as big, so they have to be closer, and they will wash out. They don't have the same contrast ratio. So especially for day work, you can't just blanket your foreground with all the soft light in the world, because you got to control it. Because if you wash out the screens, it doesn't look right. So yeah, the more directions you shoot with the cameras, we shot over 180 degrees. At one point we did French overs, which is behind their backs against the front shots. That was a tall order, but I remember finally sort of admitting a little bit of nervousness to the director. And I was like, I hope this all works. He's like, yeah, I do too. It's on you if it doesn't.
Do you by chance have any pictures of that set up?
Yeah.
I thought you did. I mean, you don't have to pull them up now. We can get to them when we get to them. I want to ask the audience to post in there what is A, their favorite Key and Peele sketch, and B, their least favorite Key and Peele sketch. And then I will ask you, Charles, what your least favorite is, but I'll answer mine. The favorite is going to be tough for me. I have to think about that for a little bit. But my least favorite is the valets. Anytime that was a valet, I could not stand the valets. I don't know why.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I guess that's polar. I thought they were pretty. The physical comedy in that I thought was pretty hilarious. The stuff that they did physically, especially Keegan, was like an animated character in those.
Right.
But yeah, there's some volume to those sketches. That's not everyone's cup of tea because it's at a high volume pretty much the whole time. I get that. I think the reason I started mentioning about the interstitials when it was the live audience, and we were shooting those, that was my first time seeing the sketches. I figured out I could have actually asked to see them before that, but it was most fun watching it with an audience. And incidentally, one of the reasons that was shown to the audience was they recorded the laughter and they were going to lay it in as a laugh track, which is what Chappelle's show had. Key and Peele almost had a laugh track on it. The decision was made the day before the sound mix. The network finally agreed to not include it. And we were all really glad that it didn't happen. That's for sure. But hats, dueling hats. Do you know that one?
Yeah. That was those.
That one, for some reason, just absolutely decimated me. I really, I was laughing my ass off when I saw that one. It's the classic Key and Peele formula it's take one idea, sometimes connect it with a second idea that's so completely opposite that you're just like, how did those two things end up together? And then heightening it in a naturalistic way. And then usually the last bump of heighten is so off the reservation that you can't possibly see it coming. So I said, bitch, that one. I trying to get further and further away from their wives, in the house, up a tree, in a field, and then they're in a spaceship. They're astronauts, and then they have to go outside and outside into space to get away from their wives. Really.
I do love how they tied it all back together at the end. I thought that was the first time I saw it. I was like, okay, that was perfect. That was really well done.
And that, by the way, the very first sketch we ever shot. That was day one of the pilot, shot on 1D Mark IVs on Canon DSLRs.
Let's see here.
Much to our VFX artists' dismay, because they had to pull a green screen off H.264. Sorry, guys. We were very low budget.
Let's see here. Daniel says hello. Ollie says, kind of scared of the 35 Alexa. It used it last week on a shoot, and it has a digital edge to it. Might be a thing of changing the texture. Yeah, texture. I mean, texture is one of the big driving things of that is to get rid of that by adding the texture.
Yeah,
time for testing for sure.
Yeah, I would be hesitant to imagine that's the thing. That's for sure.
Let's see here. Last two seasons, Lancaster, and we used a Russian arm of the Ukraine.
Well, okay, so I got that part. Was it Lancaster? It was the last two seasons. I'm so sorry, Rich. It was Nick the first three, and you were the last two. My bad. Okay, I never get that right. In my mind, you were there the whole time.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding us. But yes, at least I got the arm right. I do have a picture of that. What I have, if you want to go to it, Scott, I'm just going to go to full screen. Don't go just yet. Oh no, we're seeing.
Nope, we're not. It's gone. It's gone. No one got to see anything for very long.
Full screen. Okay, yeah, this is actually video. Okay, you can go ahead.
You ready?
This is from the stage doing the
Oh, okay.
5
Yeah,
camera,
that'll be fine.
and there's video, and that's you can see the plates moving on the sides and the back.
That's wild.
Yeah, and that's how we shot those interstitials.
Because that actually turned out really well. I mean, watching it, you could, I mean, you could tell that was projection, but you could really buy it. It was really well done.
Yeah, I the first season we did it, which was season 4, I wasn't. You could, yeah, most people could detect it, even though it wasn't awful. It was just, it's a tall order. The second season, I pitched to make the cameras more handheld shaky, and that helps tie the plates together, and your eye just doesn't go to the background as much. Having that vibration in there really helps sell it. So that was something we improved, and I was able to figure out ways to tweak the lighting and all that. Dirt on the windows of the car would have helped a lot. That was an unsuccessful pitch on my part. I wasn't able to convince them into that, but yeah, pristine windows. You see every little nook and cranny of the outside. Okay,
but it was a show car too. I mean, it's a picture car. You want me to pull it out?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay. It's out.
Okay.
We'll just do double confirmations on everything.
No, I'm watching. Yep. And then I think so. The Russian arm. I know I had that. What did I call it? Pomona camera car. Great. Yeah, this is such a great tool. There you go. You can go ahead.
All right, coming right in. Oh yeah, the Porsche.
It's like yeah. I love it. It's painted reflection. It's so cool. But yeah, it's
the matte wrap on
it. Yeah, the ability to be literally just coming up with shots on the fly as you're driving down the street and say, okay, let's boom up an arm to the right and then drop down at the end of it, and just it's really sweet. Because that, for those who aren't familiar, the arm itself is controlled from inside the vehicle, so it booms up and spins 360 around the car. And this is often used for car commercials. Almost always used for car commercials now. But yeah, that was a fun day.
And now there's a huge variety of these available out there too.
Yeah, and of course there's kind of this was, I think, I'll go out on a limb and say it was the first. I think that there's kind of versions of it with gimbals now and black arms that are, I don't think it's sophisticated in terms of swinging around the car and up and down as much. That's a big difference from the way that we used to shoot it, which was with the insert car and the operators physically on it, and you had much less flexibility, or a techno crane on the camera car, which it's a big beast.
I'll drop that out there. Okay.
I want to ask what his favorite sketch is.
Who what?
Rich Davis, what's your favorite sketch?
Oh yeah, Rich.
I know we've talked about it. I just can't remember.
Well, we need to know Rich's favorite and least favorite.
And anyone else's favorite. And anyone else
right.
To
everyone feel free to chime in. And if you don't know what Key and Peele is, learn Key and Peele. This is good stuff. Yeah, exactly. So I want to ask on the skit where they replace their names with farts. What did they do on set to make that work? Did they actually did they play farts? Yeah,
okay. That's very funny. So this is the name says it all. If names were farts, imagine a bunch of nice people arriving at a cocktail party in an elegant house, and everyone's name is replaced by a fart sound. So this is and that and it's that is a sketch that I will say is pretty polarizing. There's a lot of people who do not like that sketch because of the vulgarity of it. But
right.
It does have a twist at the end. Once you get past, if you can get past the vulgarity of it, it's actually pretty funny. And there's some amazing actors in there. Rob Delaney from that amazing show. What was that great English show? Someone will see. I'm not going to say that's a stumper.
Yeah.
I'll come
yeah,
up
no, we're not giving away a gift card for that one.
Anyway, there's some great people in that sketch. So on set, let's see if I can remember. I think that everyone attempted a version of a fart, and some of them are really, really good, and I think were kept. I think most of them are actual original audio, to be honest, or at least close to it. I will tell you what, the table read of that sketch was amazing. That was very everyone kind of doing their best shot at it. Yeah,
It's funny because it appears that it is, you know, I would equate fart jokes to politics in the United States. It's almost a straight down the middle divide. You either hate it or you love it. I mean, it's a weird thing. And
yeah, it is generally not welcome in. Except if you were doing something with it that's different. And this sketch had so many in there, and it had an interior logic. Once you got to the end, you're like, I see what you're doing. But in general, as a rule in comedy, you don't just throw a fart joke in because it's just easy and stupid. I will say this though: a tiny fart at the right moment is hilarious. A tiny, awkward, did that actually happen fart?
Right.
So take note of that, comedy writers. That's what I've been taught. A big loud let it rip, not so funny. No, I don't know.
The big loud let it rips are just not something that you would actually do, because in reality, if it started making noise and you were trying to squeak it out, you're going to stop. So it won't be big.
You do live in Texas, so I don't know. Really true.
I mean, I live in the country, so I mean, it'll be like, well, that was the cow over there. That was the
methane business. Overall, I'm pretty squeamish when it comes to bathroom humor, which is interesting because I'm shooting a short in a few weeks that absolutely revolves around a poop that's too big to flush. But I was a little bit distraught when I read it. But in my meeting, my Zoom meeting with the director and producer, I said, in my mind, we should treat this like the shark in Jaws. The less seen, the better. And they were like,
That's true.
We're not going to see it at all. And I'm like, okay, thank God. Okay,
perfect.
I'm in now.
Yeah. Leave it to the imagination. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's get off this subject, as a matter of fact.
Copy that. You don't want to hear about my Scratchy's toilet paper commercial that I never released. I made that way back with the XL1.
Oh, wow. Good for you. Excellent choice of the tech.
Right. Okay, let's see here. Ollie says, we used one of those on a Jaguar Land Rover commercial in London. Nice.
Art? The camera car,
No, we got off that subject. I didn't.
Yeah. So, just so everyone knows, it is actually, because we jumped through it quickly. It, for years, was called the Russian Arm. That wasn't the real name of it, but it actually was made in Ukraine. Mm-hmm. But the nickname was the Russian Arm. And in the last, obviously, 6 or 8 months, it's sort of become to everyone's awareness, and it's now dubbed the U-Crane, which is appropriate from the beat, but
it is appropriate and it's brilliant.
Somewhere in that.
And it happens to be the perfect. I mean, worked out really well. Let's see, Patrick says, makes me think of the 1974 first SNL ending credits. Everyone was named Dude or something like that.
That's funny. That I didn't know. How'd they get away with that?
I will. I have the original episode. I have to go watch that.
Yeah, I can't say as I watched SNL live back then. I was too young for that, but I was certainly aware of it within a few years.
I wasn't supposed to. But
I will say this: I actually became, when I was old enough to be able to stay up and make choices, it was up against SCTV on one of the other networks, and I was like, I think this one's better. That kind of fell into my sketch appreciation world better. SCTV. I thought it was.
I enjoyed SCTV as well, but I think SNL ramped up after SCTV kind of disappeared.
Well, it had, of course, it had its ups and downs. SNL, it may have been that the cast at that point in the '80s wasn't as captivating to me as. It was also just, I liked that SNL started playing around with honoring the genre kind of stuff, which obviously I can appreciate, being having made Key and Peele, but also in the middle, the big influence for me on Key and Peele was the Ben Stiller show from Fox, the 91 or 92 show that was really very much, if no one's ever seen that, if you look up some sketches, I mean, it's interesting now to watch because of the various players in there. The main cast was Stiller, Janine Garofalo, Andy Dick, and Bob Odenkirk, with David Cross writing, and Apatow producing. And this was this little sketch, no name, comedy series on Fox that got canceled after one season, and then won an Emmy for writing after the cancellation.
It's like,
but it's brilliant. That show it still holds up. It's, it was a little colloquial, so some of it's dated in that regard, but they really nailed the genre in that one so beautifully, and that was why it was kind of our template for Key and Peele and visually.
It's interesting on SNL that I just read an article that that's probably going to end, that they're going to end it at, I guess 50 years would be right about then, but it's been steadily declining in ratings, and I guess they just haven't found their way. They cut I think half the cast this year or something.
The cast got massive. I mean, they just
it's been wild. I haven't understood the ups and downs, and I feel like, well, I mean, COVID definitely took a spell on everybody, but it definitely has felt off for a while.
I do have to give a lot of credit and respect for the film unit folks over there that coming up with those. It started with the digital shorts, with Lonely Island, and the production value those guys brought to those, these, I know the incredibly short time frame to turn these things around.
Alex Buono was
Bono was in that first, I think the first group.
I think so. Yeah, his talent on that. Yeah, because watching how they do from start to finish, and the timeline on that was insane. Which is a great question. How much time did you have on each of these? Like when you're shooting Key and Peele, how many days were you shooting an entire season?
Our seasons were essentially, I think, if I remember correctly, 8 weeks of shooting, but they were broken up into 2 weeks on, 1 week off. The week off was prep and scouts. Initially, we had a schedule that was 2.5 sketches a day. And eventually, I think we got that down to 2 or slightly less than 2, which sounds complicated, but there was often sketches that had little pieces that had to be shot at multiple locations, or there was really short sketches, or there was longer ones. So it all averaged out eventually, but it became, how many sketches do we shoot across 2 weeks? So almost entirely on location. I mean, we would shoot on studio backlots, pre-existing sets.
Yeah,
but
I definitely saw those a lot.
Stage where we built sets. The only set that was ever built that I can remember in my mind for Key and Peele from scratch was the Obama Luther runner, which is Obama sitting in the chair and Luther translating for him, which was literally a wall and a third that would get carted around and loaded into whatever location we happened to be shooting at. And we would go into another room, and suddenly there it is. And we created a formula for lighting that was so specific, in fact, that there was once in between seasons, once they wanted to do digital only, web only Obama and Luther's. And so the set was built that season to then ultimately be carried up piece by piece into a second-story walk-up office at Sunset Gower that was the production offices, and placed into the bullpen. And the lighting scheme, if I remember correctly, it was all taped out on the floor, and I had to come up with a lighting scheme that could be replicated by a small group, because the stuff for the web was very low budget. It was a different team. It was a digital producer from Comedy Central, and I had to create a lighting scheme that they could emulate with a small crew, and it could be basically a fixed setup in the production offices. And so it was, it was simplified units and all that. And I had everything taped out. And so when we shot our version of it, they'd put the set out, and I would have tape lines put on the floor to go, don't take your instruments outside of this, because that's a wall. That's ultimately, we have to make the look the same, if that makes sense. So it was a very interesting exercise in keeping that all confined. But the rest of it, yeah, we shot on location, and it was crazy. We generally had a company move once a day to a new location, load in, shoot a sketch, and then it was had to be a push move, which meant just by carts on wheels as opposed to loading back into the truck to something nearby that would work for another sketch. So really tough on the locations department because they'd have to pair any given location, unless that sketch happened to be a huge one that would take all day to shoot. They'd have to find something else to shoot at that location to make it fit. So it was a whirlwind putting that show together for sure. After 2 weeks of shooting, we needed that break, but the break wasn't like, oh, go relax. It was, now let's go prep and get into scout and go and look at 25 locations in one day for the next 2 weeks.
How good were? I mean, it definitely feels like they had some really good chemistry to each other, that they could pull things off. How fast or how many takes would it take them to do? Would they just run through like 4 or 5 and they say, "Yep, we'll just pull something from each"? Or
if it was a two-hander and it was just the two of them playing characters, sorry, I'm looking up a little bit. I'm just going to slide our image. Oh, there we go, full screen. Finally, yeah, we got tiny there. There we go. Now I'm looking at you.
I can make this bigger.
No, whoa. No, we're okay. I'm okay. Scott, back up. How do you feel about Cleveland? So, what was the question?
The question was how many takes, or how some.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, right. So two-handers that are just like, it's Jordan and Keegan playing characters, and it's just the two of them. Those were so fast to shoot because we generally shot them simply. There wasn't a lot of business, and they were so in it. I will say that I cannot remember either of them showing up unprepared in any way, shape, or form. They knew all their lines. They knew the business. I'm sure it helped that they were, of course, part of the writing process.
Yeah, I was going to say, weren't they part of the writing? I had to assume they were.
Oh, no, of course they were. Yeah. I mean, we had showrunners, we had a writing staff, but everything was with them. But they had it so dialed in. I tell you, it was a level of professionalism that was almost unmatched in my experience because they were in everything. A lot of it was physical. There wasn't any like going off, shooting for a few hours and going off somewhere else while someone else took a turn. They were working all day with us on set. And I never remember anyone getting grumpy or I need to break. There was nothing like that. They worked their asses off. I think, I look at the aerobics meltdown sketch, that one.
Yeah. What's on my, there's several over that we've already mentioned, and people are mentioning, I already have the stills pulled.
Yeah. Great. That they were doing aerobics all day, for God's sake.
That had to have been murder. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't remember that stage being particularly well air conditioned. But and Keegan, an extraordinarily fit human, Jordan, an average human being, but he kept right up there, with that aerobic stuff. Again, really impressed. I in all directions, those two guys blew my mind. And a lot of people say, "Oh, did you have any idea that Jordan was going to turn into this, da da da?" And I go, didn't think about it. It wasn't like, I bet you're going to. Honestly, what I expected out of Jordan, because I found what was fascinating to me watching his performances and the sketches that were constructed where it was the lowest stakes situation and the heightening was that it would be brought to massive stakes. Like the conflict was ridiculous. Like one guy's in an a cappella group and then the other guy stops by the group and our first character is the only black guy in this incredibly white a cappella group. And here comes another black guy and they're, shooting arrows at each other. And then everyone else leaves and the two of them have a face off that's super intense. And you're like, what are the stakes so that you can be in the a cappella group? Really? So, but in those sketches, when you see Jordan playing a dramatic character, and by the way, Keegan, classically trained, as an actor, you expect that kind of thing. And Jordan had, of course, he did have training as an actor. They were more on the comedy side. There was something about Jordan's dramatic acting that I saw this intensity in there, and that's what made it so hilarious because, again, the stakes were ridiculous. But I was like, someone is going to cast him in a dramatic role, and he's going to blow everyone away. That's what I expected. I knew Keegan was going to be doing as much acting as he has done. Jordan, as far as I know, hasn't hardly acted since Key and Peele at all, if at all. And I missed him.
He did. We were, or Let's Be Cops. But that was a small role, as a supporting role.
Okay.
Which was actually a pretty funny movie, actually.
That was definitely after Key and Peele, because he was doing. There were films.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was after Key and Peele.
Okay. Yeah. So that's the part that it surprises me, that he's completely sort of wandered away from acting, and I'm curious to see if he will go back to it.
I mean, it's odd because
not exclusively, of course. He's obviously
right. It's almost like he was typecast, which is hilarious because Key and Peele is so not type. There's no type to it. I mean, one of the things that I with Keegan and Jordan is both of them individually and together, their variety of voices was, I mean, insane. Now, I know Keegan had the benefit of his wife, I think, is a dialect coach. Is that right?
Yeah, his ex-wife. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Well, okay. I don't keep up with the.
He's married again, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, that's true. But I mean, look, again, both very skilled and trained. They both, were in improv troupes, and before Mad TV, that's where they met in Amsterdam. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There's some amazing voices that come out of them. So many characters
and a variety. I mean, just
the variety. Oh yeah, the variety of You're absolutely right. It's funny because there were certain times when I'd go like, oh, that voice is this character plus that character minus that character. But I mean, for God's sake, there was, we did 144 sketches or something like that.
What I also like, and I want to go back to another point, but what I also like is that you could hear Jordan and Keegan's actual voices many, many times. They would use them, whereas like Phil Hartman, rest his soul, but he'd say, I forgot what my actual voice is like because I always do voices, and I was glad to hear that, or I could hear their actual voices, which I liked. And then going back to, which I've now forgotten. Was there ever a point? Did Jordan have interest in like getting behind camera or anything, or doing any? Did he talk to the director a lot, or what? I mean, were there signs there of his newfound outlet, or he's really good at hiding everything?
Well, look, again, they both had so much work to do doing what they did. There wasn't really time to just be hanging out and going, hey, can I come hang out at monitors and
right.
blah, blah, blah. I mean, I know that in the relationship I had with those guys, Jordan would sometimes ask me questions, technical questions here and there, but it was just conversational. Mm-hmm. Peter Atencio, who directed the show, fucking killed it and had full control over all these choices, and he was granted so much freedom to do things. And the conversations that he had with Jordan and Keegan about how they were going to attack things, that all happened, of course. But once we got to set, it was his set. They gave him his set. They were very respectful of that. I don't remember. It's very hard to remember a time where it's like, oh yeah, I don't agree with that. Let's go have a huddle. If that was to happen, it was because once they put a sketch up on its feet, it wasn't quite clicking for some reason. It needed some revamping, which happened every now and then, but not generally. We didn't have time to rethink. I mean, it was honestly, I'm a big prepper these days because I just would rather have thought through it all ahead of time. Back then, and certainly before it, I kind of loved the excitement of the improv moment where you had to figure things out on the fly. Mm-hmm. And there was a lot of that in Key and Peele because our preps were so accelerated, because there was so much to do. There was no time to really plot things out until it was a situation that really, really called for it because of the circumstances. And there were some of them we killed ourselves on the shot list for, because there was a precision and we only had so much time to do it. Other ones were like, it's master, cover, boom, next. Sorry, should I explain what that means? I just kind of whipped through master shot, coverage, 2 pieces of coverage on 2 characters. I feel bad when I hate being jargon guy that's just like throwing shit and people are
I
watching.
mean, but the audience is a variety of levels, so I mean,
Exactly.
it
So I'll try to
doesn't
remember
hurt to explain it. Yeah.
if anyone wants anything clarified, please go ahead and jump in the comments. We will not judge. I just think it's a little arrogant sometimes to use jargon, and well, everyone needs to know what I'm talking about. So anyway,
So I think Rich was answering, I guess, his favorite. What was his favorite skit? So Pirates for Look, and I have here a. Oh, that's really dark, but
yeah, it's really dark.
three.
I'm very proud of it. Yeah, it's funny when you pull stills out of that one. For some reason, they do go dark. So, yeah, I mean, I have talked about this before. Let's just hope that people who have heard me yak on podcasts and maybe even in our last live stream are not going, "Oh God, he's going to talk about the pirate story again." But what the hell? Go and make yourself a sandwich and come back. Or listen to the story again. It's a good one. Because, by the way, it has as much to do with other departments than it does with myself. Pirates, I was super, super happy with the look. But the reason it looks so good is because at that point we were in season 4, maybe 5, and we were also dialed in at the process of making Key and Peele and how to do a lot with a little, that everyone kind of rose to the occasion of this big ask, which is anything period is complicated and expensive. And it was a large scale set. It had a lot of background in it. So some of the stories that surround that is that when we were starting to look for locations, it originally took place on a pirate boat. Ultimately, it's in like a tavern. Okay. But originally written to play on the deck of a pirate boat. So our location department is trying to figure out where is that? How do we figure that location out?
See if I can brighten it up. Go ahead. Keep going.
And there was actually some dinner theater down in Orange County that was like the stage was like a boat and it had a mast. Great. But, when they looked at it, it was like, yeah, but then there's seats. There's no there. What do you do for ocean? We're not going to wrap it in green screen and do a massive green screen shoot. That wasn't our budget. So it got changed to a tavern, and we ended up at a place called The Warehouse in Marina del Rey, which is kind of a kitschy, old school barn of a restaurant that has a certain amount of nautical, flavor to it, but is also kind of, it's a modern restaurant in the sense that there's big screen TVs and there's steel staircase up to the second floor, and there's plenty of things in there that are not period at all. So much so that when we scouted it, in my mind, looking around, I go, I don't see how this can be dressed within our budget. I'm sure we're going to shoot somewhere else that is already pre-dressed. We'll figure it out. But sure enough, that became the place. Our production designer, Gary Corden, tells an amazing story of his team was, by the way, this is another thing. A lot of shows would have riggers and a lead team that would go in the day before, dress the set on the art department side. I have, Gripper Electric, hanging lights and all that. We never had that at all. We could never get anything the day before. At least on my end of it. Maybe art department did, but not often. I think they were allowed to get in there around 4 or 5 in the morning to go and dress this thing for us to arrive at 7 or 8. And apparently the team arrived, the lead men team, the art department team, and they found a padlock. Had nobody there. And Gary's told the story, so I think I'm allowed to tell it. Gary, they called Gary up, woke him up. They're like, we can't get in. He's like, break the lock. Just break the lock. So they broke in to start dressing this place because he was like, otherwise it's not going to happen. And by the time I walk in, I go, oh man, these guys, there's paintings covering the big screen TVs. There's hanging like burlap sacks covering up things that can't be hidden. And I was like, and rope everywhere. And I'm like, oh, they killed it. I get it now. I get what we're going to have it, what we're going to do. I start lighting it, and then they start filtering in the extras. And the extras, the background artists, excuse me, I should know better than to say extras. They're all dressed to the nines, brilliant ripped clothes, everything looking period. The makeup department's got them all dirty and swarthy and oily, and Jordan and Keegan walk in, and I forgot, Keegan's got missing teeth, or no, Jordan has blacked out teeth or something. Everyone looked incredible. The color palette was all within this narrow range that I think Peter must have had a quick conversation with each of us, because again, prepping any given sketch is like 5 minutes of discussion. But we all I don't remember that myself. I was just like, it should be sort of like oil lantern vibe, so yellows and reds. As you can see from there, the whole palette of the thing is like yellow, red, brown, very muted. And once we were lit, everyone's looking at the monitor going, holy shit, look at this thing, and I was like, I'm not going to take credit, because I'm capturing what the art department, costumes, makeup, and hair achieved, getting the right stuff into the frame. And then, I did my thing, and this is what we've done now. We've made this, and then, Peter's great ideas and directorially, which was, one of them was, I think, to use a really wide lens close up. So the close-ups are like an 18 mil right in their grills,
Yeah, it exaggerates their facial features. And
yeah, which we didn't often do. And I think it's a very successful sketch visually, because it just lands you into that place. It's one of my favorites, and I agree with Rich on that. Now, is it a favorite sketch for a lot of people in terms of the comedy? It's got some great moments in it. Will Sasso's in it, and he's hilarious. He does a bit in there that makes me really laugh. But yeah, I think ultimately that is the single sketch that is the unification of our team and what we were able to achieve, again, on a budget that people assumed at that point we had all the money in the world, and we never came close to that.
What was do you recall the lighting overhead? And well, I mean, there's not much overhead. But
I know that we did. There was a balcony that ringed around. Yeah. Okay. And as Scott mentioned, this is brightened up considerably. So,
yeah, it is. It's definitely not this blown out or yellow, but
yeah, I welcome you to look it up. I think Pirate Shanty, I think is what it's called, with CH.
Right.
Or Shanty. Yeah.
Shanty.
Yeah. So the space had a balcony around it on three sides. Where they're on that, there was a stage there, but yeah, that was a stage. So
it's like it's dressed with some wood on that stage.
Yeah. The back of it's like crates or something like that. They were able to leverage that part of the actual space. So I up in the balcony, I'm up top left. I had like a probably a 12 by up there that I can't remember if it was a push or bounces, but 12 by source, probably with the grids to keep it off the back wall, and that was our key. So we tried to shoot from center to right. As you can see here, we're a little bit right of center. Probably a little bit of front fill, but not very much at all from the looks of it. And really, I got to be honest, and I think I wrapped that 12 by around a little bit further on the left side. Very simple lighting scheme. Because it was up in the air, we got to shoot in all directions. Eventually, there's some stuff that happens to the left that's underneath the overhang of the balcony, and I had to kind of treat that separately because they were out of the key. But, really, to me, it's just like with the period stuff, in general, you want to stay away from too many sources because it starts to flatten it out.
Right.
Because it just doesn't feel right. It's kind of like the contrast helps you feel like that it's more period in that scenario. Whereas the reality of it is it would be lit by a bunch of little glowing candles like you can see on the tables.
And maybe 10, 15 candles overhead and a chandelier.
Yeah, some chandelier type vibe. Yeah.
It's not a lot of light.
Or oil. Yeah. It would have been mushy if in real life if it had been lit practically. But and also not going with it was a sizable source, but it's not so big that it's soft. And what's nice about that is it picks up all the glints and the sweat and oil that they applied to the faces and gives them that, it kind of pops it and makes it glisten a little bit because it's a bit more sourcey. So yeah, that was that one.
Was it HMIs that you lit, or were you using tungsten? HMIs, or did you use tungsten for that?
No, that was tungsten. Yeah.
And did you set the cameras a little cooler so that it would be warmer, or is it just all in the grade?
Well, I would say we warmed the key because we were matching to the gag candles. Those were fixed in color. Whatever those little sources were in the lanterns, I didn't want to dick around with trying to gel those. So that was what we keyed everything off color-wise. I would say from the looks of it, we probably warmed it up just a touch, but I matched my instruments to whatever those were, which were probably 29 versus 3200. So, quarter CTO on tungsten would be my guess of what we used. Probably a double broken push, because I think we had the 12 by the diff up on the edge of the balcony, so we had some room behind it. So there would probably have been an 8 by or something, or maybe another 12 by behind it, and then could have been a 10K would be my guess, backed up as far as we could. Maybe it was 2 5Ks, something filling up the frames.
And Patrick is talking about the camera and lens choice becomes a premium to achieve that. I don't think this skit did not use too much camera and lens as character, if I'm not mistaken, right? That was a very clean shot, right?
It's pretty clean. I didn't go too mucky on the lenses or anything. I would say that the wide angle primes, which were probably master primes, they would have been master primes at that point. That's the one thing that gives it a little bit of zhuzh in terms of the look. I should point out that I made a decision to not be day playing a ton of different lenses and different cameras on that show because we were so short staffed as well as low budget. I had 2 cameras, which was 2 operators, 2 first. We only had 1 second AC and the DIT. So we were short a second assistant. We were short any kind of utilities. And for a location show, that's a crazy small crew. And I apologize to anyone who's working low budget stuff because they'll go, screw you. I don't even get that. Understood. But this was Key and Peele. This was a show of some scope, and I will say, when I think back on how hard it was on that camera department, my poor second and Craig Jeanette, who moved up to first for me, how hard he had to work running cables and moving monitors and all that. So if we had been jumping lenses a lot, he would have been having to run those lenses back and forth as well. So I really tried to keep that as minimal as possible. We shot most of the show on Alexa Classics. I had the Allura zooms, the Studio 18-80 and 45-250 for the A and B camera for most of it. For handheld, we had the 15-45 and the 30-80 Alluras. This predates the Cabrio, or just about predates the Cabrio, so we have the 1990s. And then a couple of things day played as needed. But and the primes for when we need them, which was just more like for specialty looks, like if we were faking anamorphic, for the shallow focus, we'd lop it at 239, maybe put in a blue street filter, shoot it wide open, on the master primes, and that was our sort of faux anamorphic look. I know that Peter, our director, really wanted to shoot anamorphic, but in those days, you'd have to switch out camera bodies because the Alexa Classics were 16:9 chip. Right. So I'd have to bring Alexa Studio plus the lenses, which were already getting in high demand. And then when we cost it out, it was like, well, we're spending $4,000 on this sketch extra. And the line producer would be like, nope, not happening.
You don't have it.
Yeah. So, we would like it. We just couldn't do it. Yeah.
Patrick says a Disney animatronic vibe to it. Well, I mean, you're playing off of pirates, playing off.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, old school pirates are going to look like that, aren't they?
Yeah.
So that was a fun one. I know Rich mentioned Les Mis. That's another one. I'm very proud of the look.
Yeah. I have a whole bunch of these. I can't display these large and have you on the screen. So we'll have to play them at my ear. I may enlarge them and just bring you down.
Enlarge them and then do whatever you think is right. Honestly, who needs to see this?
Well, I mean, same with this. I mean, And everyone wants to see the dog, but the battery died.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I'm sure everyone's waiting to see my cats too.
Well, I want to see the cat butt. I just want to. Boop,
That'll happen.
so I went through every sketch, and which then reminded me that I need to now rewatch every sketch again because I enjoyed thumbing through it. And I pulled. I mean, because a lot of them were pretty basic. There's nothing special, lighting or anything like that going on. Yeah. And so I didn't pull any of those, but I will just kind of cruise through these, and you can kind of chat about it because I pulled the things that had a stylized that either went with camera lens, the lighting, the location, that kind of stuff. So this one was the take on I had to go home. Maybe it's cold outside.
It's cold outside. Yeah. Yep. 1950s Technicolor look.
Right.
Which again, same lenses, same camera, just some really good color work. The colorist that we started with season 2 and ran through for the 4 seasons, it was always me and the director in the room with him. Peter, the director, had very specific ideas of how he wanted these things to look, and we were almost always on the same page about it. And it was a lot of fun to figure out these looks. We had the DIT on set. We were actually the only Comedy Central show that was allowed to have a DIT, and apparently the producers had to petition the network every season because they couldn't understand why. But it was just like we have a different look to every sketch. Why wouldn't we? So this is one that goes far beyond a basic LUT, of course.
Right.
But
because it was interlaced too, was it not?
The show interlaced?
No. This.
No. No, this was 24p. We wouldn't have done this one interlaced.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, the sketches that were broadcast look, I really lobbied hard to do 59.94i because I'm like, when you have video, it's supposed to look like live TV. Right. You shoot it at 24, it looks like a movie about a show that's supposed to be, a scene in a movie. Hey, we're on TV. It doesn't ever look right. There was a whole thing about delivery formats that Post put up. Let's say I'm going to say they put up a lot of resistance to by saying no, we can't do it. The reason I say that is in season 5, I finally, through some personnel changes, had someone say, no, we can do that. The master can be. Yeah, we can do that. We can do like a 60p master. It turned out the overseas master had to be 24, and they just didn't want to do 2 different masters. But we got a couple of things done, 59.94i by the end of by season 5, I think. So going back to what you're saying, yes, of course, this one being film, we would film style. It had to be 24. This we shot in a crumbly, awesome old, what had once been a fancy house outside of downtown, had been in disarray for many, many years, but it still had the trappings of the beautiful kind of 1930s architecture. Lit it with a ton of small tungsten units. Basically built a grid up in the ceiling. This one took quite a bit of rigging. I wonder if this is one where we actually convinced them to let us rig it the day before, because I don't remember that, but it's a lot of basically tweenies and babies, so it's hard light, really emulating the look of the day, and it was tough to shoot, and we actually ran out of time. So the first 2/3 of the sketch are very elegant and dolly moves, and then it kind of simplifies down into almost nothing by the last few shots where we rushed really hard to get it done, and that was a bummer. Yeah.
Was it on Alexa as well? And then
same lenses, same camera.
Oh, so you just use the same Aluras and all that, the normal package?
Sure did. Yeah. What I learned on Key and Peele is that you can really, with some good post work, you can emulate virtually any era of film. There's visual cues that lead you into thinking to simulate the look of film at different eras. And I have on my the Key and Peele clip reel that's on my site. on my cinematography site. I did a montage that's a few minutes long, and one of the sections is sort of going through the ages. It's sort of chronological in terms of when the sketch is supposed to be set. So I've got I forgot what the 1930s black and white, then it goes to the 1950s Technicolor, then there's 1960s newsreel, 70s, which we shot on tube cameras, because I do as much as I know I can make an Alexa look like classic film. Nothing looks like broadcast tube cameras. You can't emulate that very well. I've not seen it done well in post. So I own vintage video cameras for that purpose. That was the big specialty gear in camera department was those vintage cameras.
So we'll jump back into some more here.
When you say loving the breakdown, you mean my emotional breakdown? I appreciate that.
Yes, that's literally what he was saying. Yeah, he had to retract his previous statement because he said emotional breakdown, but he wanted to kind of bring it down.
I'll be sobbing in the 4th hour.
You were sobbing earlier, wasn't it? We're only in the middle of the 2nd hour. We're not even in the middle of the 2nd hour yet.
I might have to
actually. Was it
middle of 2nd hour? No, we're
2:15. We're 2:15 right now. We're in the middle of the 3rd hour.
There we go.
Okay, so let's go to the next one here. So this one was. I had some questions about. I dig the style, and I think a lot of that was probably just post work. You weren't using any filters, I'm guessing, or.
Okay, so first of all, maybe we should name these so people can actually go and check it out.
This was a crisscross wrap and I don't know what was it.
The bummer is, by the way, is that Comedy Central re-released a lot of these sketches on YouTube in the last 2 years, even though they kept the original versions on from 8 years ago. It's probably some algorithm thing. They changed the name on every sketch.
Oh.
And the new names, most of them are just kind of baffling. So it is what it is. So yeah, whatever it's called. But this was I
probably should have actually written on the screen. Well, actually, maybe hold on. Let me drop out of this real quick and let me look and see if I have the name on it. Nope, that's minutes and seconds. That didn't help. Okay, we'll go back.
Oh, this is a video that is it's kind of like two different. Bling Benzie and Da Struggle. That's the new name of it. Bling Benzie and Da Struggle. Yep. Okay. That's funny. I don't remember what it was originally. Oh no, actually they called it that in the original 2012 posting as well. So this was two different styles of kind of hip hop video, and they blend between them. And yes, there is a point where I think it transitions live, because I think we shot it almost as a oneer, if I remember. I haven't watched this one recently, but yeah, it
feels like a oneer, but there's some interesting camera perspective changes that I'm not sure how it was done.
We might have. I think we did Zollies. I think it was Steadicam.
Okay.
And
that
we were
explains
doing zooms, counter zooms.
You were doing a Zolly while doing a parallax move. That has to be what it was.
Right. Yeah. We had some fun with this one. Yeah. I do remember that we. I asked my key grip to get us a gold lame 12 by, which made him chuckle because he's like, that's been a long time since anyone's asked for one of those. So that was kind of fun. That's what we used for the. I'm trying to.
I also dig the music. Who would write the music for this? By the way, was it someone on staff, or they just sent someone out to?
No, we had a composer or two. And I think, most of the lyrics I think were from the writer's room. But yeah, we had a lot of great tracks.
For sure.
Boy, now you reminded me of one of my favorites. Again, not visually, but destroys me, is MC Mom. Do you know that one?
Oh, I love that one. And I almost pulled a still, except the only look to it was when it was on the TV. So when you're when they were sitting around watching the TV version of it, everything else didn't have that look. Because when you switch to MC Mom,
MC Mom was shot. Yeah, we shot her on an HVX 200.
really?
Yeah. Oh, it definitely had a look to it. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I should have pulled that one.
Yeah, it's full on camcorder. I should point out that like I'm very easygoing when it comes to certain things. Like I said, I'm not a huge lens guy, which is unusual in this day and age because everyone's like obsessed with lenses. I'm not that fascinated by them compared to a lot of people, but I do have a fondness for using the actual medium that you're supposed to be emulating. Like if I could have shot all, the film stuff on film, I would have. We did. That wasn't going to happen. But as an example, if something is supposed to be on a phone and someone's FaceTiming or Snapchatting or doing whatever, I'm like, well, we should shoot that on the phone. It's going to look more like what it's supposed to be. It's going to feel right. I just watched a little bit of the new Issa Rae show. I forgot the name of it, but a lot of it takes place on what's supposed to be on phones. And I checked in with one of the guys who worked on it, who told me that that they used Venice in Rialto mode, and I was like, "Wow, that's super trippy." That you're going from the tiniest sensor to the biggest sensor, not the biggest, but a big sensor like that to replicate.
Is your phone on your laptop?
Oh, that's amazing! Yeah, my phone's ringing. That's so funny. Look at that.
Well,
cool?
It's vibrating your webcam. And I was looking, I was like, that could only be a vibration.
Yeah, that's what it is. I use my setup uses an app called Camo, which uses your phone as the webcam, which is why it looks so damn good. So yes, that was my camera portion doing its thing, and it's shooting through a teleprompter, which is why I get to look right at you guys.
Nice. Unlike me, who's still not looking directly all the time, which it's been hard for me because I can't read it. To get it up there on the teleprompter, I can't read the comments because they're so small on the screen. So I can't promote them. So I've got to. It's tough. It's tough.
It's a tough life, Scott. But someone's going to.
It is, yeah. And everyone out there, as we put these up, if you have questions about it, just pop them there. We'll try to talk about these long enough so that your questions can come through and we can apply them so that we're not jumping around so much. Brandon had a question. It's not necessarily for this one, but all of them. But what was your overall set decoration like? Did you have a large crew for that, or were you looking for on location stuff?
Yeah, we touched on that a little bit earlier, but I have to say it again. We shot almost everything on location. Even the stuff that was sort of staged was often shot on a room on a location that we turned into a stage. The art department was, by some yardsticks, sizable, but not big enough. No crew was big enough on Key and Peele. We were a basic cable show. They were all very hardworking. Gary Corden, our production designer, Julie Dratch, our set decorator, worked tirelessly. Weekends, they kill themselves to make that. Well, they always do. They're my favorite team to work with. Just a really, really strong art department, and obviously props. So, I mean, there was plenty of times I'd walk into a set that we had scouted and it was transformed. But if you look closely at it, you see that it was in a very clever way. It was maximizing the cheapest versions of everything possible that would somehow transform a space. And I was always so appreciative because I always say, you can only make a space look so good as a DP. You're spending extra effort to walk into a space that isn't finished or has been, thoughtfully, decorated via production design. God knows I've shot in plenty of white wall apartments, and the struggle is real to keep the light off those damn walls. If you're, it's hard to say because I don't want to be sort of like let them eat cake, because again, I know we have a lot of different levels of people watching. Yes, it's fine to sort of go, oh, fix this, but an example would be, okay, Les Mis. We shot that on the backlot at Universal in a really good kind of period looking street. And it didn't take a ton of dressing because it was already looking pretty good, but they added a bunch of cool little things. But the bummer for me was the source material, looking at Les Mis. It's another dark one, isn't it? It's interesting how you're.
It's
For some reason.
It's the black magic ATEM. Everything that comes in is dark.
Oh, weird. Okay. So we had a lot of good stuff to work with. The bummer was, okay, so the movie, when I was using it for reference, the movie Les Mis, the production design is basically everything is teched down and filthied up, right? It's just like every surface is covered with a version of dirt and grime. And the cobblestone street that you can see a little bit in that still, in that set, was immaculate, like gleaming. And I said to Gary, production designer, can you knock that down? Can you dirty it up? And he's just like, I'll look into it. And what I got back, was we could do it, but to clean it up, which we have to do, is beyond our scope, is beyond our budget. So we can't do it. And in some scenarios you can throw, hay around or dirt, but because this was we had such a large ensemble, and it wasn't quite a dance thing, but it was close to that. There was nervousness about, putting stuff on the ground that would be slippery. So I had to just live with this immaculate looking street. And that was really tough. That was a challenging one because I had a big softbox overhead that was just picking up all of it. So we had to do a lot of work in the grade to window down those cobblestones as much as we could. Otherwise, I'm super happy with that sketch.
There's it's so dark. It's weird. Yeah, I'm gonna have to let's see here.
I mean, look, that's only gonna make me look more like a cool DP because
right. Yeah. Well, you're trendy now. Now you're just doing what everybody else do.
It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier. If you use a meter, you're not cool. It's like if you're above 50 IRE, you're not cool. So
we'll see if there's anything I can do to boost this. Is it? Nope.
The ATEM I've never had, because that's what I use, as for still storage. Shouldn't be coming up dark.
It always does when it comes out of the USB. If you use the ATEM as a webcam, and there's no adjustment on it.
By the way,
go ahead.
I was going to say it's pretty cool that they came out with an SDI version of the ATEM Mini, huh?
Gee, I wonder what's going to come next. The combo.
Oh, well, that we already have that. That's the Constellation.
I know, but it'll be more budget friendly. The combo right now is not cheap.
Sure. Yeah, I mean the HD. I have the ATEM Studio Television Studio HD. I have two of those. That's what I was referring to. One in each of my cards. And I was a little bit forlorn that the new version came out, which has the much better key in it, because the keyer in the ATEM Mini is fucking
three
great.
of them.
So I was like, I'd really, because for instance, on Crank Anchors, we did a lot of green screen work, and it's nice to be able to not have to stare at green all the time to throw up a quickie comp.
Right.
So, I bought a Mini literally just to use it for the keyer and add that into my system. But
I'm going to see here if I can select all and add them. Maybe I can.
I'll tell you what, would you do what's our safe word? Waffle?
Yeah, I can. Let me just.
Can you waffle me for a sec?
Yeah, let me remove you. There you are. Now you're muted and gone. And I am going to just chat amongst yourselves. Everyone, let's see. Do post questions, because if you don't post questions, then you're going to only get out of this what he and I are talking about back and forth, which may be good, but it may not be enough. So feel free to ask all the questions you want. We will definitely try to get to them and answer them. Okay, so I can do that. I just need to go in here and raise the levels on every single one of these. It's kind of funny. This is because they're all dark, every single one of them. So let's just go to exposure. And it's going to blow them out, unfortunately. There's nothing I can do about that. Let's see. Did I miss anybody's questions yet? I don't think. I think I got to them all. Just add some indie in post. One of the things that I love so much, well, these are just going to look so horrible. So, I mean, some of these actually look bad just because they were shot to look bad, like some VHS stuff. But I'm unfortunately having to blow these. Well, that one's not going to blow out at all. Nice. Blow these out quite a bit. Let's see. And one of the things that I loved about all the Key and Peele stuff was just the variety that they had to recreate. And it's really interesting hearing that a lot of times they didn't have to use specialty cameras all the time. I guess they did some, well, clearly some, but not necessarily all. That one's not going to work. Okay, that one will. Are y'all enjoying this so far? Please let me know. I know we've got people coming in and out, and this will probably be another one of those that people will watch over time because it's going to be a long one. There's going to be a ton of information in here, and that's cool. This will definitely be available afterwards too. We don't. I don't delete them around here. I like to use them. Quite honestly, I refer back to these a lot too. So this is amazing information. Anytime I want to see how something was done, it's good to get a little bit of inside info. And I think he is back. You want to give me a thumbs up, Charles, if you are ready to go? Just a smile. Okay. We'll do. And there we are.
Oh, he relaxed. Oh,
and then yeah, you got a nice little. You know what you need? You need a like some kind of crystal award. Okay, hold on one second. Let me just do that, and then I'm going to continue to brighten these up. While he's going to, I think he's going to go add a full prism to the sunbeam there, and and bring out its. Okay, let me turn this down. Was that a? Okay, there we go. Black level problem. So, Patrick, what it is using the ATEM webcam out, which I do because I have fewer problems. It darkens everything. Charles, you want to come back in? You thumbs up if you do. I can't hear you. Okay. I mute you in case you stub your toe on the concrete furniture, and start screaming in agony.
Do I live in a Frank Lloyd Wright house? What's happening here?
I don't know.
Concrete furniture.
Concrete furniture? Do you? That's what it feels like every time I stub my toe.
Okay, I see. All right, we'll go with that. I will say that I was excited for a second, then I realized our time of day is not conducive to it. There was you saw the picture of the sunset yesterday.
Yes.
And that would be outside this window if it happened again today, but we're not going to go that long. That would be, well, let's just
how do you know we're not going to go that long? That feels presumptuous of you, Pat.
That's a little presumptuous. Yeah, that's as long as our last one, which I don't know if we're not trying to break records here. We're just hanging out.
Okay, so we have officially. Okay, so I've got these now all brightened up, so we can hit those now. Okay, and they're going to look horrible because they're brightened up, but they'll at least be something. And,
oh, great!
Yeah,
awesome.
Well, they won't like that. They'll be very, very contrasty. Okay, so this one was the Civil War reenactment. Yeah.
Right, which we use obviously a bleach bypass on. Yeah, so they've definitely gotten contrasty, Scott. All right, well, we'll live with it. It's fine. People can look up the actual sketch. So yes, what was this one called? Civil War Reenactors, I think, right?
I think so.
Interesting that you chose this one. What would you like to talk about?
The look of it, bleach bypass was definitely part of the look, but it was all outside, and I mean, I don't see shadows. So was this all under like a big 20 by, or what is it, an overcast day? Which
no, yeah. This one was too big for anything like that, and it was also shot up on a hill.
Is this that LA Park area?
No, I want to say this was Disney Ranch, which Golden Oak Ranch, which is up north of LA.
I'm gonna try something real quick. You keep going.
What I do remember of that one was because of the hill. I told my gaffer, "You won't." He said, "Are we gonna have to take 18Ks up there?" And I said, "You will not." He's like, "Are you sure?" And I go, "No, I know it's going to be a huge ordeal to drag him up there. Let's not do that." And then something changed when we were going to shoot it, or something happened with the weather. And I went to him and I said, I know we talked, or I came very gently. I said, "Is there anything we can possibly get up here?" And he goes, "I asked you, and you said we didn't need anything." I go, I know. I'm just asking. I'm not saying do it. I was like, things changed. I thought, we had a moment. It was tough. That was one of the tough days, all being spread out in all different directions. But yeah, I think it's mostly available with some neg fill. That's probably what we did, and we didn't have a fly swatter. I think we just had a pretty decent overcast day, maybe partially overcast. I think
that would make more sense.
Yeah. It's, to me, I'm not so much of a huge fan of shooting exteriors unless everything conspires to make it good. In that there are certain times of day that are great to shoot in, and certain directions that are great to shoot in. And if you're not able to dictate those, then you're trying to basically make the best of a bad lot. The wisdom of shooting your wide stuff at the beginning and the end of the day, and all the close-ups in the middle of the day when you can protect for it. That's all great if your schedule allows that. A lot of times I don't get that luxury. Roger Deakins gets to decide when exactly he wants to shoot any given shot for the most part. I mean, he had a tough time in 1917 waiting for overcast, but they still waited for overcast. That's the point. Most of the time I'm like, the schedule says we have to shoot now. I mean, I had to, on a different show, Black Lady Sketch Show that I shot last year, or I've lost track of which years, somewhere between 20 and 21. There was a particular day exterior sketch that we had a great location in a park where it was all these beautiful pines, and the sun tracked. It was winter, so the sun was low, and it tracked basically behind us. So it was backlit the whole time, and it was low in the sky, and it mostly was blocked by pines. So I had ambient with like little trickles of backlight coming through that was pretty if it happened, and it was fine if it didn't. So I was like, this is going to be perfect. We'll be able to shoot this whole thing out without having to do much. Then, because of COVID, we lost that location. And we looked at it a bunch of different places, and then where we ended up was the exact opposite. The sun tracked behind camera, low, and ugly. So it's basically, I was shooting sun up to sundown, front lit the entire time. And there was nothing I could do. I couldn't protect them out of even with a fly swatter. Oh, I remember. I take it back. We did have a fly swatter. It was going to be tough. I could only use it for close-ups because we had a lot of people, and we couldn't cover it with a fly swatter.
Right?
It was too windy. To explain, a fly swatter is a 20 by 20 frame on a condor, which is like a articulating. What's another name for a condor?
It's a scissor,
not scissor, but yeah. A cherry picker is a good example of a condor type arm, a dual arm. So that's we call them fly swatters because it looks like a huge fly swatter, I guess. But that's how you get overhead diffusion without any stands. The problem with putting it on stands is especially with two cameras, you're like always jockeying the stands around trying to get them out of the way. So a 20 by from overhead is a much better plan. That particular day, I remember now, the fly swatter was going to save me. The wind came up and was too much.
Oh no.
And they had to take the fly swatter down. And I was like, great. Available light all day, harsh sunlight. I was so unhappy. And then we shot into the complete, end of day, dusk, pushing the camera to 1280, going to primes, the whole 9 yards of eking out all the daylight we possibly could. And of course, that has no correlation and look to, full on sun in the face. That was a tough one. I went home that day very discouraged. And to their credit, the colorists did as good a job salvaging as they could, but I'm not proud of it.
I cranked up all the shadows and everything, and that seems to be a much better.
That's closer.
Look.
Yeah,
it's much closer.
It's still a little blown in the highlights, but that's approximating it. Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's see. So then this one cracked me up because it's all slow motion, and it was. What were you shooting on for the slow mo on this? Because it was
120 frames. It was Alexa topped out at 120. There's another one where pick time of day, so they'd be in shade. Kept it simple.
And this was on the backlot of where Cinegear used to be, right?
Well, yes, that's a trick question. This is on the Universal backlot where Cinegear was years ago, like 15 years ago.
Oh, okay.
It's most recently been on Paramount. This is New York Street at Universal. Yeah. This one particular street I have shot more than any other studio backlot street by a long shot for multiple different shows. So it kind of cracks me up. Key and Peele would shoot our last few seasons. We would do a week, the beginning of each season. Our first week would be at Universal, and they worked out a really good deal with Universal to be able to use their locations much cheaper on the lot than it normally would be. And they would take the writers around and on golf carts and show them different locations so that the writers could get ideas and write to those locations. This one, I don't think it's City Street, but for instance, the airplane boarding sketch that culminates.
That one is literally an attraction because they used it for whatever movie it was.
War of the Worlds. Yeah, they built it for War of the Worlds and left it up as part of the tour. It's like a 747 ripped in half with trapped, like it's landed on houses and debris everywhere, and that lives in a perfectly done decorated form. And they wrote a sketch that used that as the button, and we did this big elegant crane shot in there, and people are like, "Wow, expensive," and I'm like, "No, we didn't have to do any artwork at all." Yeah,
it was funny when the first time I saw that, both wife and I both go, "We know where that is. We know that set."
Yeah, it's funny when you know it for sure. Yeah,
right.
So this one of the things, by the way, that I always laugh at with our Key and Peele street work on the backlot is this one not so bad, but we only had like a few cars and a few extras, and so it's like Key and Peele takes place in some city that's basically deserted most of the time.
Right.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of that, and it kind of makes me laugh. There's maybe one car drives in this whole sketch, but yeah, that was 120 frames, and it's if you are a fan of that, it's. By the way, I will absolutely admit I was completely wrong about the sketch. I thought 120 was too slow, and it wasn't going to be funny, and it was going to be kind of boring. I did not get how genius it was going to be. So you should definitely watch the sketch and appreciate the idea behind it. There is a version on YouTube that someone sped it back up to 24, and it's so fast that it looks confusing.
That's funny. The music with it, though, really helped sell it. It was so nicely.
Yeah, I mean, so many great choices in post. Again, largely Peter Atencio, our director, just had a real knack for knowing, just knowing what he wanted to do with the music, with the score and the edit.
Patrick wants to know, as a DP, is the day for night shootings mostly gone, mostly with the new digital cinema cameras, or can you use both real and fake without revealing things? I guess is what he's asking.
So, I mean, so shooting day for night. So you're faking night by shooting during the day. I know there's been some really cool examples of that's been done in different things recently, where you do like dual exposures, and then you kind of like mix and match pieces of the frame. There was, oh my goodness, what did I just read about for Nope? Coincidentally, but they
There
used
was something for no
3D rig with a film camera and a digital camera, and I want to say and the digital on the Alexa, that they pulled out the IR filter, and it's just bare sensor, so it's capturing in sort of an infrared mode,
right.
and then interpolating the two together, so you get this very accurate moonlight look. That's bonkers and fascinating, and I wonder.
Your phone's ringing again.
I know. Hold on, I have to go with it.
That's like, don't push my button. Don't.
I wonder.
Shocking.
I got to put it on airplane mode, but that's funny. Probably someone calling me to say, don't talk about that.
Yeah, probably. I think you have to put it on Do Not Disturb to do it.
Yeah, probably.
I think
maybe next time I take a break, we'll get there, because I have to take the phone out of it. It's a thing.
Yeah, no worries.
But yeah, the backlot was sorry, Day for Night. I've done some really fun versions of that. One of my favorites was I did a feature where we had to do night vision, and I looked into actual night vision attachments, but it wasn't fitting the project right. So we shot at night, and scenes of a guy, looking through a night scope, and then we shot into dawn. And when it was just getting to be enough exposure of dawn, before the sun came up, we shot the scenes that were going to be the night vision, and it got treated green and kind of messed with a little bit, but you was able to capture, enough ambience that it all worked out. And that was years ago. That was the F900. So you didn't have the high ISOs of today. I tend to think that, yes, it is cool shooting with high ISO cameras, but you have to make sure you have enough control of the environment, because you shoot a super high ISO, it starts to look like the lunar landscape. To get enough exposure into the low lights of the scene, if there's a billboard or a street light, that's all blown out. So it can be a hard balancing job sometimes. What I love about shooting high ISO is when everything is controlled into the right environment, is that I can shoot on a city street at night, capture the background well enough, and then just add light and shape the foreground, which sometimes, by the way, requires a lot of grip work to knock out streetlights behind us, because suddenly you've got like cross shadows from streetlights that were barely visible back in the, to the eye, but you're cranking the camera up and they're being lit by, the near street light, and then the street light behind that, and the street light behind that. And it can get a little bit funky. So we're putting up diffusion frames at night to knock out street lights. That's a trip. Yeah, but true Day for Night, where you're actually shooting day, stopping way down and tinting blue. I think where I'd go into something like that would be, shooting out where there is no light at all, like out in the forest or something like that.
Right.
You can't, even with the best of our cameras, it's tough to get any exposure, because you're basically at that point with moonlight, and underneath the greens where there is no light. You just
fly a 20K up in the trees and it looks totally normal.
We used to get away with a lot more of a stylized look to that. That's a tough one.
It's every X-Files episode ever.
The hot 20K backlight on the Condor. Yep.
Right. All right. Here's your next one.
Yeah.
Super freak, whatever.
Yeah, that was a great one. That was one with the that I shot with my vintage tube cameras. You got the streaks and the
yeah, that was definitely streaks for sure.
Yeah, that was those cameras actually. I just recently had them all tuned up, and now they look a lot better, quote unquote. But video cameras from that era, mid 1980s, engineers had to tweak them out on a regular basis because they just would slip out of spec. And when I bought these cameras, they didn't match. And there's a funny picture, which I'll see if I can find, of me.
I seem to recall you like a picture of you. Maybe it was on DVX User or something that you had posted. It was a picture of you with like 3 vintage cameras, and you were trying to find like the the best one or the worst one or something.
Yeah. That was a recent thing. Yeah, I have rebuilt these cameras and kitted them out recently, so they've got onboard SDI converters and recorders, so you can now rent them from me, shoot standard def analog video, but recorded onto little Adamus recorders.
Interesting.
Self-contained, because that's kind of getting a new popularity right now. I know that for instance, that was the HBO series Winning Time, the one about the Lakers. They used an Ikegami, a period Ikegami video camera to great effect on that. So there's getting to be a little bit of a groundswell about people exploring using those tube cameras. They're very difficult and finicky and fragile now, unfortunately, because the tubes are so old.
So that was literally just an old vintage tube camera with whatever lens happened to be with it.
Oh yeah, yeah, and those lenses are terrible. Oh my god.
Well, I mean, that's the look.
Yeah, it's like if when I'm doing work on them and I point them towards a neutral gray card, you can see the vignetting. It's like the center spot on it. It's pretty trippy. I'm actually, let's see, I can put up.
Yeah, you just tell me when.
I will. So we're going to see an image from that shoot. Okay, you can go ahead. Yeah, are you seeing? Okay. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Okay, cool.
So that.
Yeah, so as comparison, there's that old camera. Now these cameras are also they're and that's covered with all sorts of modern accessories to get it to power it and blah blah blah. But the fun thing with that is the old cameras are also much less sensitive light wise than what we're used to. There certainly was no 800 ISO, and back in the broadcast days, they are somewhere around 160 to 250, and the lenses are not particularly fast either. So I was using a lot of light on that stage. It was it was definitely 5Ks, 10Ks. I actually ended up for the keys, I think, used HMI pushed through full CTO for the front lights, because it just was getting too big and also too hot, because we shot this in a recording studio that I think we were going to kind of kill their AC if we went with all the full studio lighting. So that was an interesting experiment.
I'm not sure if to read this right. What's revealed thing up with vintage cameras is actually the digital direct recording, lacking the analog recording effects.
Okay, so I think if I can understand correctly, we're saying that when you record from those cameras directly, what you're losing is the tape side of it. Yeah, the analog tape side of it. But so my feeling about this is in a sketch like this back in the day, it would have been recorded on large format tape, either let's see, the 70
3/4 U-matic,
before it would have been 1 inch,
1 inch,
or 2 inch. So those were relatively transparent visually. They recorded the full resolution of the cameras, such as it was, which was only 480 lines. But those professional tape formats were relatively transparent. So the live broadcast look and the playback look are relatively similar, which is why when you look at many tapes of old broadcasts, if they were professionally recorded tapes, they don't have those tape artifacts of like VHS and all that. So camcorder footage looks different because it's recorded through VHS or something, and that VHS had its own look and drop and all that stuff that we associate with it. So again, sort of falling into the more accuracy side of things, I wouldn't have necessarily run this just for anything to muck it up.
Right, because this would not have been shot on VHS in that age, so why add? Yeah.
Right. It not only would it not have been mastered on that, it wouldn't have been recorded as a home recording.
Right.
Now, we did the aerobics one was from the 80s, and we did do some VHS treatment on it at the beginning, suggesting that it was recorded on someone's home, at home by somebody, So I'm not 100% dogmatic about this stuff, but I think that these are all visual cues that lend us into an era,
Right. Okay, I'm going to drop that one out and go back to this, and we'll cruise along. This one was one of the ones I thought actually looked really good, and it was also a hilariously funny skit.
Yeah, Sexy Vampires. That's a good one. So that was sort of like a riff on True Blood, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
Thematically, anyway, I didn't really lean into the look necessarily, but gothy, sexy, whatever. Yeah, a very funny sketch.
What were you doing for lighting in here? Because you wanted it very dark, but was this?
Well, it's dark-ish. I mean, it's dark. It's contrasting in the background. It was always tough to shooting comedy. It can get challenging when you're going genre and you want to lean into a dark genre, but you can't go so dark that the comedy gets hurt by it.
Right.
And this was one of those challenges for me where I've got like 8 people all in a lineup, basically. And you got to be able to service their faces and to see the lines. And there was times I wanted to go a little bit darker or more contrasty. And sometimes Peter would tease me about using too much fill. And then later in color, he'd be like, "Oh, can we open up the faces?" I'm like, "Oh, now suddenly you want fill here." Okay. But this one, I think it was just big soft source, kind of overheady, at least to try and give it a little, you can see it's a little bit leaning into
some
the
light,
cocooned eyes, but yeah, and obviously it's got kind of a cyan tint to it. So
right, were those like sky panels maybe at that point?
Well, I mean, this is all again. This going back, this is probably 2013 LED. This is pre-sky panels and all that.
I guess so. I thought.
Yep, sure was. I would. Could it have been light mats? Well, do we have light mats then? I'm trying to think what it would have been. Certainly, it would have been gel. Yes. I didn't have much. I don't think we had any RGB in the run of Key and Peele, so it would have definitely been gel. And I'm trying to think what instruments it would have been, what we were using for our big soft sources at that point. And that was a location. That was a house on the studio lot.
Okay. My next question. It kind of looks like you had almost like an overhead lighting rig, like you would do for a car with a
like a fixer light almost. Yeah, it's a big soft light basically. Yeah. Again, I wish I could remember what the instruments were. It's getting fuzzy.
That's why we do these. We do these to sharpen your mind.
I should point out that the gal that's got her arms around Jordan is my dear friend and AT&T spokesperson, Milana Weintraub, who is the perky gal that works in the store for all the AT&T.
Okay, she's the one. That is funny.
Who I was friends with outside of work and have been and worked with her. Actually, she's directing now and doing great.
Wow, that's cool.
She's it was great to have her that day on set. And the fun thing for me is that the 3 other women in that sketch, this was one of our first sketches to shoot that season. And Peter and I were shot listing the Friday before. Maybe we shot this on a Tuesday or something. And he was just like, I'm not getting, I need three more background women for the sketch. And, the background casting, the choices he was given weren't quite landing. And I said, well, what are you looking for? And he described it. And I go, okay, out of my friends who are all actors that I think would fit this. And I would show him 3 pictures in a row. He's like, yep, great. Give me their info. I'm forwarding it. They're all booked. So I had 4 friends in this sketch.
That's awesome.
Which was pretty cool. Yeah.
It was a hilarious. It had the right mood. It followed everything nicely. Very goth. And then of course good lines in there. All right, here we go for Mr. T.
Mr. T. That's another one with the old JVC cameras.
Okay, so that was because it didn't quite look VHS. It definitely looked like 80s camera for sure.
Yeah, same thing again. It's I don't think that one was run through tape. I know we did No, I think that was straight up. I know there is a little there's a VHS effect at the beginning of it over the graphic, kind of like a sync error, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't think that was right through. But the graphics and the music are so perfect. And if you go to the sharing, you'll see.
Okay, ready to add?
Yep.
All right, try popping in. There you go.
There we go.
Hey, it looks so crisp and clear. Yeah.
I know. How about that? Poor. I can do this. Oh, no, our guest star in that one.
I can.
Kate Micucci from Garfunkel and Oates and many TV shows. Who's another friend and a wonderful actor, and she cracks me up so hard in that sketch and everything she's in. But she suffered terribly because, again, these cameras are just so effectively bad. They have
so much light into their face.
The dynamic range is so limited. It's like 5 stops. So for day exteriors like this, you just have to blast the fill in there, as you can see. I mean, that's a shiny board right in the face.
Yep, the big shiny board.
Yeah, and you can actually see in that picture that how badly she's squinting. And all the way through the sketch, she's like, "Oh my God, this is terrible." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. Things were really hard back then when I started out." You know,
the shadow is missing underneath the table.
That's a fun one.
That's incredible. Let me pull that one down.
That's a very funny sketch. That's one of my favorites. I think just structurally, the performance, the writing.
Well, it was one of those that kept being revisited throughout that episode, which was awesome. There were like 3 skits of it.
Right, they made a runner out of it. That's correct.
So this one, I know the location. That's everyone's used that location. Was it did you just use like a tobacco filter? Is that all you did, or?
No, actually, this is a fun one. I didn't filter it heavily in camera. Maybe I just played it a little bit warm. But so what you're looking at there is the
graduated there.
Would be a grad filter. Now, we didn't shoot it that way. And in post, when we were in the grade, I suggested this. And I said, that's that look of that era. I wonder if we can just, recreate it. And it was that shot, not so much, but some of them, there was a really pretty blue sky. And Peter was initially like, oh, I really hate to lose the blue sky. But as soon as we laid it on there in that clumsy grad 1980s fashion, we all started laughing in the room. And we're like, well, okay, yeah. It's a good visual joke, it leans into that era so beautifully. We've got to go with that.
Not a whole lot to chat about lighting, because that's literally all you didn't do anything.
It's exterior, yeah.
I mean,
the burn in that one was a pretty maybe a little bit. When they blow spoiler alert, the car gets blown up in that. That was our biggest gag, I think, that we did in Key and Peele. It was a big piece of pyro. Probably, that fireball went up about 5 stories. And we had a bunch of GoPros and, DSLRs set all over the place that got painted out. And ultimately, none of those got used in the edit, which is sort of hilarious to me. But, that was pretty intense. Getting that all done, and I used a 9 light as a reactive lighting on him, which I think is what you're seeing still in that shot. That we had on a board, so that it flares up and then drops down to replicate the fire gag. So it's full tungsten against 5600. Maybe I even warmed it. Probably I even added some warming gel as well. If you go to the to my still there, it doesn't add much to the conversation other than to prove that I actually worked on Key and Peele. There I am. There we go. Okay, great.
Wait, who's that guy? He doesn't have gray hair.
Oh, you're sweet. Well, 10 years ago. Thank you.
I do appreciate the hat, though, because I found that is one of the best hats, a safari hat. But I like the ones with the net, the mesh. Yeah, the mesh around the rib.
That is a Tilly Endurables. I will shill for Tilly. Those are the ones you can kind of hold up. Let me hide you. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yep. Those are the ones you can kind of crumple up, right? They come right back to the shape.
Yes, and
Yeah.
there's some sort of like money back thing. You know, if you lose it, blah blah blah. There's a whole story about someone having one stolen, eaten by an elephant, and came out the other side, and he just watched it. It's a whole thing.
I mean, I still have a watch that was eaten by a dog. It
Wow,
was literally,
incredible.
it was a Timex, and it literally took a licking, and then it was and then it kept on ticking.
God bless. So
Okay.
I will say this, by the way, about that location. Yes, it's been used
Yep.
in a million things. There
Right.
is numero uno for me. Let's see if you can guess what it is, Scott, because we're of a similar generation. And let's just say that there was a song playing in my head the entire day we were shooting there.
Oh God. Oh yes.
I'll give you a hint. End credits of a movie. All right, let's throw it open for comments. First one, 80s movie end credit type sequence shot at that's the Sepulveda Dam.
Now you
right.
see it because you
don't have
said
it?
that it blew it out of my brain.
That's okay. That's okay. Synth score, very very catchy. But okay, never mind. Well, no, I thought someone was going to pop in there. All right. Well, we'll see if anyone gets it. Otherwise, I'll let the info out in a second.
We'll let it marinate.
We'll marinate.
Okay. Yeah. And then we'll go to this one. This one I liked it just because the light, the vintage lighting in there. I just thought just the look looked really cool.
Yes. So what's fun is this is I didn't shoot this. I actually had the flu for a couple of days, and my buddy Marco Fragnoli came in to cover me and did a beautiful job. And I have told him many times, you lit it better than I would have. And he goes, no. That's we do a polite gopher thing, but I think he did a gorgeous job on this one.
Well, you can tell him I said it looked fantastic, and then
I will tell him. Yes,
who?
I was.
Who? Let's see here. Because I mean, every angle of this, it looked.
Yes,
amazing.
I know, it's great. It looks beautiful. Shut the fuck up. Next, no, he
Hey, let's move along. Hey, here we are with Les Mis.
Hey, now you can see it. There it is.
Yep. There's the clean road, and then the well, that's still actually pretty dark, but
yeah. Well, that's looks like, but that's still what it's supposed to look like. So that's good. So yeah, it's mostly a 12 by fly swatter. And I just had to. I looked this up recently. I was trying to remember. It's light grid, and I had 5 2K blondes pushing through it with a cyan gel, and that's the overhead fill light. And that one was scary because I wasn't sure if it was going to be enough level. I kind of had to go by instinct on that one, and it turned out to be just right. So that was cool.
There's Starling.
Hey, Robert Starling. Hi, buddy.
All right, so this one, it's not really that particular coverage, but this one, I was intrigued that there was so much green everywhere. Was it being lit from inside that table? Is that?
Yes, there is reactive lighting. Whether I don't think it was inside the table. I think it was off to the left and low. I don't think we were. I don't think it's inside the table. I think it was to the side.
Because it's under. I mean, like underneath their noses are really bright.
Yeah. Yes, but I'm looking to see. You can see that he's got Keegan's got his hands on the table, and there would be.
Oh, they're not bright.
Out. So, yeah, I think we just we just had the light to the side of Jordan. Would be my guess. Yeah.
That one. I mean, I just remember watching it, going, I'm not sure how I would light that, and it covers so well. But I guess if you had it right next to Jordan, I mean, just sitting right there, I guess it would work and flagged like crazy. And
then, of course, there's a little return on the other side back onto Jordan
to give him,
Yeah, it's and that, of course, obviously for people who haven't seen it, that is a CGI graphic in the middle.
Yeah.
That's a really fun bummer about.
You didn't shoot that practically?
Yeah, no, but I thought that was really funny because it's spoofing on this sort of like futuristic military briefing with the holograms, and he's a guy that's been out of it for so long, and they brought him back in, and he has no idea how it works, and he's all scared of it and confused by it and distracted by it.
That character was pretty good because he I think you
He's
did.
in a
What,
few
two,
of them.
two? Yeah.
Yeah.
The one in the cabin. I remember that one.
Yeah, that one's great. That one I like to look up a lot too.
And I honestly, for some reason, I didn't find it when I was skipping through, but I know it was what I wanted to talk about. It was definitely the German, not the one where they're looking for Jews, but the one where he's telling the story of Hitler, I guess, or the one.
Yeah, the Nazi one. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I couldn't find it. Okay, we did that one.
Oh, really?
Okay, there's your. Yeah, no, we did that one, but yeah. Okay, so there's the.
Well, I can at least. This is another proof of
Oh, that you were working somewhere. Okay, let's see.
that I actually worked on Key and Peele, and it's from that. That was with Ty Burrell, the Nazi one you're talking about. If I'm thinking of the right one. Right?
Yeah.
Where
Yes.
he's talking about meeting up with Hitler, bumping into him over the weekend.
Yep.
Where
It's
he hadn't shaved and his hairs were growing on the other side of his mustache.
Yeah. You ready to put that up on the
Ty
screen?
Burrell did two sketches. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
That's Ty Burrell from Modern Family, of course, Phil Dunphy, and I think he is so funny. And when he came in one of our first season sketches before we aired, because he might have gone to college with Keegan, I think, though they were certainly old buddies.
Oh,
and he came in as a big favor, and he is so funny in both of these sketches and just so silly.
He's
nothing
hilarious
like
with the accent.
Yeah, he's so good. And this was a very interesting one. We shot it at a VFW post. And when they were set dressing and they hung a huge swastika in there.
Probably did not know.
German occupied hotel. Let's just say that was interesting. But, they were like, hey, it's the rental.
I can't wait to see what YouTube says about this this live stream, because all the words that are going to come out of this, they're going to be like, wait, what?
Great.
So this, sorry, hold on, let me pull you out. There you go. On that one, were you just blasting like some 20Ks outside to come through?
Well, not outside. I think once again it was a balcony, and yeah, we had smoke, and then we had to have for that sketch. It's a beam. It has to be about a sunbeam, because there's a whole thing about Keegan lying in and out of the sun.
Right,
and
moved over. Yep.
I think it wasn't a xenon. I'm trying to, but it should have been a xenon. I bet it was a xenon. Well, something between a Jolico and a xenon. What else do we have that we would have been using on there? A little hard to remember now. This is the bummer about it being more than 10 years ago. Oh well.
And that's wild that it is 10 years, because it doesn't feel like it, but I guess,
Yeah, we were 2011 to 2014.
Wow. Okay, so here's the aerobics.
Yep.
So this was shot just with your vintage cameras? Is that?
No, actually it wasn't. I wanted to, but the size of the stage was too big. Once we put in the budget for all the 10Ks, the line producer 86'd it and said, find another way. So what I instead brought in were Panasonic SDX 900s, which were the early 24p standard def cameras that came out in the 2000s, which do not have as nearly an interesting of a look inherently, but they've got something of a look. And they were also pretty fast in the day. I think they were 640 or 800. So we were able to get a little bit of a look, and then this one got cooked further by running through VHS, which is what we're seeing here. And it's actually interesting because and then we shot the behind the scenes stuff with the lights.
Right, which was very clean. So this was not fake. This was all processed through actual.
Yeah, I think probably two passes of VHS. And if you watch it, there it is. Patrick knows his stuff. That is correct. So if you watch the sketch, you'll see the opening is that it's got the VHS artifact in it. And then at a certain point, it actually the aspect ratio changes from 4:3 to 2:39. it actually, like, you see the sides pull out and the top come in. And if I remember, I think, yeah, it's not 69, it's 239, that one. So and then later in the sketch, it goes back to what's supposed to be the studio cameras, but it doesn't have the VHS effect anymore. So you actually see the bare cameras recording digitally. So it's an interesting little pastiche of I think the thought that Peter had was, once we've set the tone, we don't have to fuck up the footage as much.
Right.
And I think that actually, I didn't love the idea at first because it felt a little confusing to me, but the SDX looked different enough than the Alexas that you could tell the difference between them. So you knew if it was the real cameras versus the Alexas. Right. I think where it starts to be a problem for me is when you, again, start trying to treat Alexa footage and dumb it down. Mm-hmm. There's only so much you can do. And, there's a few different tricks. You over sharpen it. You can knock the resolution down in post, and then try to bring it back again by sharpening and a lot of those cameras are over sharpened compared to Alexas. But, there are some goofy things that people do, which is try to take the red, green, and blue level channels out of adjustment to each other, which I don't think ever looks quite right. So I like using these video cameras.
Waiting for the it's that we were glitching there for a minute. Are you? Okay. Yeah, you're there. Okay, I see.
I'm here.
Good. I do love the Starlink. It always comes back. Okay, this one I really enjoyed. Just, I would assume there's not terribly a whole bunch of lighting. You're literally just doing a big soft source off to the side and then some supporting lights behind the windows. Is that right? Or
yeah, essentially, yeah. We definitely were banging through the windows for sure. So that would have been HMI, I think. The windows, this was in a warehouse. LA is filled with these, by the way, warehouses that are used for shooting. So you've got 1,000 music videos and other, things that have been shot there. They had mucked up all the windows, but I needed to let the light pass through to light the actors. So we would actually, we picked which windows to have cleaned off. So you can see there's 3 in a row there. They're open.
Right.
So
you need
that's what I needed to actually push through onto the actor.
That was a specific location.
Yeah. And then we opened up a few more of those windows from the dirt to make it look like it wasn't so obvious that I had that hole. And yeah, so that one, I definitely went for the contrast. It's nice to be able to lean into that kind of genre of the gritty.
Yeah, I mean it played so well. It was I mean, like I said, it was not overly technical, but it had that beautiful look for the genre that it was.
Yep.
Was that also shot by your friend since it looks so good? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, what did it? No, that was me.
All right, now this one definitely has interlacing in it. So
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. This would have been the SDX 900s again.
Okay.
Which I think, I wonder if we shot at 59.94 or not. I'm trying to think. I've lost track. But it does seem to have interlacing. So I don't think we added that. I think we probably shot 59.94 and then extracted it to 24p. So just, drop frames. That'd be my guess.
It is a classic late 80s. I mean, it pulled it off so well.
Yeah, I the shitty zooms and it's just so clunky. I have a perverse fascination with just emulating bad looking footage. I don't know what it is about me. It just makes me laugh, It's really enjoyable. It makes for a fun day, just shooting badly.
And this one, I feel like we talked about this last time. Did we? The Hall of Mirrors?
We probably did. I wouldn't be surprised.
Because I mean, it was. To me, it just boggles. I have not had the courage to attempt anything with a lot of mirrors in it, just because. The angles that you had to have chosen. But I guess you could move mirrors ever so slightly if you needed to.
You always need it. Every shot, every setup, the mirrors are being adjusted. So we had, and when you line up a mirror, it's now reflecting another mirror behind it, and
right, which could pick up any piece of set or.
it's a huge pain in the ass. We did have some made that didn't actually have glass in them, so some of them you're actually looking straight through, which helped.
Interesting.
So it helped us save us.
It was a fake.
Yeah. But yeah, just trying to figure out where you were seeing a reflection. It was like a complicated game of pool, that was that was a day. And of course everything had to be lit from above. That's for sure.
Right.
I think if I remember correctly, there's tubes on top of the mirrors.
I didn't pull a wide on that one.
I think so. I think
there's lights on the floor. You can see them.
I feel like there's tubes attached to the mirrors. I could be wrong. And
it looks like top
maybe
and bottom.
It's top and bottom. It's possible.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it was a unique look, and I remember seeing it the first time. I was like, "Holy hell, that had to have been hard." Was that day really a long day, or did?
It wasn't so much long as incredibly hard and ponderous. And I remember walking out of there with a real headache. It was just from over concentrating. And at a certain point, I actually turned it over to my operator and was like, "You're on reflection patrol. I can't do this anymore. My brain is blowing up. It's too frustrating." Because you would walk up to a mirror, look into it, and go, which one is it actually reflecting?
Right.
Which one is not reflecting? Which one is that reflecting? Yeah.
Watching it, it's bizarre. But you can also see. I mean, if you study it long enough, you can see odd gaps in the mirrors, which can only be a cat walking on set, or that you needed to space them out. Yeah, space them out just enough to not show the camera.
Yeah,
I so want to name a Cat 6 now. I just.
Cat 6E? Isn't there a 6E also?
Well, there's a 6E and there's 7 and 7E.
Oh, we have 7 now? Oh, see, I'm not keeping up on my cat cables.
You need 7 to go above 10 gig. You technically need 7 to get 10 gig, but you can get 10 gig on 6. So
exciting! And my internal house wiring that was put in 2005. It's not even Cat 6, so I'm screwed there.
Well, it's probably got phone wires in there. Cat 2.
I do have Ethernet, but I mean, I do have actual RJ45. I asked for that, but it's not. It's, I mean,
2005.
I think it's 5, Cat 5. I don't think we had 6.
No, you did have 6 back then, but
was there 5E?
Might be there is a 5E, but
I think I
probably have 5.
This
2005 is a long time ago.
Oh, look.
Nice. So you need one of those.
I have a 4x solid up there, which I'm going to have to start moving over. Will you move that for me?
Right.
Do you mind? Thanks. Yeah, it's actually going to. I'm inches away from getting hit, and I'm going to have to go and slide that thing.
Right. There was there we go. So you can see mine. That's Garfield and Rex, which he shredded the he shreds his toys. That's why they're all over the floor. But Garfield will just sit there and headbutt all day long, and it's adorable and hilarious at the same time.
Sure, both, a little both.
Right. And I thought I had a video of it, but I think it's all cat butt.
Why wouldn't it be?
It won't play because I can't see it. Okay. Yep. Go ahead and move your 4x. Ooh, that's pretty. Look at that. That is cool.
Did you see the cat fly up?
Look at you could see the fingerprints on the glass.
That's the of the prompter, I think.
Oh yeah. Because there's a oops, this way.
Oh hi.
It was really cool when you put contrast to it, you can actually see fingerprints on it. So now they can.
I'm not surprised. That'll be gone soon. It's the sun. It moves.
Oh yeah, it does. Well, technically, it does.
It's right on the edge.
It technically it does move, but it's us rotating. That's the that
I need
we
a drink.
are
That time.
we are hurling through space. It is true. It does move.
I think hurtling. You may be hurling through space.
You know, we worry about the. I mean, what if? What if the Big Bang was literally just a drunken night?
Well, that's your theory. What else we got? Oh, I think I have to do my shout out because I promised, didn't I? So
yes, you were going to do
my shout out. I actually this Cinegear, I made I think 4 or 5 new friends, all women DPs.
Yep.
Which was really fun. We had I had a really great time getting to know, and then now furthering my some working relationships and a little bit of mentorship with some up and comers, and which has been really fun. In fact, one of them, Carissa Dorson, who is a up and coming comedy DP, she's going to be shooting the short that I'm directing in a couple of weeks.
Nice.
And so we're having a good time collaborating on that. But also Daniela Milikowski, who is out of Baltimore. I
met her at Cinegear. She's amazing.
Yeah, she's really cool. We put her in the ZG and she looked like a beast in that thing because she's very compact. So it was kind of fun to see her walking around in that. But she does a lot of doc shooting with easy rigs and all that, so she's quite used to it. But wait, and I said it was going to be an Easter egg for her, right?
Yes, you did. We're going to throw Easter eggs, I think.
Oh, there we go. There it is, Daniela.
Just
I
for you.
I hope I spelled your name right. Yeah, that was when we were on our little waffle break there. That's why it took me long. I ran to the kitchen, so I got to do that as well. Prep the egg.
At Cinegear, did you happen to? You were talking about shooting shoulder. Did you see that rig pack? Where it holds the camera on your shoulder, but it holds it off your shoulder. Let me find this thing. It was truly amazing.
Was it the same kind? They had a little hip shelf.
Yes, you could set it back down on there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you see that? Did you?
I didn't try it. I saw it, but I didn't try it or anything. What did you think?
I thought it was actually pretty cool. I mean, it definitely takes. You have to be shooting that a lot for it to matter. But it was pretty innovative. That thing right there, which is not big. It was really innovative. It's a little pricey in my mind because there's probably not that many people that are going to want that for that, but pretty amazing.
Oh, that's cool. Worth checking out. Next trade show, I'll check that out. I guess this would be a good segue for us to mention the ZG.
Oh, wait. Did you create something? I feel
yes, and I also invented the ZG. Yes, there may be a little device that I came up with, which is a handheld simulator. It was an idea I had back when I was an operator, that being a Steadicam operator, I was like being asked to shoot handheld scenes that had the look of handheld but didn't have footsteps in them. And I was like, and also, the long dialogue scenes that went on and on with digital taking over from film, where we had a much longer run times. I felt it was time to solve those issues, along with adding some flexibility of height in there, because being a shorter guy, I always had a tough time shooting taller actors on a stage where I might see off the set. So put all those ideas together, tried a few different things, and then landed on a design that worked pretty well. But unfortunately, I moved up to DP almost exactly at the same time, and I didn't need it anymore. So I sort of forgot about it. And then some years later, brought the idea to Cinema Devices, who also makes the Ergo rig and the anti-gravity device. And we started working together on it. And now they are out there in the wild. And actually, I just got a picture from a friend of mine who's working on set that she just said, "Look, hey, there's your thing," on her job today. So they're starting to get out there.
It's really cool because the use case, I don't know who demoed it, but able to take and go across the table was made a ton of sense because it's something you can't do. Well, you can kind of do it with the orbiter
with an
or
easier,
the
yeah, exactly, something that a rig that sticks out. But yeah, the idea is that you're emulating the axial look of handheld, the pan tilt roll part of it.
right.
You can body mount it with a Steadicam arm. You could even fly it off an easy rig if you wanted to. But you can also hard mount it to dollies and various other things. And the idea is you get that kind of a uniform look to all these different mounts, because traditionally we would, if someone said, all right, we're doing a scene that is all handheld. Now I want a low angle. Well, now you're putting it on like a rolled up Fernie pad or a sandbag or rocker plate, and you're giving it a little bit of zhuzh with your hands to try to make it look like handheld. Or there was a lot of different rigs to do the same thing, and none of them I thought were great. So I wanted to come up with something that could be mounted in any number of different configurations, had a uniform look to it, could be locked off so you could light the set properly. That was my DP concern, amongst other things. So that is the idea. It looks a little bit like a gimbal, but it doesn't have motors. That's free. It's all mechanical. It has about 20 degrees of roll, 10 degrees on either side, 60 plus degrees either direction, and pan and tilt, and then unlimited. Tilt, 60 degrees of tilt, unlimited and pan.
Are the people that are using it, are they really enjoying it? Is there?
We're hearing some good things. Yeah, there's a couple of young guys who are having so much fun with it. They're throwing the biggest, weirdest cameras on it, and posting Instagram stuff, and it cracks me up. They're so joyous about it. I love that. But there's a lot of operators finding some good utility with it, and exploring different ways to use it. And ultimately, the answer to the question that pops up in a lot of people's minds is, well, why would I use that instead of just putting the camera on my shoulder? Well, there's the fatigue factor. There's the flexibility factor of, like I said, you can boom up and down if you've got a Steadicam arm amongst 2.5 feet, which is hard to do with any other type of rig with the same kind of smoothness. And there's that uniformity across all kinds of different mounts. One mount does it all.
Is there a learning curve to it? Do you have to untrain yourself a little bit from?
Yeah, a little bit. If you're a Steadicam operator, when it's floating in front of you, you have to unlearn Steadicam thinking because it feels different. But what we've discovered is that unlike Steadicam, which has an obvious learning curve, non-Steadicam operators and even non-camera operators have put it on and done almost as well. So the learning curve is pretty short.
That's Brandon's 4 soda pops in. Let's see here.
So I would just suggest if there's questions on that people can go to thezg.com. You can throw that up. But do you prevent?
Hold on, let me grab it. Thezg.com.
Yeah,
because I could post links. It'll just reject
go ahead.
everybody else.
It's in there as well. It's at the ZG with a underscore in between the and ZG.
ZEEGEE.
Yep.
Thezg.com.
Yep, that's the website.
I want to make sure I get it right because there's that out there, and then at ZG.
ZEGEE.com. At the underscore ZG.
Okay. The underscore ZEGE. Got it.
Yeah. Boom.
For all the social medias. And then let me see if I can. Thezg.com. There we go. I can. Handheld just got smarter.
Thank you. It did, didn't it?
Let's see. I'll do a full on that one. That's cool. And then let's see. I'm gonna scroll, see what else I get out of there. Okay, that shows.
I think we're at that juncture, Scott. I think we're at we're 3.5 hours in. I think it's that time.
It is, but I didn't have to use the safe word. I feel almost.
I mean, you know what I mean by that time.
Yes, indeed.
You heard the ad. We can do some ASMR now.
Oh, that time. I thought you meant a different time.
You have to go to the bathroom?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
But I could definitely handle spicing up my drink a little bit here. That is definitely getting close to that time. Go back to there.
Kids, don't try this at home.
Yeah, don't do that.
Adults do try this at home.
I will. I don't have immediate access, but I can do this. I'll say.
Out of curiosity, how many people are where we? What's our average number here? I don't.
So we've floated. So I can't get all the numbers until afterwards because we're on LinkedIn and we're on Facebook as well. But we have floated upwards of around 20, and then we kind of maintain between 14 and 20 at all times. Right now we're slowing down. It looks like about 10 on YouTube, but I don't know how many are on Facebook and LinkedIn right now.
Got it. Okay. Thank you guys, whoever is here.
Oh yeah, and please, everyone ask questions because it's more fun if you ask questions than just me, because I'll ask the same question and Charles will be like, "Oh my God, you asked that last time. Just write it down." Okay, so Patrick is wanting to know on the ZG, how keeping the handheld look. How do you keep the sudden jerking on the cam?
Okay, so
keeping the handheld look the sudden jerk. Okay, I think if I understand correctly, how does this replicate the look of handheld, the kind of roughness of handheld? Does that seem like what the question might be?
I think so. Let's see.
What you're preventing is footsteps. So almost everybody, director-wise, who wants something to look handheld, they don't want the look of the footsteps of the operator in the shot if they go moving forward in space. What they want is this thing, right? The actual errors. So that's what we're taking out of it by mounting on the Steadicam arm. The look of handheld, which if you truly dissect it, which you could do if you were tracking something for VFX, it's a certain amount of random error in each of the three axes. But fortunately, since they are on different pivots, you can kind of replicate a version of that with the ZG, even though, it's a much bigger object and you're holding it in a different way. If you go on that site, on the ZG.com, and go to the videos, you'll see some examples of it. And it's pretty effective. Some people feel that it's a little bit hybridized between handheld and Steadicam in terms of the look and the effect. But that is sort of the idea, but sort of not. It's not intended to create a new look. Sometimes people go, "Oh, I like the new look of it," but I think you can do a pretty effective handheld look. Now, just to be clear, this isn't meant for replacing handheld for everything, because, for instance, in a dock, you don't want to be carting this thing around. You want the nimbleness of being able to shoot, with a bare camera, probably in a dock situation. It's really more of a narrative tool. And in a lot of narrative situations, you've got times when you're shooting dialogue, et cetera, where the camera doesn't move. So an operator is standing or sitting on an Apple box with a camera on their shoulder for a long period of time for no real reason other than to put that little bit of extra movement into the frame. So this is a way to do that. Cheers. Scott, I've lost your sound, and I don't know if you can hear me, if it's my end, but I don't hear you. Oh, are you wearing a lav? Can you hear me, Scott? Yes, no? You can barely hear me? Interesting.
I'll try putting these on. I don't know that will help, but I don't know what would have changed on my laptop. I got nothing. Let me check my settings. This is really fun for everybody. Scott, why is your tech so bad? Nope. Should be working. Camera. Yeah.
Yeah, I know why I don't have audio. Okay. Let me see here. Are you good to come back in, Charles? Or okay, 1 minute. Okay. Oh, you're good. Okay. Add to stream. So you can hear me now, right?
I can. Can you hear me? Yes.
I don't hear. Oh no. Okay. This is a technical challenge right here. Don't ever make. Where's it? Come on. Oh, what a magical thing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're really low volume.
That's weird. Check 1, 2, 3. Let me check
Yep,
it in the
you're-
app.
Pull up your settings and go to audio on your little StreamYard thing there, and then
1, 2, 3. Check. It's
really low.
It is showing fine on the app. The level
On the app it is. Interesting.
good. Yeah.
What in the world would that be? Mute. Let me see.
What in the wide world of sports?
Stream is 100%. Scott, you must have some issues on my end. Interesting. Okay. So it is me. Huh. Okay. Well, they can hear you, so I'm going to read your lips.
They can hear me?
No
Sure.
new
Yeah.
taxes.
I will read your 1, 2, 3. Hi, it's me. Scott.
Weird.
I guess what we need to know is other people can hear me or not. Maybe
Yeah, and they can hear you, and I can kind of hear you. I've got it cranked for some reason. That's just weird.
They definitely can hear me though. Okay, good.
They whew, wow.
What's
That was strong.
you working on? What? Because it's straight booze. Is that why it's strong?
It certainly tastes like it. She added some gin and some Cointreau to my lemonade, and it's good. It's always that first sip is always a doozy. Okay, both inputs are fine. Okay, so everybody agrees it's fine. I have no idea why I can't hear it, but cool.
Okay.
I'm good with it. Let's see here. Now, why you couldn't hear me was because I had muted it so I could tell my wife something, and I never turned it back on. And then when I disconnected to go check the battery, I never connected back. I mean, it's the little things, you know.
It is the little things. My mic has crept in closer. It's rather presumptuous.
I wonder. Do I have I think I do. Oh man!
All of a sudden, we're down to like one viewer. They're like,
thoughts on? Let's see. Someone had a question.
What's going on? Okay. What do we got?
Thoughts on 48p?
That sounds like Brandon is wrapping us up. No. So, honest thoughts on 48p, a la Lord of the Rings kind of thing. Is that the idea we're talking about?
I believe so.
No. Don't like. Don't like. I swear to God, my brain goes to there's live TV look, and then there's storytelling look, and I have a really hard time making storytelling at high frame rate not feel like a soap opera in my brain. I don't think that part of my brain will ever program itself into really buying narrative at high frame rates. It just feels fake. It's like a soap opera. My associations are so deep on that, and I'm curious to see, over time whether those people who are brought up on high frame rate video games whether that will all change. We've heard for years about younger people going, oh, 24p looks too stuttery, et cetera. And we haven't really, it didn't really work what Peter Jackson did in terms of taking a hold and making changes, I think. So it may just take another generation for that to become popular. Can you hear me, Scott?
Yeah, I got you now. I found all my issues, and so I'm back to full volume on you.
Can you find all of my issues, please, and do something about
them? But I mean, do you want me to just point them out now, or
Yeah. And then you bring in my therapist. And
I was literally going to say, I mean, I could text your therapist. She asked if if you. Okay, yeah. I had an odd question. I know that what's his name? Avatar guy. Cameron. He wants to do, I think, 120 frames a second real time. He wants the project frame rate to be 120. And I feel like that's just way more than we can visually see.
I would think, but maybe it's it gives a perception of enhanced resolution or something. I mean, bless his little heart, but I don't know. I'll try to keep an open mind on that, but I ain't gonna like it.
I definitely don't like soap opera, period. And I didn't like any attempt at everything. I didn't like it. I honestly don't even like watching sports, like football in 60p. I think it.
Oh, really? Really?
It doesn't do anything for me.
So you would rather watch sports in 24p? That's interesting.
I like it in 30p. I've got kind of like what you were saying. When I want to step out of my brain and go into a movie, it's 24p. I feel that way when I do it. When it's television, or when it's in some television, when it's sports, I want to go 30. I don't particularly care for higher than that.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a sports guy, but yeah, I mean, I think the idea of immediacy, like a concert film, if it's shot in such a way that it's just like you are there, you're walking around on the stage, like a VR type experience. I see it for that, to enhance the sense of connection to a situation, a privileged seat to something that's live and real. I can see it for that. I can't get into it for the storytelling.
I think you use the correct word, experience. And I am totally fine with it if you're going to experience something like getting into nature in VR, or you want to see like some of the scenes from Avatar where the first time you watch it in 3D and everything's floating around. That I probably would have liked to have seen that in 60 frames a second. It probably would have looked fine at 48. But like the fight scenes, no, I don't want to see that. It doesn't blend for me.
Yeah, and it just I think from and we'll keep saying for me because I don't want to speak for anybody else.
Right.
I don't want anyone who likes it to feel less than, for sure. But I just don't buy it. I don't buy the storytelling. It makes acting feel bad to me. It literally makes acting feel worse. Weird, right?
It's weird, but I 100% get it. I 100% connect to that exact phrasing. I mean,
sets look fake. Things look fake. Yeah.
I have to associate it with that's just how I've been brought up. Is the only thing you can say, because we've never seen 24p in our life or 24 frames a second until there was cinema. I mean, it just doesn't exist in real life.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think that is part of the illusion that when you see 24, you jump out of your I'm in real life and you go to story.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, 100%. So, and I think also on top of that, everyone's personal experience, what we grew up with, for me, having been in production since I was 19 and shooting local commercials and stuff in the late 80s for a production company, and it was all 60i, of course, standard def, and I was so desperately trying to make things look filmic. So it was mist filters. I did 185 cropping and post sometimes. But we had one box in that suite that was a frame store, an early digital frame store, and you could grab a field or a frame. And the field mode, if you clicked it on the field mode, it would turn it from 60i into basically 30i. So it
But you're
alternates.
missing half of
Only,
it. Yeah.
only display one field, at half resolution. And you click that button and go, it looks like film when you do that because you're cutting it down to 30p. It looks a lot better than 60, right? Or not 30i, of course, but 30 frames a second. And so that box was like, I started processing stuff through that. And then it became the magic film look that my box was like, we'll promote that we have this film look thing, which was funny. But yeah, we did that. And it sure looked better to me, even though I was cutting my resolution in half. It still felt better,
I've had the conversation with people who say, "Oh, but that's literally just the way you were raised that way, visualizing it." And yeah, that is true, but that doesn't hold true with resolution or interlacing versus progressive. I mean, even interlacing, watching a 24p that's been horribly pulled down to that, you still see it as film.
Yeah.
And when with resolution, though, I mean, there's no fight in me that says, "Oh yeah," the purist in me says Laserdisc is the best or that kind of thing. All the resolution looks great, but the frame rate is what destroys it for me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's that's a parameter that is a unmovable object for me for sure. Let's see what Brandon says. It feels
Too much information on the screen, overwhelming. I mean, I think you literally, when you watch a movie, you want to step out of yourself and into the story, and it's like an instant switch for you because it's been programmed in.
Yeah.
I mentioned it 3 or 4 weeks ago. We were talking with Jared Land about when they were filming Hateful Eight at the Red Studios.
Yeah.
And the road or the what do they call it? The road show that they put out where they released it and you could watch it in 70 millimeter on actual film projectors. And there were so many people in that theater going, "Oh my God, it's flickering so much. Why does it flicker? What is going on?" And they've never experienced it. And I honestly had forgotten about it.
That's interesting. Well, Tarantino bought the Vista Theater, which is an old movie theater that is literally just down the hill there. You can actually, I can look out my window and see it. He bought it over pandemic and is transforming it into it's going to be a film only. He supposedly first run. And I'm like, how many films are being struck by first run movies now?
So he's going to show over one picture a year?
Exactly. That's the theory anyway, because he's already got his other theater in the New Beverly that's in a retro house. But they're apparently, I heard that there's from someone who sort of in real estate in the neighborhood that a big deal with this is trying to figure out how to get he's putting 70 millimeter projectors in to a cinema that never had them, although it was a film cinema because it's been around for 100 years. But trying to figure out how to do that without ripping the place apart has been apparently a huge task.
If you want a good chuckle for a probably solid 25, 30 minutes, go back and watch that live stream I did like 4 weeks ago with Jared. We went like 6 hours, something like that. But he's in there and he's talking about they had to install that freaking projector in there so they could do dailies while they're shooting. He said it was constantly a pain in his ass and just breaking all the time and nothing would work. They couldn't find anybody that knew how to use it. And it was a disaster for him.
Amazing.
Let's see. Have you listened to Tarantino's new podcast?
No, I didn't realize he had a podcast. What's he doing?
It's interesting. So what's I'm trying to think of the name of it. There was a video store that he worked at when he was so basically he is reviewing a movie from that video vault or whatever they call it. I think he bought the place or something, And so they're reviewing a movie a week or a movie, something like that from those bad B movies. And
Right.
it's kind of interesting.
Well, that's
It's
cool.
not-
I mean, yeah. I mean, I have an interesting. I mean, I have my own relationship with his entire body of work. I certainly have my favorites. I have my disappointments.
Well, what are your favorites and
Ultimately,
disappointments?
I've come to. He's doing exactly what he wants to do, and he's earned it at this stage of the game. You know, and I kind of respect him for his choice. I mean, okay. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, initially I was disappointed in. I've come to appreciate it on its own merit. What I don't think I'll ever really, for those who are completely obsessed with it, and I know a few, I always kind of go, sure, but I don't see any reason to celebrate missing out on his amazing dialogue, like those scenes, 15-minute dialogue scenes that are just like the tension just builds. And Inglourious Bastards has 2 of those, and I'm kind of like, there's none of that in Once Upon a Time. There's no, in my mind, I don't think there is personally.
It was definitely a little different. It was, when I saw it for the first time in the theater, I didn't know what to think of it when I was done. I was like, okay, I didn't hate it, but I didn't like sit back in awe of it either. It was rather wild. Now it's grown on me a lot more since then, watching it a few more times. I definitely don't cherish it. I don't like you said, your some of your friends that live for it. I don't think it's one of his highest, but I think it's a nice movie. I really do.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're on the same page about that. I'm glad it exists. Mostly, I'm glad that he had the clout and the intent to recreate old Hollywood, old LA, in the way that he did. I went down and visited on Hollywood Boulevard when it was all redressed, while they were dressing it, and also one night when they were shooting. Of course, it was Brad driving the car up and down the street, because that's pretty much all that happens in that. But seeing blocks and blocks of Hollywood turned back to 1970 was really fun to watch. I have a fascination with art department, just because it's fucking cool to me.
They do a lot of the movie. It's amazing how much of the feel of the movie
really
happens.
Cool. And I'm not a native Angelino. I moved here in '97, so anything prior to the mid '90s is stuff that I've heard about, read about, seen about, didn't experience. And it's interesting for me because I live here to learn about the different things that the city went through, the different stages, and getting to see old Hollywood was never, in that era. Old Hollywood of the '70s was a tawdry fucking place, like it still is, but it was really exceptionally there. It wasn't like it was in the '40s when it's like, proper people could actually go and have dinner and see a play or something, or a movie. But it's all pretty fascinating to me. And I went to the screening actually at the Cinerama Dome of the movie. It was a pre-release screening. Tarantino introduced it. He sat 2 rows behind me. I heard him laughing during the movie. That laugh. It's pretty cool. A friend of mine went to the bathroom and Tarantino happened to walk in. He's like, "What do you think so far?" I mean, that's one of the great perks about living in LA is that shit's going to happen,
Right.
And later, sitting after the movie with my friend Alison Martino, who has a site called Vintage Los Angeles. She's the daughter of Al Martino, who was a Sinatra era singer. He's actually Johnny Fontaine in the Godfather. That's Al Martino. That's her dad. And her mom Judy was with her for the screening, and we were having drinks afterwards, and I'm like, what was it like? Because she was at that point, that time, her dad was a celebrity. They were here. They were in Beverly Hills. And I said, well, Judy, what was it like in that era of that time when Manson that was all happening? You were, she goes, yes, people were scared putting alarm systems in because they thought it was a attack on celebrity. So learning about what that era was and what it meant, and that little moment in time was actually made me understand the movie a little bit in a different way, and also I would say I have a connection to it in the following way, which is, I don't know if it's based loosely on Burt Reynolds and Hal Needham.
Right.
So Hal was, a stuntman turned director, directed Smokey and the Bandit, and a bunch of Burt's later movies. But back in the day, when Burt was already a star, Hal was, living with him for like 10 years, and that relationship, as shown in the movie, between Brad Pitt and Leo DiCaprio was basically their relationship. So I worked on Hal's last movie that he directed, which had Burt in it, when I was like in my early 30s. So I had a connection to these, those two characters in real life, which was kind of fun. So I appreciated all of that, but mostly loved seeing the idea that he's, walking around those, how much money and time was spent shutting down those businesses, rebuilding, the signage in the stores and all that. It was so cool.
And finding all the picture cars and
oh, the picture cars, yeah, and the old buses, and it's like I was shooting a series at the time, and I came home after work and went and hung out with Allison on the street watching that being shot for like 4 hours. It's like after work, because I was like, yeah, this is different.
What is your favorite Tarantino film?
Oh, that's a good question. I think I remain the most overall in probably my all-time favorite is Pulp Fiction. In that one had the biggest impact on me. I've seen it so many times that you have that thing where movies change their impact over the years because it's yeah. But I think when I look back on it and watch it again, I'm just kind of like, it just came out of nowhere, and it changed so much. And being roughly the same age as him and kind of going, wow, that was a movie I could sink my teeth into. There were so many things that were shockingly different in that movie,
right?
In terms of the storytelling, in terms of the cinematography. Those fucking harsh HMI through the wind, the style of it. I was just like, what is happening? What are you doing? And it was kind of like the idea that you could break those rules like that was good for me to see at that time. That said, there's moments in other movies, and there's other, like I said, I mentioned Inglourious Bastards. I really enjoyed that movie a lot. The Christopher White's the scene at the beginning, the interrogation scene. I'm just like, it's just fucking flawless filmmaking overall. The tension that's built up. What a way to open a movie. So I those are two major ones for me. What would be yours?
So I mean, I enjoyed all of. I didn't really get into the Kill Bill so much. It didn't. Pulp Fiction was good. To me, it was Django and Hateful Eight. Those two, to me, I think at that point he decided that he was going to focus on not just his plot twists and turns, but the visual aspect of the storytelling. Like I think Hateful Eight, I think, is absolutely gorgeous, and Django has so many really high-end looking looks in there that and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was close, but it definitely had a step down as far as visually, but then art department brings it back up. So it was
I know what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting seeing. It was interesting seeing Bob's style, Richardson's style, kind of tiny bit muted from his Salad days, which is fine. You're certainly allowed to do that. I think at a certain point, if he had just kept going at the same strength the whole time, it would become a self-parody. The super hot backlight and the Pro Mist and all that.
Right.
Which, by the way, I did get to replicate in that one Key and Peele. The gangster, the gangster one that.
Where he goes in the house
and starts like fucking with the guy's hair.
He's
the least intimidating things to do.
Right.
But that one, the reference was Casino, and so I did the half Pro Mist with the screaming hot backlight. We did the Scorsese Zolly, which was not the counter. It's the dolly in where the zoom takes over, continues the same direction. And I will tell you, when we put that up and we did it a few times, and it was like trying to figure out where the zoom takes over for the dolly move and what speed and how you get out of it.
Right.
Put some fucking around on the day. But the first time we did it and it landed,
the direction I looked at each other, we're like, I mean, it's like it gets emotional when it's something that you came up on, and you like, you have so much respect for, and then to reverse engineer and figure out how to do it on your set. There's something emotional about it. You know, it's like you're walking the footsteps of giants at that point. Because emulating is one thing, but coming up with it in the first place and pioneering something, I think that's obviously, you know, I'm like, Jesus, I would love to get out of this career having just once done something that people are like, oh yeah, that thing that Papert did.
Right.
You know?
We call it the Pap.
Yeah.
Maybe you could use like the vintage cameras with a heavy backlight. We'll call it the Pap smear with the no. I know you've heard every joke on that your entire life. I'm sure of it. So I know you've heard it before.
So while you're at home, just send Scott a boo, unfollow.
So what is creating the yellow highlight in your hair right now? It's got to be the sun, but is it going through something else? Because that's really yellow.
We're approaching sunset. You're absolutely right.
Oh, it's really
it's right on the horizon line.
It's an amazing yellow.
It is an amazing yellow. You're not wrong. It's very warm.
I mean, if you were a tennis ball, I would take a racket to you right now.
You're saying I'm not.
You do make a racket, but I mean,
I love the half of my head. It's very.
it's. I would call it a Whoville or.
Suddenly, I'm like the keyboardist from Aha in the '80s. I'm like
that was in black and white. How would you know?
I play with Aha. I play the
Aha the keyboard.
But
that whole thing was in black and white. How would you even know he's yellow?
No, the band isn't in black and white. You're wrong.
No.
The animated part of it is black.
Was
and
the
white.
band color?
Wow. Color.
That's one of those songs that I dearly loved, and I cannot stand it now. I don't even. Anytime it's on a playlist, I delete the playlist.
I will tell you. You should. Why don't you look up on YouTube a relatively recent, like in the last 10 years, an acoustic version of it. That the lead singer, he's still got the pipes, or at least he did. But 30 years after the original, I was just like, yeah, for a guy of a certain age to be able to hit high notes like that, he's got to be neutered. No.
I give it up. I see him 4 years ago.
That video was freaking awesome. That original though, the rotoscoping.
Oh, animation. I mean, it was. I mean, between that one and Dire Straits, I Want My MTV, Money for Nothing.
Money for Nothing. Yeah.
I mean, those two changed my childhood. I mean, it was.
You're not wrong.
It's insane. Let's see here. Is texture in film a trigger for nostalgia in video? To that, I'd love seeing 4:3 crops more often nowadays. It's comfort giving. I don't know.
Okay, wait. All right, so let's go back to that. So,
yep.
Brandon is saying. Okay, so if you're saying that you enjoy the nostalgic aspect of old video, of which 4:3 crop is one of them, but I'm trying to figure out if. Because we talked a little bit about my fondness for vintage video, using old video cameras and all that. And I think that, look, there's definitely a lot of love out there for some, 80s Magnavox camcorder vibe. I know a number of people, including, like a commercial director who loves running around just grabbing stuff on set, or maybe even they take it out to a social gathering, shooting stuff on VHS camcorder, because it's cool and different and has that period look to
totally
it.
Different.
Embracing something that is cool. All right, I'm going to make a lighting change here. We're getting in, and now I can take down.
You're going day for night. Okay. Well, I'll just drop you out for a moment.
Down.
We're not going to get any live changes, so I dropped you out. But as a side note, my dog has discovered that he has a horrible gas problem. Oh my. You're good to come back in? All right, I'll bring you
I'm here. Yeah. Okay.
He just about knocked me out of my chair.
God bless him.
No, no, please don't bless him any further.
That's funny.
So 4-3 crops.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the textured film is the trigger for it or not. I think that here's what I do know about observationally about younger generations. Things that we lived through, for instance, Scott and I, that we're kind of like, meh, we went through that, we came out the other side, we've moved on. If you never experienced it the first hand, it's fresh and exciting and new. And things that we turned our back on a while ago are now the most awesome thing in the world for somebody who never did it the first time. So
Right.
What's interesting is trying to figure out what those things might be as they come up. But I've heard just recently, I had a young guy come to try out the ZG, and when he played with it, he's like, "Oh, and you can do Dutch, you can roll with it." And I'm like, "Right," but no one really does much of that. He goes, "Oh no, that's back, that's in now." I'm like, "Oh, is it?" I didn't get the note on that. I've been wondering because in the '90s, everything, when I was in my 20s, everything we shot was this and that in every which direction. I used to string for MTV and VH1 in Boston.
Yeah, MTV Cribs, bro. I mean, it's all about the Dutch angle.
Yeah, and for my most famous version of that in my career was when I was working on Office Space, and I know we talked about this last time, the printer smashing scene.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Yes. Is that? Wait, that's not that
Yes.
track, is it?
Yes,
Is that
that's
track?
the track.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Damn,
yeah.
it feels good to be a gangster.
Yeah, of course. That's so good. And so iconic now, right? But on the day when we went out to shoot that in the field, Mike Judge said, "So I want this to look like a hip hop video, but I don't really know what that means because I've never shot one." And he looked at the DP, Tim Scherstedt, and Tim went, "I've never shot one either." And he looked at me, and I went, "Guilty. Yes, I have worked on them." So, and they were like, "Well, how should we do it? What should we do?" And I said, "Low mode, steady cam, wide angle, lots of, Dutching." Because that was the sort of post Beastie Boys era where everyone, all everyone was sort of like leaning into the camera and, doing this and that. And so I had done that on a New Kids on the Block video about a year and a half earlier. So I was like, yeah, we'll do that thing. So that's how we shot most of that scene, or at least the stuff on the guys as opposed to insert down the ground, et cetera. And thought nothing much of it, except that scene became so iconic that some years later, when Family Guy parodied it, they did an animated version of my Dutches.
I mean, that's something you should like screen grab and print. Maybe get someone to print out on some celluloid so you can just put it on your wall. You're Dutch.
It's kind of cool to have that be part of my legacy, So, but yeah, that's been, that was gone for a good period of time. In fact, a show I shot about 6 years ago, we did a music video portion of it. It wasn't set in the 90s, but it was,
What are we drinking? Put that up there to the camera.
Oh, I'm just on my house stuff now. Just my house stock, a little Elijah Craig.
Interesting. Nice.
But yeah, I was actually going to mix an old fashioned right in front of you, but I didn't. I was in a rush right at the end when we had the technical issue, so I didn't get all the parts there.
I understood. Yeah, no problem.
I'm gonna drop in a little bit of bitters just so I can.
A little bitters.
But
that was a little more than a little. You're gonna put the sugar cube in
I like
there?
bitters. I like bitters, and I guess maybe I could do it. I'll do it. I'll just add, without I don't have the mixing. I'll just be doing this kind of mixing, which is.
Have you ever had a French 75?
Yeah, of course I have. Yeah, it's a good drink.
And how about the last word?
I know the last word for sure. Yep, that's I want to say that's got gin and mint. Is that right?
I don't think it's gin, is it?
I think the last word was gin. Is that bourbon?
French C. The last word is.
Not French, the last word.
Yeah, the last word is. It is gin. Okay, gin and chartreuse. And then maraschino liqueur.
Maraschino liqueur. Yes, that's right.
Lime juice. Yep. Cool.
Yep. Lime. Yes. Okay. I'm thinking of the east side is the mint and gin one. Yeah, but last word.
So of those two, which one's your favorite?
The French 75 has champagne in it, right?
Hey, look, I've never had either of them, but I'm working on a little project.
Okay.
French 75 is gin, lemon juice, 3 ounces of champagne, simple syrup, and lemon twist.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that's a good drink. I champagne hits me like a freight train, so I tend to not have it very often. So
I
I would say
dislike
for
it.
me, I'm gonna go last word, but I also think
Yep.
you should check out the East Side, which is gin, mint,
The
and
East
lemon
Side.
juice. That's a
Okay,
good
I'm
one.
gonna
If
do-
you because you like your gin. I also have a cocktail that I've helped develop with
I
a bartender friend that is a gin drink, which
oh my. I mean, I never was a gin guy. So I hard liquor was always difficult for me if it wasn't mixed with something. So it was when I went through full keto, which I'm kind of going back towards, that I had to give up beer and I went towards scotch. And then I
Yeah.
developed a palate for scotch, which was nice,
Mm-hmm.
which then allowed me to go further. And now I'm in gin, and gin is an amazingly wild drink. And the best thing about it is, I mean, I drink 3 or 4 lemonade. These I do the Soda Stream where I just carbonate
Mm-hmm.
my Mio diet lemonade or whatever, orange, and you drop a little gin in there, a little Cointreau. It's an amazing drink.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of nice. So I've actually, it's not bad. The Aviator gin, it's really not bad. I wouldn't expect it to be good. Just by celebrities endorsed it or bought it. Okay, yeah, it's not going to be good.
No, that's a decent product, and it was around. Well, actually, it got
Yeah,
about
it was
10 years.
around, and he liked it, and he bought it or
The
bought
aviation
that. I don't know.
cocktail is actually I like that even before he came around with all that. That's a fun cocktail. Aviation. It's got a weird ingredient in it. It's but it's surprisingly good and different. And that was a cocktail that was lost for years because the creme de violet, which gives it this very unearthly kind of like light purple color. They didn't make that for years, and so when that product got brought back, then the cocktail came back, which is pretty neat. So the aviation cocktail is a good one. We could go on about cocktails. I don't know if anyone cares or not. But I love
I mean, they're still on. In fact, I mean, we've had this like resurgence of people watching. It's nice. It was we go in and out of our phases here.
I feel like we skipped. We didn't answer a question. What was it?
Oh, the dog 195.
The dog one. Yeah. Patrick's
There you
question.
go. You're good. Answer away.
Yes, it was a pushing of early digital cinema. I mean, that was part of that was what propelled it. And five stops of latitude, I think.
Almost 5 stops.
Well, I would say a little bit more because I think of, like I said, I think my tube cameras are more like 5. I'd put that in 1 or 2, maybe 7 stops for DV.
I mean, what Rec 709 is what, 6?
Which one?
Rec 709, isn't it technically 6 stops?
That's it.
I thought.
No, interesting. Maybe you're right. I thought it was. I would have thought a little bit more than that, but not much more. But anyway, yeah. I mean, I think that
5.2 stops.
that's it in 709. Oh shit!
Rec 709 is 5.2 stops.
That's weird.
Which makes you wonder.
Wow. Now I've learned something.
Now you could shoot with the new Alexa 35 or say the Red V Raptor. You could put 3 Rec 709s in every movie.
Stack them right on top of each other.
You can watch the dark version, the mid version, and the light version.
Yeah. On 3 separate nights, whichever one you want.
I mean, I think we're onto something here. Yeah, good.
The thing that the sort of question you have going on there, Patrick, and the subject, which I really enjoyed that era of, and I know you did too, because you had an excellent one. We both did. That DV filmmaking represented a real liberation, in that camcorders were just camcorders. They were things you fucked around with, and they weren't serious. Coming up through the 80s and the 90s. And yeah, DV was a notch better, but it was still kind of a home movie format. And, yes, there were professional 3-tube cameras and three-tip cameras, but they weren't really to be taken seriously, and they sure didn't look great. But something about that late 90s where they started to lean into this filmmaking vibe. The XL1 had that frame mode that was sort of a fake 30 frame look, right?
XL1S.
XL1.
XL1
No, the
didn't have
XL1
it.
had it. Did not have
I
it?
think the XL1 did not have 24. It's
It
XL1S.
had 24,
had it.
but it had 30. It had the frame mode.
Yes,
The
it did.
XL1. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then
the 24 though was only XL2, right?
Correct. At least it definitely wasn't in the one in the S. But
I think XL1 had no frame mode. XL1S had.
Yeah, because I had an
okay.
XL1, not an S, and
Let's go to the tape and review.
You go for it. But and then of course the DVX100 was really the first true 24p camera,
right?
I think, in that size of camcorder. The point of this all being, and this is, I'm pretty sure I had an XL1 and it had frame mode. I'm pretty sure. So the idea that you could now own for just a few $1,000s a camera that had the ability to create something that felt like filmmaking and not videography, right, was a very exciting moment. Certainly was for me. I was, look, my day job was operating on movies and TV shows with Panavision cameras on Chapman dollies with, Panaheads and everything. I was living in the big scale, but I had the filmmaking bug in me, and I just wasn't inclined to go and hunt down short ends and spend 20 grand on a short film. I was like, ugh, it's a bit of a thing. But starting with the XL1, it was like suddenly you could actually shoot something that told the story that was cinematically interesting. What did you find out?
No, I found out wrong information. I mean, it's people were answering not the right thing.
Oh, well, don't worry about it. It doesn't really matter which one was which. But
I kind of want to know now. But.
Now you go off and you do the thing. I'll just keep everyone occupied. You do your OCD thing. So anyway,
very much.
Let's try this. Hey Siri, Zoom. Watch the screen. Let's watch my background. Is it going to take?
I hear all the latest DPs are using Apple iPhones to shoot their movies.
Watch my room. Here we go. She said on it. Come on, dude, do it.
Yeah, when she says on it in my house, my lights don't come on ever.
Mother.
Oh, and she'll hear that and go, "I'm sorry, I won't respond to that."
Yeah. I'm like, yeah. It's like every other woman in my life. I got it. Okay.
Here we go.
So, I will get. This is a subject that I will get. I'm not going to say emotional about, but I think you've tapped into something, Patrick, that I'm very happy to talk about, which is in that period of my life that I was living my dream and working on lots of really cool shit. I wanted to create also. I wanted to make my own films. I wanted to make content, and but I didn't want to spend a ton of money on it. So those cameras led me into the possibility of doing that. Also, at the same time, in 99, Final Cut Pro came out. Final Cut Pro 1, 99. And the reason I know that is I went to NAB in 99 for the first time with the intent of buying a $20,000 nonlinear editing system with hardware in it. And suddenly Apple was able to do the thing that they're not able to do anymore, which was surprise everybody. And all of a sudden, boom, we had $1,000. Now, of course, it's less than that, but $1,000 seemed like a miracle at the time. Home editing system, right? So suddenly, I now had a camera and the ability to edit at home. There was really nothing stopping me from making content at that point that I would be happy with. It didn't feel like I was just fucking faking it with a Shimada camcorder shooting 60i, right? So knowing that was very empowering and kind of emotional, but I actually had to get around to making the films. Now, Dogma preceded that by a bit, like the VX100 and those Sonys and all that. And it was interesting to see what they were doing, but I felt like it was so scrappy looking that I had a little bit of a hard time really wanting to get in on the ground floor with it. I appreciated the anarchy behind the idea of it and those rules, which were kind of fun, but also very limiting. But that was, I respected that there was a construct, which is set out with these rules and make a film that fits in these parameters, yet everything else can be whatever you want it to be, and it costs nothing. So that was all definitely Dogma was. I didn't see a lot of Dogma that I was blown away by, but I appreciated the spirit behind it. Now, like I said, with the later stuff, like in 2000, or I shot a short film for a friend on my XL1 that I really went for it in terms of the cinematic vibe. And I was like, I'm just going to pretend that this isn't a $3,000 camcorder, and I'm just going to do whatever I would normally do. So, all right, Zoom, activate. Here we go. I have to do it through the computer because it's not listening to me. Execute. Yeah, execute it.
Make it happen.
How do I push this
Make
button?
it so.
Go. Oh, so
I'm sorry, I
frustrating.
can't do that.
Why? So frustrating. I want it to be sexy. It's because I said watch this. I get it.
That's right. Hold my beer.
Here goes. Yeah. All right. Fine. Now
Oh,
it comes on.
ooh,
Sure. Why not? Okay.
I mean,
so
I can do all that.
So I made this short film, and it was super fun to know that I owned the camera, and I've got stills that I could put up if I felt like getting to it, which I don't, of like this little camera sitting on a dolly and on the end of like a remote head on an arm and all this shit. And it was hilarious. And over the next few years, I did versions of that. I operated a commercial for Shane Hurlbutt with Barry Levinson directing, and Jerry Seinfeld was in it. And we shot it. That was when DV was very hot and sexy with all the agencies. And we shot this thing on XL1s with Mini 35s, which I introduced to Shane. And it was hilarious. We had, 10-ton lighting truck, all the blessings, but the cameras were XL1s. It made no sense. What was cool for me that came out of that is that realizing that I had the tools, but I wasn't getting around to making films, was I partnered with a theater company and created 48-hour filmmaking. Now, that statement is a little bit loaded. There was another group in New York doing the same thing at the same time. That became the 48-hour film project. The reason I feel like I'm okay saying it was they were doing their thing at the same time we did ours. I wasn't influenced by them. I came up with the idea of taking this theater construct of 24-hour playmaking, writing, rehearsing, and mounting a stage production in 24 hours, and went to the theater company and said, I've got a camera, I've got editing equipment. I think other people have this. What if we add a day for editing and make it in 48 hours and do like a little film festival on a Sunday after starting this thing on a Friday? And so that's what we did. And we did that for 5 years. It was called Instant Films. We went a different business model. The 48-hour film guys went for, I think it's fair to say they went for the cash grab, which is to go as big as possible and do it in multiple markets, which is good business sense. We didn't go after the business model. We went after the quality and keeping it in a small group mode. And we have an incredible alumni group that includes blanking right now. I can do this. Hi, Guardians of the Galaxy.
Huh?
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Or the gal?
Writer, director, help. James Gunn. James Gunn, for God's sake. James wrote for us a few times. Amazing actors like Matt Walsh, and I had Jenna Fisher in one of my films before she was on The Office, and it was just like, it was a very sort of like small. It was like reaching out to Hollywood people and saying, you know what, let's cut through all the bullshit, the agents, the projects, the machinations, and let's just start filmmaking and do it in 48 hours. And it was completely madcap and fun. And I think and we shot it on DV and projected it, and it was soft and it was artifacty and it didn't have a lot of dynamic range. But you know what? We made some really good films, and it was a really exciting period. And so it's very that was a very creative era for all of us, I think, who are getting engaged into that. And those cameras were what made it possible. They were inexpensive and they were good. And for their faults, you still were able to tell a story cinematically. You could buy the cinema of it, which is where, getting back to what we talked about, 60i wasn't going to cut it. 30 that's good enough, and 24 was even better.
From what I could find, and it's odd that there's not a whole lot of detail out there. It appears that you're right. That XL1, XL1 had frame mode, but it basically line skipped, and so it had half the resolution. XL1S used those lines and filled it in with, and then XL2 was a progressive actual one. So,
but it's still 30, right? Not 24 in the XL2.
It was XL1 was 30, and XL2
but the XL2
was
had 24. Okay.
Yes.
That's okay. That makes sense because it was
DVX that had the 24.
That had the true 24. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. It's hard to remember now. I have a hard time even remembering. I think I had an XL1S. I had an XL1S, and then I got the HDV version of it.
Eventually. Oh, the XH1, XH1,
XH1. Yes. Correct.
Yep.
I think, or no, I had an XH-A1, which was non.
Oh, that's the handicap version. I had that, which was actually a surprisingly good camera. Yeah. I mean, it was mini DV, so it looked like ass, but
I have to take advantage of the scenery.
Oh, did I unplug? I think it unplugged. Oh, lost your. Wait. Did I lose your audio? Or I don't hear you. Do you hear you? I don't hear you at all. Does anybody else hear him? Oh, you're muted. That's why. Did I mute your? Oh, your cat's staring up your couch. Oh, okay, got it. We can hear you. Okay. Well, I mean, reach. I mean, it's just me. Okay. Yeah, I don't hear you yet. You're muted. It says your mic is not connected. So I wonder. Oh. You can't have 24p on DV. But didn't the HVX or the not HVX, that's 200, the DVX 100, it had 24p, and DV can't be it's horrible.
Okay, hi. How about this?
Yes, you're there.
Yeah, it didn't have. You're right, Patrick. We're not saying it was good. Yeah, I did some pretty heavy grades in Final Cut, rudimentary color correction. I pushed that shit a lot of directions. I know what the color space was. It would block up pretty good.
Do I need to change my color temperatures back here? Because I mean, you're starting to make me feel self-conscious about my color choices. I went for the Rainbow Technicolor Vomit back there. Oh, damn. I can't do that.
You don't live in Los Angeles, so
it's true.
You're not going to have the same. Oh, I'm on the wrong mic. Sorry about that. Here we.
Well, because we can hear you on this
there
one.
We go. How's this?
Oh, now I can hear you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
The movie Get Shorty. The best line ever for LA. They say the effing smog is the effing reason they have such beautiful effing sunsets.
That's about right. By the way, I know you're such a gentleman and all that. Do I have to be careful of my swearing?
No, I won't care. Believe me, having you on here is a pleasure. And I mean, I don't drop like F-bombs. It'll handle like one before it demonetizes, but I don't care, honestly. I will happily take any guest.
I'll be good. I'll be good.
No, you're fine. You've already blown it out. It's no big deal.
No, sure.
I don't care. I honestly don't. Let's see here.
I don't know the rules on anything. What are the
You don't need-
rules?
There ain't no rules.
Yeah. So why all that happened, by the way, technically, is because I panned my system 4 degrees counterclockwise, and
It's
everything had to freak out with all the connections are so tenuous to do this.
it's freaking gorgeous out there now. It's seriously jealous. I'm just
It's not
like
bad. It's pretty.
yeah, it doesn't suck. I'm gonna.
By the way, do you remember when we were talking about it? I was just like, well, if we can make it all the way to sunset, that was at 3:30 in the afternoon. And we were like, we're not gonna. No, that's not gonna happen.
I mean,
here we are. At
I mean,
8:06, of course.
Yeah, we're the original dynamic duo here. We set the trend here. So we got the desk. We need I need the chair lamp. I changed all my colors here.
Yeah, I'm in that weird time where I have to try and figure out whether I'm going to go for change my color temp also.
Cool
And
hip Charles or fresh trendy Charles, is it?
Well, let's see.
I have to remember what I named all these fixtures is the problem. Okay, we're gonna do a red there. And then we're gonna have that one. We're gonna go for red on that one too. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh yeah. Now we'll take the sun and kill it off. Right there. Let's just take that. Oh yeah. A little brighter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. There we go. All right, I like it. Oh wow! Now you see, you want all color temperature. Yeah, okay. I can't compete. Let's see here. Gen X 8mm moments were DV moments.
Your next is 8mm moments were DV moments. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, we sort of spanned all of it. You know, when we were. Oh, look at that. So cute. Does it still work?
It smells like regret, but I mean, it's yeah, it works.
That. I love that.
It
Well,
works.
the regret is that you didn't sell it when it had no value, except that now you're loving it because it's
Right.
totally valuable. What movie was
What's
it?
funny is the batteries still work. The batteries still charge.
That's bonkers. I'm glad to hear that. Good.
I'll
call it Canon Tech.
I'm going to disconnect for one moment. I'm going to go grab the 35mm adapter. So talk amongst
You
yourself.
still have one? Wow.
I sent you a picture.
Oh yeah, you have a elitist or something, right? Yeah. Okay, so I'll just entertain everybody. All right, let's just talk about Scott Balkan for a second. Okay, guys. No, he can hear me. No. Let's see. We are officially 4.5.
Get back to this.
4
Make sure I
hours
plug it in.
and 36 minutes in. 37. Look at that. Our previous record, by the way, we're approaching it. We are approaching. We're 20 minutes away from our previous record. Now that record was bested by a duo.
It was.
How long was that? How long? Did you go
well, no, I mean it was bested. It was bested by I think us the other night with Jared. Oh yeah, it was the Diamond Brothers. Jared. Yeah, the Diamond Brothers did it. They went 5-something hours, but they Josh did not go to the bathroom not once.
That's dark. Well,
it was.
I'm going to discount that. That's you're not talking. It's when there's two of you, it's not the same. Sorry, but Jared went how long?
The other night. Well, Jared wasn't live. He was in the audience, so he was typing the whole time. So he could have gotten up and gone to the bathroom. 6 hours, 32 minutes, and 48 seconds.
Wait, what do you mean he wasn't live? What are you saying?
Well,
He
so I
wasn't
didn't
on-
have him on as a guest. He was just in the he's in the chat, which he does periodically. I mean, he could be in there right now, and we wouldn't know until he says something.
Well, what were you doing for six? Who was the guest for 6 hours and 37 minutes?
There was no guest. It just happened to be late night chat, and that's the episode where we were talking about the Red Studios shooting with
Okay.
Tarantino.
You mean so you were the only one speaking
Yep.
for 6 hours and 37 minutes?
Yeah. I mean,
Wow, I'm impressed.
I don't know if you know this, but I talk a lot. I mean, yeah.
No, I do know that, but that's a lot of talking. Like, I'm pretty
It
beat
is.
up from this 5-hour adventure. But I'm not saying I'm giving up. We're certainly going to best our. We're gonna get across the 5 hour.
We're gonna do it. I'm gonna pull your. So, in all fairness, this is not mine. This is not my original one. This one was gifted to me recently by the wonderful Eric Kessler, who had it in his storage room. I'm like, oh, you have one? He goes,
That's amazing. I'm very jealous. I would love to have an XL one, or I would love to have a. I'm sorry, he gave you the 35 adapter.
he gave me the lettuce direct, the lettuce.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
35.
thought he gave you the XL one.
No, yeah, that's.
I had a Mini 35, and I was that was a heavy duty purchase, and but I was pretty fond of it. I did some good stuff with it.
What cracks me up? This thing still operates. So I don't know when the last time it was used, but I mean, you can hear it.
Around and going. Zang, 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 zang.
Yeah, I mean, it's vibrating. It's doing its thing. I have no idea what battery is in this, but I want to buy stock in whatever company that is.
Leadus or the battery company? Okay,
The battery company. Yeah.
I mean, here's another. So there's a question: would those ever have like a hipster comeback?
You know what will happen is there will be a show called P and Keel, and they will do like they will do remakes of old 90s stuff. They'll be like, we got to get a 35 millimeter adapter for that depth of field.
That's amazing. All right, so I want you to go ahead and share this. This is pretty cool.
Are you ready? Okay.
This was my. That was my Mini 35 when I sold it, with all this custom shit on it. That was the Canon viewfinder. Do you remember that Canon viewfinder, the black and white, the FU 1000?
Yes, yeah. It was an actual tube television. Yeah,
it was. Yep. And I adapted it to the Mini 30. This on top was a breakout box that it plugged into that had an XLR, so I could use it within, make it a universal viewfinder. That was a big fucking deal because it had a molded multi-pin on it. So that's a great sound. So there was that.
it was. Yeah.
Then I had this custom breakout box back here that looks a lot like, like a wooden camera or, any of those sandwich boxes that have outputs. Yeah, you know what? People were not doing that 15, 18 years ago that much. So I'm not gonna say I was a pioneer, but I had to have that built to my specs with different outputs on it. Yeah, there was quite a few pieces in there. And that Mini 35, I forgot what it cost, but I feel like it was like $7,000 or $8,000.
Yeah.
That one wasn't cheap.
No, the one I had was the Red Rock Micro.
Yes, the old Red Rock Micro. That's right. You don't have to come out of it yet. I'm just let's see if this other one comes up. Here we go. Custom Anton Bauer backplate. Yep, I added that. There's my breakout with the little P-tap labels on it. That's fun. Kind of hacky, but at the same time, pretty cool because I had this. That would have been no 3D printing then, so that would have been a machined Delrin box. I loved customizing. Yep, there it is. The unit was machined from a solid block of Delrin and wired by a ProTech. I wonder where that is now. I know I sold it. I don't remember who to.
Someone probably has it. They're like, what the hell am I going to do with this?
Yeah, of course. But, that's their problem. They bought the damn thing. Yeah. Yeah, that was a fun little era. I gotta say, you can
Don't
you
bother
can
you
declick.
here. Declicking
There we
you.
go.
Let's see here. We got some comments here. I used a PD
Did you know Brian Valente over at
150
Red Rock, by the way? Oh wow, look at you, Patrick. Yep, I remember those.
Brian was the main guy, right? He was the
face of Red Rock. Yeah, there
yeah.
was a
He
few
wasn't
people behind the scenes, but
wasn't
yeah.
heavy set, but he had a wider body. I remember.
Oh my God, listen to you. What is he?
Well, I mean, I can
Rambo
say
guy?
it because I'm fat, bald, and white. I mean, I
Okay,
could make fun
fair
of
enough, but
everything that's horrible. Look at that tiny little sensor.
A wider body is a funny way to put it. I love that my
Well, I
camera's
mean,
on
he's
it.
not fat. He just had a wide stance. It was the correct way of saying it.
I forgot my camera was on. I literally just took a cherry out of the jar and just mowed it. I just were like,
I mean,
boom.
you do you, bro. I mean, this is reality TV, right?
It really is. Here we go. I'm making a new cocktail. So, I just spoke with him today. This is
Ha!
I mean, one of the fathers of the alternative spinning relay system. He's up in Northern California. He's like he's making astronomy stuff or something, and
Really?
and like raising wolfhounds and with a new lady, and he's having a great time. So look, God bless him.
Well, there you go. I mean, if he's got a smile on his face, the world is happy.
He seems really good. Yeah, it was literally just today because I was involved with Red Rock one way or another. Still have a bunch of their original parts, and we actually did a short film to demo the Mini 35 with the EX1, I think. So that was kind of like a big deal using the Mini 35.
We could shoot to not tape. We're shooting to SD card, or actually no, it was what was the Sony one?
XD cam.
The EX1 shot to digital, didn't it? It was.
It did. It was XD cam on S/S cards, wasn't it?
Yeah. S by S. Yeah, that was the silly format that costs just like Sony. It costs twice as much, but it's just the same.
Well, yeah. I mean, shit happens. But so yeah, it was a funny story. He had I bumped into him. There was one of those little weird trade shows that happened in between the big ones that they used to do, and obviously don't do anymore. But it would be like some small company would sponsor it. It would be like Video Expo 2007 somewhere, and you'd go and there'd be maybe 25 vendors, and you'd kind of walk around and go, huh? Yes, that's correct, Patrick. Yeah, the spinning ground glass.
Yep.
And I go, hey Brian, what are you up to? He goes, oh, we're just about to about to shoot some demo with the EX1 and the Mini and the Red Rock adapter next week. And I was like, oh, cool, that sounds awesome. So what are you planning to shoot? He's like, well, we've got this stage, it's got a set, and I've got a crew, and I got all the equipment. And I go, right, what are you going to shoot? He's like, oh, I hadn't really thought of that yet. And I said, okay, well, at that point, camera tests were still just camera tests. They weren't short films, which, things changed over the years. But I said, how about we you've got all the stuff there. What if I write a little short film and we shoot that on the set instead of just, charts and shit like that? So he said, yeah, cool. We're shooting in 4 days or something like that. And I said, okay, well, that's a fun challenge. I guess I'll take it. Now it's really time for me to get out of daylight mode and get into tungsten mode and drop the light levels. There we go. Now we change the white balance. There we go. Cool. I love this app. So, so I had my challenge ahead of me, but because I'd done the 48-hour film thing, I'm like, yeah, cool, I could do that. So I went and looked at the stage, and it had a particular looking set of a living room with some stairs that went up. I think they had it would have been donated from some movie. It was the Mole Richardson teaching stage. They do demos there.
I know that one. I've been there.
Have you? Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah,
On the Bear?
I shot. Yeah.
Okay, so do you remember that set?
Well, I don't know about that set.
Well, it was a living room that had a kind of a big staircase. When I say big, not like a mansion, but for a small, basically 2-wall set. That was what or 3-wall set. Anyway, so I reverse engineered a script around this space, and Brian and I put the shoot together. We cast it, and we shot this short film 4 days later, which was really fun. And I have it up on my Vimeo still, and it was pretty cool. But the funny part was I learned my lesson right there and then, because I was so engaged in the filmmaking part of it, and everyone who watched it wanted to see what the adapter did, and I didn't push the shallow depth of field thing to the oblivion. I did it in a tasteful way. I did it in a filmmaking way.
F4, yeah.
No, it wasn't
T4.
a 4, but I wasn't like going crazy shallow. But there was one shot that showed it more than others, and everyone sort of jumped on that one shot as like that's all they cared about. And then when I realized you're really at odds if you're trying to make a short film to promote a camera, because you really do have to care about it from a filmmaking standpoint, but the audience primarily doesn't give a shit about that filmmaking thing. They want to see what the camera does, and they want to pixel peep, and they want to be obnoxious. So cut to the Panasonic EVA 1 coming out. Do you remember that? That camera? Yeah. So I had been shooting Bearcam at that point, and they wanted to do a series of films for the EVA to come out, and I came up with a really fun concept that I still wish I could sit down and watch today, because I thought it was very cheeky. It was a parody of sort of like old school product videos with a host. You're waving at your doggy.
Yeah, he's looking at me. He's like, bro, we don't normally go this long. Lay down,
You're
bud.
like, just tell him Jared Land's on the other line.
He doesn't know people. He just knows me.
I thought everyone knew Jared. Anyway, so
Go on.
up.
What?
Is he coming up? I'm waiting for him to come up.
Oh, he is. He's about to. I'm gonna power it up because I feel like it's charged for long enough now.
I thought you were talking about your dog. I'm so confused.
I am. I'm literally talking about my dog.
He's powered up. You were charging your dog? I don't know where we are.
How do you charge your dog?
It sounds
He
like
laid down. He laid down right in front of the camera because that's what he does. Here's his butt. Let your cat's butt meet my dog's butt.
Guys, I don't want to meet a butt. My cats are hungry, and I'm like, sorry, I'm not going to get up and have to go waffle mode with you shutting my camera off so I can feed my cats. They can deal with it. It's fine.
I heard them earlier. They were like, meow, meow. I'm like, that's the sound of, you're supposed to have fed me.
There's some talking. So there you go. So look at that. Look at the outside. Look how pretty, guys. Look out there. That's nice.
It is gorgeous outside. You've got quite the view, bro.
It's a solid view. I don't hate it. I do not hate this California living. Oh, look at that. There we go. Even better.
Oh, you just kiss the corner. Okay, yeah, you need to screenshot that. Just do a quick little.
I don't. I mean, I live it. I don't need to. It is what it is. But I love that. Look at the gradation there.
It's. I mean, orange to blue. I mean, that's the ultimate blue hour.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. What were we talking about?
So
the EVA 1 video. So my concept was parody of sort of a 90s era product video with a pretty female host with her hair all sort of like bouffanted and teased up, doing a lot of the tropes of sort of like cheesy product videos, but integrating all the things that wouldn't be relevant for today. So her talking about the camera, especially because it's called EVA, in just like a very cutesy way. And like at one point she walks through a warehouse set talking about it, and then just sort of like happens to land perfectly in front next to a chip chart in perfect like lighting to become a China doll. You know what I mean? And just sort of like stand there for a second so people could use that as a skin tone reference. And, so I was basically like including the things they needed to see. There was a thing that was like, and it'll go great on a drone, and we see it go up in a drone, and her going, what does this button do? And the camera falls off
and everyone freaks out, and it lands in her hand, and she just keeps going, and the drone crashes to the ground behind her. I mean, it was like basically it was a comedy camera product video, which I don't really think has ever been done because they're usually so incredibly self-important. You know what I mean? So, and amazingly, thank you, Patrick. So amazingly, they got it at Panasonic USA, but that's because they were everyone who was working there at that time, Lawrence Nunn and Mitch Gross and all those guys were my peeps, and they all had great sense of humor, and they somehow the brass agreed to let my crazy idea be one of the films. Ultimately, it didn't work out primarily because I got realistic. I brought a producer on. They were like, all right, this many locations, this many people, your on-screen talent is SAG, and we can't, this isn't like a short film where we can get a waiver. This is for a company called Panasonic. So I started getting bogged down in the reality of making this thing for the amount of money that they had for it, and I had to jump out of it. But I would have loved to have made it just to have it today, because I look back on that script and I'm like, God, that would have been fun. And people would have still been pissy about it because they were like, enough with the fucking entertainment. We want to see we want to be able to rip apart the image. And I'm like, yeah,
right. We
that
would
would
pick some people
in a way. But and also it was a pre-release model, so there were a lot of issues with it. But ultimately, I was kind of like, yeah, for all the work, I probably did the right thing by not doing it. So it's okay.
What was interesting about Red Rock Micro is they had a product, I think it was called the Halo, which is, it is literally what DJI just came out with this past year, a year ago.
Head?
The Halo was the 3D focus pulling. So it mapped, it sent out sonar or whatever, not sonar, but
LiDAR.
But LiDAR, and it mapped out 3D so you could actually pull focus.
Right.
And it was an auto. And now DJI has this, and it's built onto their chicken cam. And I thought that was going to be like the ultimate thing to bring Red Rock Micro back to reality. And I remember seeing that in like 2018, maybe at NAB.
Right.
And then nothing happened from it. I don't understand.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I'm so confused by my. Oh, I remember now. I know how to do this. That's right. I have. I need my ND overlay. Where are you, ND overlay? Hold on.
I honestly think that you and I created the good-looking webcam.
I agree. So this is me changing out my 8 plus screen.
Nice.
My windows have some green in them. That's my daylight look.
All windows have green unless you spent big bucks.
Yeah, my nighttime look is ND, so that I'm able to dial this thing down lower, which is important. So I was just like, what's wrong? I've never actually done anything on my webcam that transitioned from day to night like this. So I got a little confused.
I mean, but now you have, so now you know what to do.
Well, yeah, I have to remember how to do it. I wish, unfortunately, this unit that I have, which is I forgot the name of it. It's about 9 by, it's a bit better. It's 10 by 6 or something like that, 10 by 5. It's a really nice panel. Starts with an L, and I forgot the name. It's bicolor, but it is not app controllable, and that's the one fail for me about this for this world.
I can't think of anything that starts with L.
All right, I'll look. Rufus, shush. I'll look in the back of it. Fine. No, it doesn't start with an L. It is called a LumaPad 25, but it's made by Nanlite.
Oh, Nanlite. Okay.
So there you go.
Your cat speaks English, by the way? Because if I told my cat to do anything, my cat would be like...
Yeah, my cat, Rufus, Rufus, come here, buddy. Come on, buddy. Okay. Rufus he's pretty smart. He's the one that, if he understands English, even if he can't speak it, come on. Oh, all right, Jesus. He's like, no. What's happening now is dinner. You don't get to drag me into your fucking weird technology.
So you have a voice for each of your cats, right?
Ish.
You voice them.
A little bit.
Which one's your dumb one?
Mm.
Every cat owner has a dumb cat.
Okay. If we're going to go there, Rufus is like the guy that can jump up and hang off the lever and operate it and open the door.
Okay.
Obviously, he's the smart one.
Right?
He's the Jack Russell Terrier, which means he's kind of like frustrated and high-strung in that weird way
Right.
because he's too smart for his own little peanut brain. Kit Kat, the ginger, is the most delightful, sweet, tender little animal, but he's also not super smart, but that's okay. You know, it's kind of like, it's not a negative thing. It's actually what makes him so charming. He's just kind of like, everything's cool, whatever. I don't know. There's not much connection. So, okay, great. He's like, I just want to be happy. So, I kind of, you have to love that. It's just like with dogs, like the doofus dog is the most adorable dog. You know?
Right. No, I mean, it's what it is. We have two. We have Dinky and Garfield. Garfield is actually the son of Dinky. And
did he begat? Did Dinky begat? I don't know. When you say it, it sounds like biblical.
No, so I mean, really, what it was is we had Dinky and another cat, and Dinky was going through. I've just become woman cat, and was meowing like crazy. I was so frustrated. I kicked her butt outside, and we had an outdoor cat at the time who was like, "Hey, how you doing?" And she came back in the next day, and she was pregnant. So then we had a litter of 6, and we gave them all to friends, and we kept Garfield. Garfield is the dumb one. Dinky will play around with a pipe cleaner because it looks like anything she wants, and she's batting it around all day long. Garfield's like, I'm a cat. It has no. Yeah, dogs, cats. I like
dogs,
like,
cats. No, I get it. They're amazing.
Dogs.
Is anyone's
dogs are
okay.
I mean, dogs are there to be by your side and to support you. Cats are there to knock shit off and screw you over so that you realize, you know what, my day's not that bad.
Is that how it works? Well, look, I'm not going to deny that Rufus is about knocking things off and being mischievous, but overall, they're pretty solid animals. They run to greet people. They run to greet me when I come in at night. They're not the fuck you cats. Poor Gabe is just like, can you guys please stop talking about pets? Okay, let's see what he has to say. Red Rock didn't have a rangefinder.
It did. It was called Halo.
Gabe is a Portland-based AC who's really knowledgeable, has a great Instagram thing going on. He's they
released it, the Halo 360. They did release it.
Okay, there it is. Wait, which one? Red Rock or who?
Red Rock.
DJI.
He said Red Rock. He said
any of the Fizz handsets. So it was a standalone system, right? It only worked with their stuff. I'm trying to get.
Yeah, it only worked with theirs. It had their own motor, and it used their own range.
I'm pitching you, baby.
I can't believe it actually shipped. I never saw anything more from it. I mean, there it is, the Halo Solo, which is a really bad name.
Hello, Solo.
Hello, Solo.
Go to do da Solo.
Batu Wookie.
Jabawai Nichika Militram. I almost had it.
Nerd. He's asking, are you putting a filter over your computer screen? No.
Oh. Utini. Oh, God.
Sub-inch. It's a rangefinder with infrared laser is what it was.
Laser.
Like freaking laser beams. It was.
How drunk are you? I'm pretty fucking shit-faced. Not really.
I'm okay. I mean, I'm a human.
You're a big drinker. No, and you're a big boy also.
I'm not that much of a drinker anymore. I've gotten older, but I'm a huge person, so it takes a lot to do it. But I am drinking doubles.
Attaboy. Yeah, I'm. It's
feeling
let's
good.
say it's going down easy.
All I can say is if you hold on for 20 seconds, you'll have beat our record, our record.
Phillips?
Hold on for one more day.
What was our record? 504?
It was 503.
Did you look it up? How do you have this?
I literally did while we were talking because I care. It was 5 hours, 3 minutes, and 22 seconds.
Oh, we've already won. We've already beaten it. That's fine.
We beat it by 12 seconds. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Cheers. Congratulations. All the best.
Right, but it didn't connect to Preston WC. Oh, so that's why they wouldn't buy it. Okay. Tim's like, I'm in there for 20 more seconds and I'm out of here. Really? 20? We're measuring in seconds now?
Like we care. No, it's all right. I mean, I'm a little disappointed that some of my that I don't know because it's not as interactive as last time we did it with the comments. I think there were I had some friends that hung in for the entire time who were not even
true.
In the industry.
It's so. I mean, it's been a up and down. So I have not. I've been wanting to do these more, but my internet went to complete and total shit forever during. I mean, literally about 6 weeks after you and I did ours, it went to crap. Oh, and I didn't want to bring anybody on because it's embarrassing. Because if you're talking, you're showing your craft, and I screw up your live stream, that sucks. That's not fair. So I didn't want to do that to anybody.
You're assuming that I actually give a shit, though.
I assume that everybody gives a shit.
No, of course. By the way, just so you know not to take anything personally at this point because
I don't take a thing personal from you. Did you say anything about me? Believe me, in 5 seconds, I'm not even going to remember who you are. Charles Papert.
I'm glad our names are at the bottom of the screen. It's all good.
This is true. No, I can remember. No, I mean, I haven't done these live streams in a while because my internet sucked. But now that I got Starlink back, I'm actually really excited because I really enjoyed these. I think
I'm having the worst time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
After 5 hours, as if I was doing this for any other reason than having a good time. No, you're right. It's fun. It's stupid. It's great.
Would color help? I could add more color. Technicolor head pops like the end of that movie.
I feel like I'm so much more magenta than you. I need to work on this.
I'm gonna totally do it. I'm gonna do it.
Adjusting tints.
Oh, look at.
Don't have saturation. Yeah. I do have saturation. Wait a second. Ooh. Oh, that's creepy. Look at that. Hey, huh?
Oh, wow. Go for the black and okay. I can't do that.
That's pretty good.
That was not bad because color temperature doesn't matter anymore.
You change the gamma. That's nuts. This camo app. I'll trumpet this thing. It's pretty cool. Leveraging your iPhone as the webcam because it's better than virtually every other.
So I mean, if I'm not mistaken, iOS 16 does that very thing.
Yes, it does. So unfortunately, these guys, their days may be numbered. It's a little bit sad.
It's kind of like the people who invented the calculator for the iPad. You know, it's coming for you. It's going to happen. You're going to be an Apple calculator. Okay, I might be.
I still think a lot of people are not going to bother to get the mount to do the whole thing because they're like, my laptop already has a laptop. My laptop it has a camera. I don't need. But it's obviously so much better, and it takes the calculation. And the fact that I've got control of all these parameters is actually pretty fucking cool.
I'm actually sad that
I can make myself crispy or soft. And that's not focus, that's sharpness, which is kind of fun.
That's like before, after on some magazine thing. I'm sad that no one noticed my dueling Mr. Bills right here.
I don't see. Oh, now I see them. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you have a whole thing going on. I love your curated background. It's gotten weirder and weirder. It's almost peaky.
I'm enjoying it. Every time somebody that means something to me in some way. And Charles, if you have anything that you want to send, I'll put it back there. I've got all kinds of stuff. Do you know who?
Right. Yeah, you told me there's a meaning to every little thing back there, isn't there?
Every little thing. Do you know Ryan Campbell?
Yes, I do.
Oh wow.
Oh, wait a second. That wasn't the one I was going for. That wasn't. Wait, here we go. Fred's on your head. Speaking of cats, here we go. Hey, I got a cat on my head. There's a cat on my head. Oh.
I mean, I have a I love Ryan Campbell sticker right there.
Do you really? Why does that
So
sticker exist?
So he created these stickers a long time ago, and people started just taking them, and they were applying them to everything. And he saw one in Japan, he saw one in China. They're everywhere, and he's like, okay. So he handed me one. I was like, all right, I'll put it on my set.
God bless him. Wait a second.
Whoa! Well, that is literally what I saw in that rap transition video that I was saying. Because there was a scene when he transitions from the proper guy to the.
You mean back then when we talked about what I actually do for a living, right? That part of it, yeah, I remember. Yeah, you're right. When I watched it, I'm like, I don't even quite remember how we shot that fucking thing. It's kind of funny.
What just happened?
Your dog is doing crazy stuff. What is happening? What? What?
It started playing Transition from Full Metal Jacket, which is
wow. Did you hit Siri?
I don't know how. I mean, this is what started playing.
Wow. Okay.
That's the that scene. I didn't say anything.
I'm impressed. This is
I am not impressed. I feel like I'm being spied upon. I mean, it's a great movie. Oh, I have a question for you because you may have already answered it, but we're going to ask it live.
I want to admire the 70s-ness of your Tumblr.
It's not a 70s Tumblr. This is
feels like it. Okay. All right. So it's got a thing on it. But you know what I'm saying? It feels like something where, I don't know, Fast Times at Ridgemont High when they go to the German restaurant. That feels like what they.
Well, that's literally what this is. So I go to restaurant supply places and I buy the tumblers.
Oh, amazing! See, I nailed it. Okay, got it. So
yeah, no, you totally nailed it. Mm-hmm. So I buy 32 packs of these are 24 ounce.
Why do you need 32 tumblers?
Because I mean, somebody will leave one outside that breaks. I had 2 kids. They're older now, but they come and visit. I'll never find that stuff again. So I have the reds and I have the clears. The wife drinks the clears and I drink the reds. OCD. It's a wonder we had kids. It's not that bad. I just like the red. But they are amazingly durable.
Got it.
And I love them. And they cost nothing. They're like 70 cents a piece.
I love it.
Solid reference, though, to Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Because I can see the scene. I know exactly the scene. Where they're sitting there on the giant chairs at the worst fest.
Yeah, exactly. Which
would you like another Coke?
When I moved to LA, it had closed. Otherwise, I would have probably gone to go check it out.
Oh, that would be interesting. And I'm sad that the diner, the one diner that everybody shoots at, closed last year, right?
Which one?
It was
Singer shot it.
I know it from I know it from a bunch of movies, but I can't remember the movies. But I know it from Justified, the series. But it's a long diner. Everyone shot there.
Swingers.
Let me see. It is this is from 2016, so this will have it listed, but they won't know it's closed.
There's 2 diners in LA that closed during pandemic: Swingers and the 101 Coffee Shop.
It's the one that's really long.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the Swingers one.
What's confusing because there was the movie Swingers and then there's the coffee shop named Swingers, but then there were.
Did you like Swingers or not?
the movie?
Yeah,
Loved the fucking movie. Are you kidding me? Loved it.
I
didn't?
was half and half on that.
When it came out, even.
Yeah, even now, it's
Okay,
hard.
well, now it's difficult because it's very much of its time. Here's what I can tell you. It came out the year before I moved to LA. What I saw in it was a version of me and my buddies from Boston who were only a few years older than that, but it was like the boys that would go out and do the things. And the difference between them and us was they were all supportive of each other for the most part.
Right.
Whereas we, being Boston guys, we just looked to trip each other up and get in each other's way as much as possible just for the comedy of it. Not really, because it was deep down, there was a lot of love and respect. But when we went out at night, oh no, we weren't trying to help each other. We were trying to block each other. And by block, the other word that comes with that I won't say.
Yeah, it rhymes with it. Block, I think.
But,
yeah.
So I was like, I get these guys; they're hilarious, but they're a little too sweet to each other.
Right.
For me to connect to it. But
He kept saying, "Baby." You know what I'm saying, baby? Come on, baby.
He does do that a lot, but I thought it was hilarious, and I thought that the whole swing movement thing was very interesting and different and fun.
Right.
And I moved to LA, and I find out that most of the places in the movie were in my neighborhood. And it was really kind of neat. So I ended up the bar, the Derby, the swing club where he meets Heather Graham. I'm suddenly going there like a year later with friends and hanging out. And I was like, oh, cool. This is, I'm actually in the middle of a little bit of a hot spot because I grew up in Boston. I moved from Boston, which was not really a hot spot. That's not how anyone in Boston says it.
Where do you
That's
put your R's? Do you put them at the end of the word, or do you take it from the middle and you put them at the end, right?
You drop them if they're at the end, and you put them into the middle. That's correct. I think maybe what you said, but the opposite.
Yeah, yeah, I was just thinking wrong.
So it's kind Australian. Of like, it's more, I didn't ever have the accent, but it's more like Boston, not Boston. It's Boston. Because it's an O, it's not an A.
You park your car in the garage.
Well, the actual expression is park your car in Harvard Yard, but that's the phrase that they use, which you can't do because Harvard Yard is not, you can't park a car into it. You can't drive a car into it, but that's okay.
I feel like there's a short film that needs to be made where there's a guy walking around picking up old R's that have never been used in the middle of a word, placing them in a bag and putting them at the end of any vowel. It's like, oh, your name's Rita? No, it's Reader.
Right. So it's like you have a car, but you have an idea. You have an idea.
So you put an R on there. No. We're from Boston. You don't get to use that R there. It goes here.
No, you do. Yeah, exactly. It's all fucked up. It's
transplantable R's, I think, is the.
Yeah. So when I do go, as I said, I never really had the accent, but once I got away from it, I really began to appreciate it. And so now when I go home and I fly into Logan Airport and I decide to go to fucking Dunkin's to get a coffee, and the guy in front of me says, "Yeah, give me a large regular." And I go, "Oh, I'm home," because regular coffee means cream and sugar, doesn't mean size, and large, of course, is the size. So a fucking large regular makes perfect sense in Boston speak, but the rest of the world is like, I don't know what you're saying. What about did you grow up in Texas? I don't even know.
Yes, no. I was well, let me spinning. I don't know what's going on.
I know you're in the Matrix, as they say in Clubhouse.
I hear you, and it's definitely stalled.
You're stalled. I'm not stalled on my end, but that doesn't mean shit. I'm moving my head just to make sure. I don't need my glasses. Why the fuck am I wearing glasses, Balcom? Uh-oh.
there we go. Yay!
Let's give it up to Scott Balcom. Hey, everyone. It's Scott Balcom from Recollections. Nope, he's frozen again. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Let's all make fun of Scott while he's frozen. Boo, Scott. I have no idea what's happening. I don't know if anyone. Well, I'm going to pretend that my end of the stream is working. I don't know if Scott's end is working. I don't want people to give up on us because his tech is shitty. He does live in Texas, to be fair. Oh, I'm full screen now. This is very exciting. Hi, everybody. I hope you're having a good night. If there's anyone who is here since the beginning, you will get that gift certificate. I'm calling it right now. I'm so sorry, Patrick, and everyone else who thought it was going to be about. Are you back, Scott?
I'm somewhat back.
What do you think happened there?
That's got to be Starlink. I can pull it up and find out.
After all this fucking promoting of Starlink, this is what happened.
But here's the important thing. It came back. I literally, on the other one, I would call all weekend long. No response.
No,
and then,
okay.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Whoa.
What's that? What do you got?
Lots of outages. So there's the,
oh.
you won't be able to read that because
no,
focus.
Okay. Oh, there's the second angle. Oh,
yeah, there was, literally this chart is the thing, which is not in focus. See all that? That's all outages.
The chart's the thing?
It's the thing. I know the bird is the word, but the chart is the art. Okay, so we're back. All right.
Is anyone watching?
Yes. Actually, we have more people than before we started.
We haven't talked about the film industry in like 90 minutes, but okay.
Yes,
sure.
we have.
Have we?
Okay, the chart is Eric.
By the way,
so,
I love this angle. This is the lighting is pretty.
It's like dark side towards
Yeah, no. This is nice, Scott. This is good. Don't do that face. Just to let you know, it's okay. From a guy to a guy, from middle-aged guy to a guy. Now you look all sad. Is that a sexy face? Because go back to whatever you're doing. All good.
That's my headshot. It's literally my headshot.
I like the second angle. It's good. What cameras are you using? What are the two
those are just both Sony's. That's a A7 IV, A7 IV, A7S3.
Jesus,
and then
that's some high-end tech you got. Don't you sell cameras once you're done using them?
No.
I guess not.
I just pulled out the XL1.
That's true. I know where you.
I mean, right here I got the blue Komodo.
Yep. Oh, as if I didn't know that. You and your Robin Blue egg Komodo.
It's not Robin Blue. It's Balkan Blue. Get it right. And then my dragon that I can't ever sell because I love it.
Oh, I thought because it has no value. So anyway,
pretty much, but that I still love it, and because it has no value, I'll just continue to love it here. And then my Matthew Mini, I don't know why I pulled that up.
Wait, what's that? What is that? I'm more interested in that than the fucking red.
Mini C-stand.
A mini C-stand? That's adorable.
It is. It is completely adorable. It's to scale everything.
Who makes that?
Did you not watch my Mr. Bill?
I guess not.
It was a reel, so probably people didn't watch it. I mean, people don't watch reels.
I listen, and when I put with the ZJ account, which I have on Instagram, when I put a reel up, it gets so much more traffic. I'm just kind of like, really? Do I have to? Okay, it's just where people's heads are at now, I guess. So I have to get more into them, but I don't know. I can't with all of this. It would be what I would say, but I have to. So, yeah.
I don't like the reels. I don't like the whole follow me for 30 seconds thing. I want you to.
We're not the demo. We just have to face it.
It's true. It is completely true. It's like, oh, you're not pooping right now? Yeah, you're not our demographic.
But let's not be the old man yelling at a cloud, but because I see some shit sometimes and I'm just like, yeah, that's fucking great. Like that gal that just did the song about Victoria's Secret. Did you see that? And then Scott froze. And I keep going, but Scott is frozen. This is what makes me happy in life, is when I actually take over Scott's stream because he's frozen and I'm not.
So weird.
I'm curious to know whether I actually do keep going or if it's your feed or not.
When I reconnected, I was not streaming, but I saw you on the screen and you were still going. I was like, well, all right then.
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep going. That's what I do.
Yeah, I'm here. I see you.
So anyway, do you know Jax? She's a TikToker influencer gal. She wrote this song about Victoria's Secret, and it's a banger. It's so good.
I've not heard it.
She stole a video with like a flash mob in front of a Victoria's Secret for here in Santa Monica. And I watched it and I'm kind of like, you know what? She came out of nowhere. She's a TikToker. She's like, she's going to be very successful. And she came up entirely without a contract and all that stuff, just from the social media side. And I'm like, there's something good to be said about that, because some tastemaker, then some executive level at a label didn't get to make a decision about her. And I think that's fucking great.
That I completely agree and support, because I like in the industry,
oh no, he's frozen again. That's silly, Scott. Just playing the old frozen game. The funny thing is he's actually faking it. He's not frozen.
I've never seen this happen.
There we go.
I'm back. Hi.
I like you better when you're frozen. Can we go back to it? I'm faking it.
I can, but is it any fun? I mean, I like the independentness of social media. I like that there can be an influencer that comes up from nothing, does whatever they want to do, and no one is telling them what they can and cannot do. Wow. Okay. Wow. You have an ice bucket. You are literally the cliche that I say in every freaking movie, where I see the movie, I'm like, who the hell has an ice bucket sitting out on their table with ice in it? No one does. And Charles does.
Now, I will tell you that I'm right there with you, because I love that. It's one of my favorite things in old school movies, like 60s and like The Graduate. In The Graduate, that's a little film from the 60s for all the Gen Zers and millennials. The whole trope of like, they show up, people show up at the bar and the wet bar in the house, and someone's just like lifts up a thing and there's fresh ice in there. I'm like, where did that ice come from?
They've been out all day long and they come in and there's
fresh ice in
a hotel thing with ice in it. I'm like,
yeah. Now, at 20 minutes before our live stream started, when I was still hassling with my different mics to make sure I had the right one, blah, 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 I was like, I got to get my booze all lined up over here. And I need ice. And so, yes, I have a goddamn ice bucket. What you're seeing in the background right there is my wet bar that I installed into this house when I renovated.
Nice. Okay.
And it does not have an ice maker, and I'm very angry about that. But
you could buy one.
I could, but there wasn't a place to I didn't have a place to install it. I have it all figured out. That's another. We won't go into that. But in the meantime, I have
places to install them.
The electrons are tired, and they've been doing this for over. Hi, Eric. What are we talking about? What is that a video of? Will that play? How do you make that play?
What are you talking about?
What Eric said.
Oh, the electrons are.
Is that a video? Because it's got a play button on it.
No, I think he's just got a play button on his. Well, everybody has a play button.
wait. So you actually bring the chart? Where were these all? You've been not bringing these up.
I've been doing this the whole time.
I didn't see that. Hi, Eric. I don't know if you're still
How
here.
did you not see the questions all the time? I was literally.
No, the whole time. It's been an hour. What, you're out of focus. What's happening with your Sony?
Well, I mean,
That's your
I have trouble
A74.
focusing. My wife tells me all the time.
Clearly. There we go. Buddy.
No, it's not clearly. That's the old joke. Wow.
See more clearly?
No, the guy that says, I can see clearly now, Lorraine is gone.
Oh, that's a good bit.
But when it was told to me, the guy totally botched the joke. It was pretty bad. He's like, I can see Lorraine now, clearly he's gone. I'm like,
I love this angle more than the front angle, by the way.
okay, all right.
No, don't look at the
no,
camera.
now I can't. Okay.
It's more interesting that way. It has sort of an interview vibe to it. I want to.
So
of course,
there I was,
this is
and
what I wanted
the
to do.
aliens, the aliens came, and it was not the same situation that everybody talks about.
Hey, I'll even bring it back to the old school. Do you know the Key and Peele that is the alien invasion one where they're
Yes.
Yeah,
where they're running around shooting people on the street.
yeah. So that one, I found some great stills from that.
Bring it up.
Which let's see. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can do this where I think we can do. I'm just. I want to figure out how to go full screen. Don't.
I'm not promoting you till you tell me.
No, I know. I think it's fine. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and go full screen. All right, Patrick. We'll get to you in a second. Thank you for all of your.
Whoa, that's a lot of stuff. Okay.
Okay.
You
So
can full screen that. Okay.
I don't need to. I'm switched between them. So these are some stills from the shoot of that. I love the guy standing with his up in the top corner facing the wall.
I think he's peeing.
Fair enough. So this is an example of people thinking we had all the budget in the world because it's post-apocalyptic and there's like piles of trash and it's like blah blah blah. But this was an abandoned. We'll get to the pictures; they're not in the right order. This is an abandoned mall in LA that for years they've been ripping everything out and just like piling all the shit on by the parking garage. So it was entirely perfect. So that's the director's car. I love that they didn't Greek out the Rusnik plate. That's hilarious. But they just we realized early on that all you have to do to make a car look abandoned really is have a door open or the hood. You open the hood,
but you got to put dust on it.
It looks abandoned. So that's the director's car. Here is my car. That's my second car is a Honda CR-V.
It was a good car. As long as your differential doesn't go out.
I don't even know what that is. No, I do know, but it's all good. Although I have to put a catalytic converter on protector on it right now because apparently in LA,
it's everywhere. It's like, let's steal those.
Let's steal those. So I'm literally right now. I don't want to park in the street again until I get that cage on there. But yeah, so that's my car with the door open, so it looks like it's abandoned.
Put leaves on it. You got to put leaves on it. Yeah.
That's a video of it being treated, so that's fun.
Right.
That's not it. Okay, so wait, I know there was. Hold on, Aliens 4. Yeah, here we go. So this is like some shots from. There we go. There's some shots from what this actually just looked like without really hardly any. That was when we scouted it. So that's what it looked like. That's an abandoned.
Yeah,
mall.
that looks nothing like what I saw in the show. That's wild.
But if you watch it, you'll go, oh yeah, that's
the
totally
angles. Yeah. You totally were shooting tight. You're very telephoto and tight.
Well, you take the bare asphalt out of it until it all looks more trashed and all. But
all I remember for that skit is I don't have money, no money.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, the little squeaky voice. Yep. The old guy was very strange. And that's where he was standing right there. But yeah, as you can see, we didn't have to do much stress. There's a classic scout picture. It's like 10, 12 years later, I go, okay, I'm just looking at angles here, and that's just everyone on the scout looking bored and tired. That's our first AD, Jono. On the left, our Ian Roberts, our showrunner, who's been, by the way, in 1,000 movies. Here's a fun one. Do you remember? Did you ever? Do you know Bring It On, that movie?
Oh yeah, only the first one because the others didn't happen.
They bring in the guy who's like the He's like the cheerleader.
Super happy guy.
Yeah, the jazz hands guy.
Yes.
That's Ian. That's Ian in the black shirt right there. Yeah. Ian was one of the 4 founders of Upright Citizens Brigade.
Wow.
Brilliant
awesome.
actor, improv actor, all that shit. And he was one of our showrunners, and it was fucking great to work with him because it was
That's
just like
hilarious.
And every time I tried to ask him about the shit he'd done as an actor, he never wanted to. He would just be like, "Oh no," he was so humble about it. It's so great.
I was young. I needed the money.
There he is. Whatever it takes, And there's Peter, our director. And this is just, I mean, look at that fucking pile of trash. This is just them, like literally throwing stuff out.
That's wild.
And so it's like, yeah, that makes it really easy. There's a classic scout picture right there. That is what a TV, a production scout thing. Everyone just standing around going, okay, yeah, I've got taking their notes, doing their own thing, blah, blah, blah. It's so funny to me when I look at these old pictures.
Peter looks so young.
Peter was 28. Yep. That's our department. That's Gary and Julie. I love that picture. All dressed in black thing.
Right. It's like, wear your dress blacks.
But yeah, Gary's from New York. I don't know what Julie. I have to ask her why she was wearing all black also. But anyway, all right, kill that for a sec. I'm gonna see if there is.
Oh, hold on one second. Hold on. Okay, she was going to that goth club in. Where's it?
Yeah, I sort of feel like, you know what? By the way, we didn't get through. We got through such a small amount of my pictures. Let's just do the.
Let's go. Yeah, do it.
All right, Go ahead.
All right,
do it.
Bringing it up.
Okay.
All the people that stayed around, they're going to get a treat now.
So that is the crew from the Interstitials.
Who's that guy on the right though? He's ugly.
You're not
wrong.
No,
the cone, the orange cone. That guy.
Scott, I know what you were doing. Fuck it. So this is the. If you see on the slate, it says the end. Who
the hell's the guy in the back though, or gal? I don't know.
Oh, making the funny face.
The eyeballs.
Yeah, that's my friend Tiff, who's a complete fucking freak and awesome, and I love that she did that. I was like, awesome. What are you doing? I don't know.
There's a zombie. It's totally
yeah. It's fucking hilarious. So that is the That is the season 5, the interstitials of the guys in the car. That's the rear. You can see the rear projection screens on the
Gotcha. Okay.
So on the slate there, it says the end. That was literally the last day of the series shoot of Key and Peele, getting that stuff done.
A happy and sad day.
It was definitely bittersweet. We were sad to see it go.
I could have handled another 3 or 4 seasons of it. I mean,
but there's something about going out on top, isn't there?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't know that 3 or 4 more seasons wouldn't have still let you go off on top.
It's possible. I could have done it.
But I mean, people got to do what they got to do. Jordan's going off to bigger and better things, and he has a plan.
You're right, and there he is as Obama.
I cannot impersonate Obama, but I can impersonate Jordan impersonating Obama.
Go ahead, let me hear it. After you get that your fucking awesome red plastic glass down.
Let me think of something he said. Now, Malia, what you got to do is you got to take. Oh, it's been a while since I've had to impersonate Obama.
Well, you know what? That's solid. I got it. Yeah, he's
when you get someone who's already done the parts that dissect the voice, then it's easy to impersonate. It's the hard part what Jordan had to do it, or whoever coached him if he didn't do it himself.
Okay, so I'm going to teach you a little something.
Right, go ahead.
In the impression world, what you said, what you're referring to is the parts. Those are called the hooks. So the hooks are the piece of the voice or the delivery or the whatever that you're grabbing onto and that people recognize. That's called the hooks.
Now, Malia, listen up. What I got to tell you is...
Not bad. It's pretty solid. I get what you're doing there. I would have recognized it. That's good. I don't think I could do better. If
I had dialogue in my brain...
Yeah, I know where you're going with it. Here's a funny story about that. This is pretty well documented. In fact, in the interstitials, they describe it, but I still think it's what was so lovely about Key and Peele was there was sometimes things were so meta and self-referential and came back around within the show and some of it was documented and a lot of it wasn't. The one that was documented was when we did the sketch where it's Obama teaching Malia how to use an ATM machine.
Yeah. No, Malia, what you got to do?
Yeah.
All right.
That's
Hold
the one
on.
you're doing. There's a guy in the line waiting who was he was a background guy, and he was a huge dude. He was just like tall and thick and just kind of like this huge guy. And he was the next in line. And of course, as background, you can't actually speak. You're not allowed to speak because if you do, it triggers them having to upgrade you into a.
Got to pay you more. Yep.
Yeah. So the guy in front of him who did have a line and sort of turned around to talk to everybody, and they all, when they realize it's Obama, they all get excited. This big 300-pound dude all of a sudden has the squeakiest, tiniest little voice, but he's trying not to say words, and he kind of says something along the lines of, you know the story. Yeah, he goes, what's up? Yeah. And
I love that story.
They talk about that in the interstitials, and then that became part of the zombie background.
Which is another good one. Yep.
Yeah. So you knew the story. And I love that we had that, like, taking things from season to season, from behind the scenes and bringing it in the foreground. It's so delightful to me. And I have been trying and thinking for a few years now, since certainly the beginning of the pandemic, that it would be really fun to do a YouTube, maybe a podcast, but I think it would work better as a live stream version of a podcast with me and Gary, our production designer, doing a rewatch of Key and Peele. So it's Key and Peele the Crafts. So we would host it, and we would bring in as guests the costume designer and the makeup artist and the hair people, and break down each sketch and do what we're doing kind of today, but tell all these stories. What's unusual about the reason it would work for Key and Peele, unlike most shows, is every episode has it's
completely different hairstyle, completely different. Yeah, everything's different.
And by the way, we're going to look at 40 pictures. Oh my God. What Gary has is thousands of pictures because of his side of it, and the production design side, he was taking stills of he has so much more documented, and his stories are amazing. It's like we all have our own thing that we bring to it. So I really think it would be great. And unfortunately, he's working a lot more than I am, so he doesn't have time. And it's like, if I had thought about this at the beginning of quarantine, we would have been able to do it. But
I would happily host if anybody wants to do it, they don't have a formal place to do it, I'll happily host it. I love bringing all of the parts of filmmaking together. I think it's important for people to recognize everything.
To understand, and I think people love the show, but there's also the craft side of it. Yes, there's podcasts that talk about the individual shows, but there's something about Key and Peele, the scrappiness of it, the variety of it, more than anything else, which is every episode is 7 different looks, or 8, or whatever. So there's tons of stuff to talk about, and so I really hope to be able to do that before we forget everything, because you're asking me lighting questions. I'm like, I don't remember. I go back to the X user and I read some of the things I wrote. I'm like, oh, thank God that's in there, because I don't even remember it.
I would love more than anything, and it's never going to happen because the production companies don't ever let go, but to see like a Key and Peele and director, DP, art department, producers, all talking, walking through a whole bunch of different things, uncut. None of the we want to make it for short term, whatever. I love all the little things. It's the little details like the cat behind your head that really bring out the truth and everything. And
I agree with you. Yes, and I think there's, in this day and age, there's a ton of podcasts out there, obviously, on all different levels.
Yeah.
And I agree. There's a lot of great stories to be told from the writing, producing, directing side of it, without a doubt, 100%. I would sit down and listen to those and learn a ton of shit about the show I worked on. the hook of my show that I'm pitching is an interdepartmental, multiple crafts, pulling back the curtain on that. Not a cinematography podcast, not a production design.
No, not specialized to a thing, but specialized to the whole.
To the whole
the whole
thing.
Right.
The thing that the reason I wouldn't want to lean into the other side of it is, if you've ever heard like commentary tracks on a DVD where they've got director and then the actors. I'll give you an example. Say Anything. You ever listen to the commentary track on Say Anything?
Yep. Give me 20 seconds. I'm going to disconnect here. I got to go get my dog.
Yeah, I hope that's a euphemism. I don't know what he means by get my dog, but
he will not go to bed without me, so sorry. Come on, bud. All right, lay down, bud.
All right.
Almost.
Okay, so Say Anything. I remember watching that commentary track, and Cameron Crowe has. I'll just keep talking while you're getting ready. Cameron Crowe has. Hi, you back? Good, nice.
I am.
Aw. Cameron Crowe has like some interesting notes about production in this way, shape, and form. But John Cusack, God bless him, all he wants to talk about is his process, and that's fair. But
there's more people. Yeah,
you want to hear the big picture. Or as an example of me watching DVDs very early on, like late '90s, like going, "Oh my God, this is like a masterclass!" in hearing the behind the scenes stories. And I remember watching Boogie Nights and wanted to hear all the stories about that opening shot in Boogie Nights, the amazing Steadicam shot that comes down off the crane and then goes into the nightclub.
Yep. It's a great one.
And God bless Paul Thomas Anderson. He spends that entire shot talking about his life story. Now, they edited the thing. It's not necessarily his fault per se, but I was like, at that moment, I personally want to hear about this incredible shot and what it took. And I know some of the backstories now. So I'm kind of like, in a way, if you start to involve the true creative side of it, which is the writing, the producing, the directing, particularly the writing and producing and the acting, that's a whole separate set of stories than the craft side. Not to say that the craft side is anywhere near as important to what made the show great. It is, but it's not as important, because good-looking crafts with bad writing and acting is shit. It doesn't work. It can work the other way, but not that way. My point is to make something that's very focused, that's literally for people to see how all the crafts work together, because we were an incredibly harmonious team. And however, I think that would be kind of fascinating. So I'm really hoping, and I don't think that exists. I could be wrong, but I haven't.
No, it doesn't, because no one will spend the time to break down into detail all the little parts. Because each person on a 3-minute scene could spend hours talking about all the parts, and they don't want to make a 10-hour podcast or anything like that. And it's completely unreasonable, because all of that together is a symphony. You can have woodwinds, you can have brass, and you can have percussion, but if you don't play them all at the same time, you didn't end up with the end result. And I found that with so there was it hasn't been in several years, unfortunately. There was a road show that would come to Austin every December called Masters in Motion. And they would bring in like big name DPs, big name executive producers, big name editors, big name production designers, all that kind of stuff. And it was the set deck, totally drunk now. The creative
fuck nuggetry.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I swore on YouTube. I'm
no,
sorry.
The creative director of the movie. What's the movie? The hotel. Oh my God, I'm totally blank. I tried to look it up a minute ago.
I'm right there with you. The hotel what? Give me another noun or verb.
It was a movie about a hotel. It's that odd director who's from Austin. Yeah.
Okay, so the one who did Slackers and
No.
Suburbia. Okay, so
No.
then it's Mike Judge. That's three filmmakers
Nope.
from Austin.
Nope. It's the one that does everything as
Who did everything on Rodriguez.
Nope. The other way. Go the opposite direction. God, I'm trying to think of the fantastic Mr. Fox. What was his name?
Oh, Wes Anderson. He's from Austin.
Yes, Wes Anderson. Yeah. He went to UT. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, you're right. He's a Texan, right?
He went to UT and he was friends with what's his name with the nose? It's a horrible way to say
Brody.
it. No, the guy from Wedding Crashers.
Owen Wilson, the other
Owen Wilson, yes, and I love Owen Wilson to death. But I mean, the nose is the way I describe him. But Wes Anderson, Owen Wilson, whatever that movie. Okay, Wes Anderson. We'll look it up.
Well, now I know who you're talking about. Describe the movie again, and I'll tell you which one.
Anderson movies. It's the such and such.
What happens in it?
The Grand Budapest.
Yes, the Grand Budapest Hotel. Got it.
Okay. So the production designer from the Grand Budapest Hotel presented there, and I'm just being honest because I mean I've met the guy. I've drank alcohol with the guy. I mean, it was great. He didn't know how to present into a room full of filmmakers. So he just literally had slideshow and he just like this happened. Okay, we get it. But part of the Masters of Motion was when you're done with the day, we all go out to a specific bar and we all just kind of hang out. And so I sat down with the guy and chatted for like 3.5 hours. And I learned so much about production design and had a complete and total polar changing respect change for production design. And I love it. And that's the part that if you get a group of, or somebody who says, let's do a podcast with all the people of a movie or a skit or whatever, they'll always focus on certain parts, but not the parts that all matter. And I completely agree with you.
Yeah, exactly. It's too drilled down. Let's step back a little bit and go everyone below the line. And also, I do want to say, Patrick, that would be a fracking good oodcast.
Oodcast.
Patrick, I know that I'm guessing that English is your second language, and I don't fucking speak any other languages, and you're doing a great job. But that's the best ever, and I'm gonna from now on say that's a fracking good oodcast.
I'm sad that I don't remember Patrick because he's been on here for over a year, and Spain? No, not Spain.
I just want to say I want to make sure you're not misinterpreting, Patrick. I appreciate all your input tonight, and it's been you've asked a lot of great questions.
It's been a lot of fun. Yep.
What's fun, and you can certainly appreciate that this as probably as well as we can. It's again, I don't speak another language, so I can't even do what you're doing. But sometimes the translation is just so good. French Canadian,
and that's completely understandable there.
That's all good. Like I said, I would be like, "Hello, me of the what?" You know. But fracking good oodcast is now my favorite term ever. So there we go.
But he's Patrick's speaking the saying the same thing. Everybody wants to hear from everybody, not dissected. And that's why I say I would love, like, if there was a Key and Peele reunion where all the cast and all the crew sat down and chatted, and it wasn't edited. Because editing, they're like, no one will care about that. No one cares about that. I know. But we do.
No, of course we do. But I think that, it's just my experience from having seen versions of this is it's really two separate worlds. The the director is the lowest on the chain that gets to be part of the creative process discussion.
Right.
And then all of us underneath there, if we get a word in edgewise every 10th time, they kind of like, yeah, cool. Now let's get back to what counts. And it's fine. It's fair.
Right.
But what I want to do is, as I said, is to go into depth in that stuff, not because it's more important, but it's just different. And to be able to stretch into it, or stretch through it, and actually talk about the stuff and dissect it on a level. I want to fucking learn about it. I want to know
Right.
the shit that the the costume department or the hair and makeup department had to do, because I was caught up in my own shit. I want to know what their challenges were and how they overcame them on that show that I worked on, let alone a show I didn't work on. Because for me, as a department head, the more I learn about the other department heads, the better I can do my job. And on a show like that, where there was so much madness involved, it's really fun hearing what, in a parallel universe to my own course, what was everyone else dealing with at that same moment to get to the same place at the same time. And, it's very rare. My experience with Key and Peele has been unlike any other show I've ever worked on in my career, where we have such a lovely support and respect system amongst the department heads that, when the makeup and hair department won their Emmy, we were all just gunning for them. It's just like, you guys, you were amazing what you did. And like I said, when we talked about the pirate shanty, it was just like, that's the only, not for a second, I would take credit for the look over, I'm capturing what
everybody
was
that, yeah.
And it's like,
And
it would be terribly arrogant of me to discredit that,
Yeah, and like this fake scene behind me. I mean, I love lighting and I love telling stories with light, but this scene looks like ass if none of the stuff is back there. And it's literally with what production designers do. I mean, they look at life and they say, that fits life in this story. That fits this.
Or beyond life into like a stylized version of it, or a made up version of it. They tailor it all, and it's really
what
brilliant.
Exaggerates this plot. What clothes, what socks would this person actually wear? And it's those questions that we don't think about. We're just like, if we put a little soft light right here. Yeah.
I do in a sense, because it's also it's a larger filmmaker in me, which is, for as long as I've been shooting, I've also been thinking big picture, because I've directed as early as I shot, and many of us did, but it's like, when I'm working, I only have so much bandwidth, so I can't put it that deep into things, but I recognize that these are all choices. That's the key. That if it's a built set and a dress set, every single element of it was a choice. And if it all adds up to the right thing, I'm like, that's fucking talent. Do you know what I mean? So yeah.
I would ask you a question. It's a flip-flop question. Mm-hmm. What department in all of Key and Peele got more money than normal? And then what department did not get enough? Because what I feel is that your side, just camera and lighting, was not important, and it's minor scheme of things. That it's not that you didn't have enough money; you had exactly enough as you need. But who didn't have enough and who had the right amount and kind of thing. And I want you to call someone out saying, "Oh, they shouldn't have had that," but
no,
the other way.
No one got enough money. That's the point of it. Is we all equally were fucked because we were on a basic cable budget.
Right.
So, and that's not even Comedy Central's fault. It just was like there was
the budget. Yeah.
Here's the thing. There was a show that was this big and we did this with it. Now every show does that. But ultimately, what made Key and Peele special was the talent of the writing and the performance is what made that show. And if it wasn't for that, the rest of our efforts would have been inconsequential. It would have just been forgotten. There's some gorgeous looking shows out there that were made on a budget similar to ours that haven't stood the test of time because they weren't strong content wise, right? Waffles. You're right, Vanessa. I actually do have to go to the bathroom again. So.
I do too, but I mean, you go first because I'm taking pride in the fact that I've gone almost 6 hours.
Without going to the bathroom, you haven't gone to the bathroom yet. You have to go first.
No, I'm going 6 hours.
Okay,
that's only 2 minutes away. It's 1 minute.
No, Scott's got to go to the bathroom.
Listening to your cats in the background going, bro, food. Yeah.
No joke. It's no joke. When I go to the bathroom, it will include some food, right, Rufus?
Yeah,
food?
you should. You should do that.
Vanessa knows Rufus. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. I'm gonna be shy. Let's waffle this shit. You talk to everybody for a second, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, you go for it. I'm gonna drop you out. Remove. Boom. Shoo, boom. Clap. So, yeah, everybody's still hanging in there. I really appreciate that. It's kind of cool. I feel like my audio is a little high. Why is that? I really don't like this ATEM Extreme because I'm looking at my program or my mix master source, and I have 4 different levels of audio. This one's peaking. This one's garbage. This one seems normal. And then I have the on-screen monitor, which is awesome. Vanessa, do you have waffles? Do you like waffle? I like waffles. I'm a big fan of waffles, and I think all caps waffles. I agree. I think the world needs all caps waffles. Hopefully, I mean it's funny watching the people go down and come back in and come back on and come back on. It's enjoyable because I know. It's like the last one. There weren't a whole lot of people that tuned in originally, but it got replayed a lot and it got watched a lot because in this whole conversation of all over the place where it's like the Pap and Scott and Pap and Scott and Pap sounds like a gynecologist move, but a Pap and Scott, I don't know. The interaction is enough enjoyment to keep people going. Oh, well, I mean, a few of you, and I appreciate you. But people will watch this back, and that is what I really enjoy. And I honestly, I kid zero. I do this because I mean, a lot of these people are my friends, and I am always learning from my friends, as well as other people that I mean, I've had people on here I wasn't friends with yet. But I put them out here, all the questions that I want to have answered in my life that I know they know the answer to, and all the questions that everybody in the chat asks. And I leave it out there. And I leave it out there because I go back to it and I watch. I'm like, I remember Pap said something about this and this and this and this, and why I love Key and Peele so much and respect the hell out of Pap for doing Key and Peele. And I've told him he needs to write a book. I forget that I had a punny name for it. It's probably relevant. But I think he should write a book on all the different skits and all the different stories that he told through visually. So apparently my wife, Cynthia, who's a beautiful soul, is in the house. I guess she's still watching. She's hanging in. She's probably got it on the TV watching it in there in bed. And she's like, is he back? Because I don't see him. I see you just talking. I think, you're good? You're good to go? All right. We're bringing him back in. Hey, how are you? How you doing?
What's got 2 thumbs and has been talking for 6.5 hours?
This guy. You know what I need to do?
Hi, Cynthia. Thanks for
Oh yeah,
watching.
you should. Yeah, you should say hi because right now she's laughing. I know her. She's laughing. She's like, he said me.
Well, I will say this. I actually a few months ago I added up all the people that I know that are in Texas, in between Austin and San Antonio, and it's 10 separate souls. I think actually I'd have to check to see if you're even on there, because that would make 11, and we'll add Cynthia in there for 12. I'm like, I've got to fucking get to Texas. So once, Scary,
Yeah.
the language. Sorry,
No, yeah, we don't care.
it's a cracking good ood. Cracking good ood. So I once the weather turns a little bit and it's not as awful down there, I'm going to come out and make a big Texas swing and come see you guys.
You absolutely should, and we will go. I will take you to the #1 barbecue place in Texas.
It's not the Salt Lick though, or what's it called? What's it called?
No, and it's not that one either.
Okay,
That's the big
not
misconception.
the one that was in Chef.
No.
Okay, all right. I love barbecue. Yeah.
The real one. You watched the Netflix cooking show. Was it? Crap. The one that was really, really beautifully shot. Telling the story behind the recipe. What's that called? I know you've watched it. Everyone's watched it. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what it is. Someone's going to say it before I even get to it. Seriously? I hate when something chef, isn't it? No. This says the 10 best, and it's clearly not the 10 best. Anyway,
right. I'm good.
Chef's Table. Thank you, Rob.
Chef's Table. Okay. All right.
Okay.
That's fair.
So Chef's Table. Have you watched those? Any of those? They're beautifully done.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So they did one right at the beginning of pandemic, and they did it on barbecue, and they showed the #1, and it's literally 15 minutes from my house here. It's that direction. Yeah, and it's called Snow's Barbecue, and
great.
It's wild because Franklin's is the one you've probably heard. Salt Lick is the one that everybody goes, oh, I've heard Salt Lick because it's a chain. Franklin's is the one that everybody says, oh, it's the bestest ever. And it's good. I mean, don't get me wrong. But Snow's kept winning the #1. And the moment they did that a couple of times, then Texas Monthly, who was rating them, said, well, we're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to rate them anymore. Because Aaron was getting mad. But it's here. I'll take you there. And you have to come on a Saturday. They're only open at 6:30 in the morning on Saturday until they run out of barbecue somewhere close to noon. That's
amazing. I love that. Which is so funny because oddly enough, when I want to eat barbecue is usually not within those hours. But okay.
Ollie. Hey, Ollie is our official time observer for the show. Also, a dedicated.
If it's good morning, he's got to be way far away.
He's in Europe. He's in England.
Okay, nice. Good morning.
So he hung in there last time for our first stream, and he always monitors. He also will get rid of the porn people in the comments. He's really good. He's a great moderator.
Encourage the porn people.
He's asked for nothing in life, and he just helps out.
Nice. Hello.
Cool.
Thank you for all your help. I will tell you that my last time in Austin was around 2010. I was with Vincent LaFerre. That was an era when we were doing a lot of projects together.
Yeah.
And he brought me in to help him on this. We shot a series of basically corporate pieces for USAA in San Antonio, the insurance people.
Yep.
And so I would do the video. Well, we'd work together, but I would basically DP the video portion. He would do the stills portion and direct the whole thing. And so we did the work in San Antonio, but we had a few nights in Austin here and there. And some of his guys he had some friends who were crew in Austin, and we had some amazing adventures. We did barbecue 3 days in a row, and my body basically froze up. Like I went
Yeah,
into a
the
coma.
meat sweats.
Oh God, yeah, it was rough. And we also did the miniature golf with dragging the cooler around with us,
That's the I
right?
know that one.
Yeah, and I remember by the ninth hole, I was so drunk that I was like trying to hit my ball into other, holes. Like it just we lost the thread completely. It was really really fun. But that every time Austin is one of my favorite places. I've never not had a bad time there.
Austin is such a weird and wild place. There's other than it being exceptionally hot right now, it's just
Yeah, yeah.
it's
That was
wild.
the part that killed it for me. When I did Office Space there in '98, I think. I had such a great time. I loved the people. I was like, I just moved to LA, but I was just like, well, if I was going to move again, maybe it'd be to Austin, and I would have been a little bit ahead of the curve back then. But it was such a hot summer, or kind of summer into fall. It was that they had the fires down in Mexico that basically like blotted out the sky. And
I mean, that happens every year, honestly.
yeah, yeah. Well, it didn't then, but now it does. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, well
Um,
they do it on purpose now. They just burn their fields.
Oh, good. Oh, awesome. It's something
Yeah.
haze. What's it called? It's a
It's called pollution. But,
okay. In
we
any
just
event,
call it
cool. That's what life. So, but yeah, if it wasn't for that heat, I probably would have. Yeah, I had such a great time there.
It's wild. I mean,
I
we don't get the coolness that LA gets. So LA gets hot. You get just as hot as we do.
physically cool. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
thought you meant cool, like cool.
No, not hip. No.
It's way hip. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
you're very very dry. We're dryish in the summer, but at night we're wet. We're way more humid. Where you're
I
just
know.
dry all the time, and then you get that nice cool ocean breeze. It cools it down into the 60s. Like right now, I mean, it's been 100 degrees plus for like the last 2 months. At night, it gets to like 79. I mean, there's no sleeping.
sticky.
It's
Yeah, it's still sticky, right? Sticky.
still what? Oh
Sticky?
God, yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't have. It's
You
I
don't
will
have
say this,
sticky.
LA has gotten stickier, like, but nothing compared to Texas or the South, or the South in general. So, yeah, someone just tried to tell me it's been really sticky here, and I'm like, it's mildly humid for LA. You want to see sticky? Jump on a plane.
Right.
So
I mean,
but I will. I'm hoping to come out there maybe October. We'll see.
well, let me know. I mean,
It would be really fun to go do that. Like I said, there's so many people I have to see. Some people who've moved there, some people who have been there a long time.
yeah, you'll need to
there.
schedule like a week. And you get
Oh,
4
I might
hours,
be
you get
moving
2
there.
hours.
Yeah. I got a lot of things to do down there, so I'm looking
For
forward
sure.
to it. But,
I mean,
you know what? Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, you won't recognize Austin. It's
I
mean,
believe that.
from 2010. I mean, I worked downtown from 2007 till 2014. It is unrecognizable now. There are so many buildings. We now have the tallest residential building west of the Mississippi, which I mean is taller than anything in LA. And it's all right there in downtown Austin. It's like, really? You need
That's
that?
bizarre.
And our apartment costs in like the downtown area are the same as LA. It's housing is insane.
I mean, I get how it happened, but it's a bummer to hear. I actually did come out in between there. I came out in 2015 or so, 2016. There was a let's just say a romantic weekend in Austin.
Oh,
So I did actually
a rendezvous.
a rendezvous. Yes, indeed. I've lost track of what year that would have been, but yeah. So, but yeah, I actually. My crush that I met on the set of Office Space in '98, I still keep in touch with on Facebook. She's married with a kid, but it's kind of sweet actually to have that little connection to 25 years ago, because it's such a long time. But I lived.
It is wild how long. Yeah.
I stayed behind the I want to say the Continental Club. Is that the name in south of the river? Is that
there's
the
Continental,
bar?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was like condos literally behind it, and that's where I stayed when we did Office Space.
Yeah. Now, I mean, it's weird because all the cool, trendy little places like down South Congress, which is where everybody goes.
Right.
Yeah. All of those have closed up and are being bought out by large whatever because they can't afford the taxes.
Right. Shit.
Like,
so that was such a great vibe. So where's that all gone? Where's South Congress gone?
There isn't. I mean,
no.
Like we literally I got the email like a week ago. So there was a costume shop on South Congress called Lucy in Disguise that's been there for like 35, 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
They're closing at the end of the next month. They can't afford to stay there because, I mean, like one place bought up like 6 different dive bars that were amazing and have built a huge hotel complex there. I mean, you can't compete with that.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've got something of a similar thing happening in LA, and a lot of the color is, the fun stuff is being destroyed and turned into boxes, and that's what this country is turning into. Let's not go too deep that far.
Yeah,
hey, you know what? I can say this: we actually only got 4 pictures into a collection of a lot of pictures. Do you want to jump back in that while we're?
I do. I want you to put up a picture. I want to look at it for like 20 seconds, and then I want you to continue to talk about it while I go in there and pretend to shout Europe at the sink.
I love that. Did you say throw up everywhere? No,
No, I said shout Europe, which is funny because I don't really need to do that. I just need to, yeah.
I don't know what it means, but I think it's funny.
Well, if you shout Europe at the sink, you go, Europe.
Oh, Jesus. It's the rainbow yawn. Got it. Now I understand.
Yep. I don't need to do that, but I just
didn't get it. Now I got it. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like COVID.
I think you need to go to the bathroom. You've got to drain that vein.
I do, but you got to put up a picture first.
I did. Wait, it's up.
Oh, you want me to promote that one? Okay. All right. I mean, I wanted to respect your browser. You're good. Okay.
Respect my browser, bitch. Okay. It's
right.
okay. Yeah. I mean, the browser.
Okay.
Is basically just
oh yeah. We got Obama. We got Obama going there.
Yeah. Okay. You're gonna do your thing.
I am. I'm gonna mute too. Go ahead.
6 hours and 15 minutes, guys. That's the record. That's how long. Scott's a big boy, and he hasn't been to the bathroom, and he's been drinking. I think he just peed all over his dog, but I'm not entirely sure. So let's not go there. Okay. So this is this particular picture is from one of the Obama sketches. The only reason this is in this folder is the lady to the right with the glasses is my dear friend Amy Jo Trakoff, who this was the last day of shooting on Key and Peele series, and I got her a little bit as the Obama aide. Not exciting for any other reason. Okay. This poor fella. This was a guy who was a location rep for one of the places that we shot first season. And yeah, and what an amazing outfit and everything going on there. Okay, moving on from that. Yeah, I'm gonna jump around a little bit. So that's Ryan, my DIT. That's the DIT cart. It's hard. Oh boy, that's a little. Remember when iPhone pictures in low light were really blurry? Back in 2013 and everything. That's a perfect example of that. But that's what it looked like under our little tent on Key and Peele. Severed Heads. That's a great one. That's the non-verbal one where it's all grunts and everything. So there's Keegan and Jay Martell, our showrunner, having a conversation. And my wonderful second assistant, Morgan, at the back there, who's congratulations to Morgan. She just gave birth to her first child, but she was one of the mascots of our show. Keegan loved her. Well, everyone loved her, but she was not only a great camera assistant, but she also had this whole second career as a hula hooper. And she did all these shows and demos. She's still got a whole YouTube presence and Instagram presence as a hooper. And she taught a lot of people on sets hula hoop, including Keegan. He was a big
doing it with my bro.
It was after that, unfortunately.
Oh wow! Okay.
She was she is still super legit with that hoop thing, and
I
Keegan
suck at it.
and he was a big fan of hers. So this is a great clip from a having to do 360s here. I love the two cameras going around in a circle. It's pretty fun, isn't it?
What was that shot? What was that from?
That was the 911 call where Keegan is Jordan is a woman who's a 911 operator, and Keegan's like, Keegan's calling, this woman's passed out. What should I do? And it becomes a whole dating thing.
I do not remember this. What season?
Yeah. No, that's a later season. I don't remember if what the sketch would be called, but 911 call maybe.
This does not ring a bell at all.
But yeah, I mean, I love the bounce cards with the little cutouts on them. That's really
well.
fun.
I mean, you gotta.
That's pretty great. Look at those guys. Look at them go. Circular track. It's so rare you get to see it, but yeah, boom. That happened. Let's see. There's
I've never seen this.
Which one? This one? This is Megan, the breakup.
No, I know that one. That one I know.
Oh, the other one.
The 911. I'm looking at it.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I've never seen this. That's weird.
Every time Comedy Central puts up one of the clips, inevitably someone on YouTube goes, "A brand new Key and Peele," and the people are like, "Dude, there is no brand new Key and Peele."
I mean, that's weird. I need to find out what this was.
All right. Well, you can watch that one. There you go.
I'm gonna enjoy it.
So yeah, I just love everyone working. Now, the thing about Jordan doing Megan was Jordan in drag was actually an oddly attractive woman. She was more attractive as a woman in a weird way. And he kind of went into character, and we would treat him differently. Because his character, Megan, was such a diva, we sort of gave him automatically kind of like a little bit more deferential and careful around him/her. And it was really, really funny because he tended to be a tiny halfway into character when he was fully in makeup and hair as Megan.
Jordan as Megan is absolutely amazing because he has the voice and everything down pat. Keegan as a woman is a little different. Totally different feel.
No,
you got to listen. That's what he does.
Yeah. It's so weird to think how you couldn't predict that, but for some reason Megan Jordan not at all a feminine person in person, but when he's in drag, he has this feminine side that comes out, and it's sort of that was very interesting. So oh my god, I love those characters so much. The first one that we did where he's chasing her through the city, but you're jagged,
Megan, come on,
and all the heightened that occurs. Yeah, and also a fun extra story, which I don't think I have a clip of. Maybe I can. Let me see if I can find it. But in that first Megan sketch, where she's in the rowboat, and he's on the dock, following her on the dock. That was at Universal. That was Jaws Lake, and where Jordan was, where his boat was exactly the channel that Jaws travels in for the tram tour.
That's funny.
And at the end of shooting that night, Peter had it worked out with the site rep to trigger Jaws to come out of the water right in front of Megan. And there's a great behind the scenes clip of them reacting in character to Jaws coming out, which is pretty funny, I would have to say. So I don't know if I have the original. So this is a lighting setup I did in a church for the gospel one where they're all singing about
Happy Sunday.
No, not that one.
Oh,
it's a gospel choir and singing about how like they're waiting for somebody and they can't start the rehearsal till he gets there and blah blah blah.
That's right. They just keep singing the same thing. And
yeah. So it was a very this was an actual I think it was at a cemetery. It was basically the chapel at a cemetery, and they were very restrictive on how close we could get things, and I wanted to get a light high, but they didn't want we couldn't get the light high enough to not be too close to the ceiling. So what you can see there is It's a T. It's probably bigger than a T2. And I don't. I'm trying to think which instrument that is behind the black wrap, bouncing up into a mirror. So the mirror is actually where I wanted the head to be originally, but I had to use the mirror instead to get the light high enough.
To get it that high. Yeah.
Yeah. So all the instruments for that entire lighting setup are concentrated into that chunk. I think there's another one that shows it from a different angle with the keynotes and everything. All the action is where the camera is and nothing from the other side. So it was this very strange lighting setup that was like, it's a high hard light and there's a Lico and there's this floor skip and there's fill and nothing on the other side. It was one of those things that I looked at. I'm like, I got to take a picture of this because it doesn't really add up and make sense. And I don't have a picture of the actual setup, unfortunately. But there's the Ukraine once again, and that's me sitting in the back seat with the joysticks to operate it, and the guy to the right of me is operating the actual arm swinging around. So that was kind of fun and terrifying because I'm not good at joysticks.
But you learned
that one. I did. So this is the one that's the recruits all jogging in place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, one of those deals. We shot that at the old zoo at Griffith Park. And there's Rich Davis, who was messaging with us earlier, if you may recall, asking what the favorites were.
Yeah.
Rich was my Steadicam operator, seasons 4 and 5. Rich and I go back to Scrubs. I did the first 2 seasons of Scrubs as Steadicam operator, and then he came in after me and did the rest of the series. Very good camera operator and lovely guy. And this was a very, very cool electric vehicle that had a motorized boom arm on it that Rich is riding there. And I'm putting a hand on the rig for old time's sake. This is long after I got out of Steadicam.
For the photo, for the gram.
Yep.
Oh, I know that one.
Well, what you don't know is it's not the sketch you think it is. It's the next sketch that we shot after that's the creepy kid in the bed. This is a massage sketch with different characters. And what I wished I had was more of these photos. This was just me like lining up shots. But very often, if we did these 2 sketches a day, as soon as we finished one, we would move over to rehearse the other one so that they could send the guys over to the works to get cleaned up into the next look. So I could have had a whole series of these pictures, which is right set, wrong character. So these are the characters from another sketch rehearsing the next one. And I think that's fucking hilarious in the big scheme of things because it's got nothing to do with the actual sketch itself.
That's Miriam Glass, or she?
Yes, that's that one. Yeah.
That one, and then the next one is okay. So again, you might notice there could be some crying. There could be some.
You're keen too. Yeah,
I know every single skit except the 911, and I cannot find a release date on it.
Okay. All right. Well,
I need to know now.
All right, we'll work on that. This is my first and my A camera and B camera first ACs.
Enjoying it up at the hospital set.
Yeah, on a hospital set, you can see there's a dummy to their left, and I love that they both sort of like are chilling out, enjoying themselves. This was relatively early in the era of pulling off monitors. And I thought it was very entertaining that they were like all comfortized like that. So I took a picture of them. Also, I'm realizing those monitors are hardwired. Something that would never happen today would all be on transmitters. But the way that I used to find the assistants when they were offset was to trace the BNC cables off. I'd be like, there it goes. I can see it. It's going out the door. It's going around the corner. Oh, there's the first. Now I have no idea where they are at all times, which is pretty hilarious. That's back to the camera car again. That's our other camera operator, Dave Sammons. And yep, there we are.
That's the cool car. Yeah,
that was a very cool piece of equipment. But they only had a few of them in the States. It was the guy was French who's driving it there. He's the guy that designed it, and then it disappeared. We were one of the first to use it in LA, but I thought it was an interesting idea, and it just didn't continue. There's Jono, our first assistant, back at the Alien set by the mall. Oh wait, we already did these. Oh, I think we jumped. One. Yeah, we did them, but now I can continue on from there. That's snapping heads. That's the back. You recognize the location.
Yep. Instantly.
Yeah, that's where that kind of 80s TV movie thing was done.
I love the frisbee.
The Frisbee was
That's back
great.
at the
Yeah,
mall. Yeah.
back at the mall. There's a
That's
classic Scout van right there. That's going from set to set. Everyone on their phones 10 years ago, which wasn't quite as common, but it was everyone's texting people back, to get notes back and forth, basically. We did that one. That mall, yeah. I don't know if anything has yet happened with that mall. I think it could still be as fucked up today. I know I have an interior in here somewhere, which we'll see. It's really trippy. That place is. When you see like those photo essays that are, about dead malls and shit, that's
right.
one of them. So this is the football concussion sketch. You remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
With the football player who's just like he's got the concussion and he doesn't know what's going on, and that was it. This was one of our late night sketches. We never did an all nighter. We shot till about 2 or 3 in the morning, but you can see the rain towers there. That was an interesting one because of all these like really tough dudes that were hired to be background who were just like really ripped, football player looking guys were all whining about how cold the water was. That was pretty funny. And my camera, you can sort of see in there my camera team. There's like plastic over the cameras and blah blah blah. And I was just like, well, I could show some solidarity by running in there and getting wet, but why bother? I stayed in the sidelines. That's okay.
I mean, yeah, you got to lead by example or not.
Or just kind of go, sorry guys, that's why I moved up. In the water. That's why I'm not Silver Spoon, but I came from you guys.
Silver spoons together.
That's those are our second teamers. That's the stand-ins. That's another kind of obscure one where it's like they're trying both of them are trying to pick up a girl at a party, and it's a competition, and I can't quite remember what happens in that one. But that was the top of the old Herald Examiner building in LA, which has been now converted into condos. But that's unfortunate because this was right outside William Randolph Hearst's old office back in the 30s or 20s or 30s. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. This is kind of funny. I don't know why I have this. This is my office. Oh, yeah. I'm showing off.
You got a bathroom. Wow, you rate.
Yep. With a toilet seat.
Wow.
Up, which I probably never used. Oh, yeah. There's the inside of that dead mall. Yeah.
That's definitely
pretty trippy. Yeah. Pretty creepy. Yeah. When malls die, it's not fun. So there's a process trailer set up. That's the one where it's I love this one too, where they're singing along to the song and Keegan is faking his way through the lyrics. Do you remember that one? And then Jordan's just like, no, you sing the next verse. And he realizes that he can't, and he jumps out. Oh, or Jordan does, and he jumps out of the car. Do you know that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's us. That's our setup for shooting that. And as I was mentioning earlier, you can see on the right on the insert car that big tarp of black, so we can see the monitors. Again, imagine that with the sun beating down on
a mobile
torture device is what that is. So yeah, like I said, I'd be happy to never shoot in one of those things again, to be honest.
Okay. So
go ahead.
I found it says season 5, episode 11.
Is which one? The 9/11 call?
The 9/11.
Yeah, okay.
I'm looking through the entire show. It's not there.
Okay.
It's the one with the marbles where he puts all the marbles in his mouth.
Yep. Okay. Got it.
It's what's his name? Well, actually, we're actually in this point.
Yeah.
What's his name?
The science guy.
Yes, that guy.
With 3 names.
Then it's the guy that measures his suit.
Yeah. It's that one.
And then you've got the two. They're the valets.
Okay.
And then you go back to the science guy, and then it's Keegan on the phone, and he's talking with someone who's got the little squishy doll, where the eyeballs poke out.
I know what you're talking about.
Yep, and that's the whole entire episode.
Okay. Go to YouTube and look up the 911 call that will change.
I see it.
What
I
are
see
you
it.
saying? So what do you? So what?
I'm saying
what
it was never aired.
Oh, it had to have been. Had to have been.
I've watched this show, I don't know, 10 times at least, and I've never seen that before. And then
Okay.
when you said it, I'm like, what? Makes no
Okay.
sense.
I can't explain that.
Nor can I.
I also can't explain the fact that the Monopoly guy doesn't have a monocle.
He does. It's just
Mandela effect.
a rim. It's a
Mandela effect. Never had a monocle. Not
Right.
even a rim. Go look it up.
wait a minute now.
Go ahead, look it up. He never ever had a monocle. It's the craziest thing, but that's a full-on Mandela effect.
I love those. I love when I start typing it. It's like Monopoly guy monocle. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's the most logical explanation is that Mr. Peanut had a monocle, and we confused the two.
I mean, there's a picture of him here with a monocle.
Yeah, but it's to illustrate the Mandela effect, right?
Right. Wow.
Neat, right? I love that. That's, I think, the creepiest one because everyone thinks he had a monocle.
Now I don't even want to play Monopoly anymore. I'm just kidding. I never wanted to play it. No one wants to play Monopoly because you lose.
You know, my brother was always too good at it, and he went in. He became like a real estate CFO
Tycoon.
Yeah, tycoon, basically.
I mean,
I'm like,
if you ever had to borrow money from someone, you should not be playing Monopoly.
Correct.
I mean, in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I'll keep you in the game.
As like a
son of
high
a
school
bitch.
freshman, he was already ruthless at Monopoly. All right, you can go back to the picks. We'll see what else we got, if you want. That is okay.
Oh, I do. I just didn't want to.
We saw
love that one. Love that.
The tie.
The way his hair's going. I love that one.
There's an outtake from. You can hear this choreographer. I don't know if you can hear it or not.
I can. How many hours did they have to do that?
A lot.
I'd be so tired.
I will say that sketch is special to me because that particular day I happened to befriend one of the gals who was the doing the aerobics in the background there, and we've become close friends ever since. And that's the day that we met. So is a wonderful little moment. She has a very funny moment in the sketch where they just have a close up of her making hilarious faces. She's super funny, and
So
she's a
how
former
many
rocket.
Okay. How many sketches did you shoot that didn't air?
What is wrong with you that I said former Rockette and all you can give me is okay? Like that doesn't
Well,
matter.
I interrupted you and I wanted to stop and
just teasing you.
pause.
That's right. That's a married guy for you right there. He's like, tell me about the Rockette. No, let's talk about sketches. All right. So what do you think?
How many sketches did you shoot that didn't air?
Oh, that's a good question. I've actually, Gary, the production designer, I've tried to figure that out. I think it's 4. He thinks it's as many as 6. I have 2 in my possession. And it gets a little bit murky in our heads, you know. For instance, there was one that was about a a cappella African singing group a la Ladysmith Black Mambazo, if you remember them from back in the 80s. They were on the Paul Simon Graceland album. And the gag is that they're in their career, they've gotten to the point where they're like doing a show that's all jingles, like they're sold out completely and everything they're singing is a jingle. That's a pretty deep cut. But the reason it never aired, even though we shot it, was that SNL did exactly the same thing after we shot ours, but before it aired. So we had to cancel. They just killed ours. And it's kind of like, okay, yes, simultaneous ideas can occur, but when you write a sketch about a cultural reference, a minor cultural reference from 38 years ago, what's happening? So, you know, it was what it was. But yeah, like I said, I have one from the pilot that got cut, and I have one from episode 1 that got cut. And I can personally think of just a couple more, and there are all different reasons for that sort of thing. It would be fun for them to release them now for various reasons, but
They should absolutely.
Yeah, the network will do what the network does. That's what they're called.
Wait, a network is what?
Yeah. So there's a view from the DIT tenant. That's the text confusion one. I love the text confusion one. You know that one, right?
Oh, where he's like, yeah, whatever. That one.
Well, yeah, the misinterpretation of the text.
Yeah, that's a good one because that's so true.
It is. The fun story I have about that is those were both shot in the same house, and the kitchen that you see behind Jordan, which you can just kind of make out on that monitor, you can see the kind of the shelves there. That's immediately just out of frame left on Keegan's coverage. So we basically the camera moved about 25 feet to shoot as if it was a different house.
That's
so
funny.
That's a nice little Easter egg. These are the kind of things I want to tell that story about. So this is a classic scout picture. This would have been for the alien invasion sketch,
Okay.
but this was at a different location when we were testing it out. And there's Keegan, basically just pretending to be that guy with a gun, except it's a rolled up, scout schedule. So that's kind of funny. That's me with Peter at that's Dick Nanigans. You remember Dick Nanigans with Chelsea Peretti?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the stage that we shot that at. Which the trivia is, it's a now defunct stage called the theater called the Elephant in Santa Monica Boulevard, which is a whole run of like 99 seat theaters. We shot the interstitials for the pilot episode next door to that stage, and their slightly larger stage, which was the guys doing their stand up in front of everybody for the pilot, which then got reshot for the series run. So that was a nice little reunion for us to go back to that space.
So,
yeah,
Sergeant Blueberries or Detective Blueberries, the gun one, where they peel off their faces and they were a dirty gun the whole time. Was that?
Wait, they were dirty. There's a few face peel offs.
Yeah, so there was a point when I guess Key and Peele crossed over with Rocket Jump with Freddie Wong.
Yes. I totally remember you talking about. Yeah, none of us had anything to do with that other than Key and Peele.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a weird period where these other things were being made, and then they were going out on the YouTubes as Key and Peele sketches, and we were a little uncomfortable because the production value was very different. I had nothing to do with it.
It was different because it went over that way, but then they had Freddie Wong on.
Yes, we had him on. And the Ghost.
The Halloween one. Yeah.
360, yeah.
Wang was his name, I think.
Yeah, that was pretty cool actually, because I didn't know who he was. I didn't know he was a filmmaker. I thought he was just an actor, and that was a very technical sketch because we shot it essentially motion control. We did multiple passes on a remote head because there was things were being comped in and blah blah blah.
Right.
And I sort of like explained a couple of things to him, and he was like, yeah, got it. And I didn't realize until later when I watched his stuff, I was like, oh yeah, he fucking knows all about this stuff.
That's Freddie.
But I didn't know. I didn't know.
He's cool, but I mean, he's one of those who an amazing amount of talent, but I guess went the wrong direction, and now he's just kind of like vanished.
Oh really? Oh okay, yeah,
he at the highlight that they did the series called Video Game High School. If you've ever heard, it was amazing. It was very low budget. It was a YouTube series. Yeah. They did like 3 seasons, and then Lionsgate bought rights to them for I don't know, like a year or two for Hulu stuff. And they created 2 series for Hulu that apparently did horribly, and then they just poof.
Okay, so it's a bummer. Shit happens, I guess, right?
Yeah, it does. I mean, Hollywood.
Here I am doing a live stream. Well, I don't know.
That's not you. That's Keegan.
Oh, that's Keegan once again. I love it's just so cute with the paper gun. There's that was scouting the God drug. You go to the God drug.
The God drug. You put it under your eyelids and it.
Yep, with Kumail Nanjiani.
That one was. So what did you use for the blue?
Yeah, that's an interesting question because it's so saturated. I feel
it
like
is. It looks LED.
Yeah, I would say that at that point we were using color blasts, which were essentially theatrical / DJ RGB lighting.
Gotcha.
That you couldn't get a good white out of, but there were color units. Yeah, it would
Yeah,
have been
but
color lights. Yeah.
the interesting thing that I liked about it was that the blue was so saturated, but it wasn't blown out, which is easily.
Yeah. Yeah, it was right on the edge there. I remember in color we had to do some finessing of that. But we really pushed it in that one. We definitely wanted a surreal look to. I don't know if I know there's another version. Yeah, that's the hallway outside that room, which I think, if it's not in the sketch, it was cut out of the sketch. But there was
I think it's cut
entering or leaving the room. But yeah, so that was.
I think it literally starts with them entering the door into the room.
Yeah. So yeah, Kamal and who had worked a few times at that point was he was a cool guy, and shit, what's his name from Good Neighbor? I can't think of his name, but yeah, Good Neighbor was a local sketch group, like improv group that was doing videos. Did some really, really funny videos, and Beck and the two of the guys went out to SNL and have been cast. Beck left SNL. He's already gone through SNL. The other one's still on there with the curly hair. You know him. Kyle Mooney.
Kyle Mooneyhan.
Yeah, so Kyle and Beck, and I feel terrible because he was the third member, equally talented, but he got left when they picked up Kyle and Beck to SNL. He got left behind, and I felt so bad for him because I mean, what a burn! But
it happens.
That's the way that the cookie crumbles. So he was with us in the sketch at that time. Very funny guy. All right, so there's Universal Backlot.
Yep.
Proving once again I work on Key and Peele. As I look at it, what's interesting is I cannot figure out what sketch we were shooting based on that location at all. So that's an interesting little mystery. But hey, look, shooting motion pictures.
I have no idea either.
I couldn't tell you.
I don't recognize using the glass building.
The glass building was not in it but the direction that we're lighting.
I mean, you're bouncing this back that way. So
no, I think it looks like a push. It's through the frame, but yeah, that one's not quite coming to me. I know that location
arches.
well. I just can't think. I can't think what was in that location that we would have.
The arches look familiar. I wonder if that was one of those valets.
Not there, no. I know where we shot the valets.
No.
We did shoot around the corner, but not that side of it. So that it shit happens. I can't remember.
Got to find out now.
Do you see what this one is?
No.
Okay, so it's the one where Keegan is. It's the funeral, and it's Keegan's dad. And he's giving, he says, my dad years ago worked as an actor in movies.
Oh God, yeah. That one, yeah.
And it's all super racist stuff.
Right,
so this is the one where he's like playing a dude. He's like Ooga Booga guy in front of. They're in the boiling pot, and you can see him in the background.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun shooting that stuff that was black and white, supposed to be, from the 30s. Lighting wise, because it was like they just blasted those arc lights back in those days. So you can see there, I've got it looks like an M90 just cooking like almost dead on to them,
The director,
yeah, and then hitting. You can see with the cameras, it's almost over the camera and mostly, and then also we did that dolly move specifically on the deck without track, so it would be rougher looking because I figured. All the camera moves were so much kind of like clunkier in those days,
It's true.
So yeah, that was a lot of fun shooting that stuff. Here's Plane Crash. Yeah, that's the War of the Worlds set. And there
I got my ticket.
Yep. And yeah, that's like we're waiting for nightfall to drop, basically. And
right.
Like, okay.
Not dark enough yet.
Noise.
Oh, that's the noise. Yeah.
Yep. Checkerboard lame there. That's to give it a nice poppy period lighting look there.
Right.
Checkerboard lames very often.
Not very often.
That's again on the Universal backlot. Yeah.
Oh, I know that one. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm the mother, my mother. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
I actually enjoyed that one. And then the director guy, he's an actor. I can't remember his name.
Colin Hanks, Tom's son.
Yeah.
Yep. We'd done a movie together in 2007, so that was fun to work together again.
Yeah,
He's very good, and there's a very funny moment in that when he gives a last minute direction, and he's like, he says something to each of them, and I forgot the names of the characters, but he says, Jordan's character, he's just like, do exactly what you were doing, and Keegan, transform, and like do better, basically,
right.
and action. And it just as the camera, as the shot is cutting away from him, you can see him start to break because it's such a funny note to give an actor. Transform. Yeah, that's in the sketch in its final form. But I'm laughing at myself there because I'm like, what am I looking at down there that's relevant to my lighting scheme? But obviously something. I wish I knew. But I had so much fun leaning into the saturated kind of teal and orange, like
very teal, yeah,
like way over the top,
Yeah, I mean, I had that one up, and I was thinking about doing a screenshot of it. I was like, it's very simple lighting. There's not a whole lot that you're going to uncover the secrets of.
But it's really just kind of going for cliche, and then
it's totally cliche.
Yeah,
for sure.
That was all I was going for. Was just like, we got to go over the top of this. That's the that is that's the Super
that's
Bowl.
The three pumps.
One.
Three pumps and you're out.
Oh, that might have been. It was either three pumps or that was Super Bowl Shuffle, which was the
yeah. I mean, they could be the same, but
the East West Bowl. I can't. We did a few football ones, so it's a little
Crinkleberry
in there. Yeah, which was also on the old cameras, but I don't see any cameras there, so obviously we're just rehearsing. That was at one of the university fields. Let's see. It looks like there's a lot of. Oh yeah, East. Oh yeah, East West Bowl. Yep, there it is. Now you can see that Hoodman there in the middle of the frame. That would have been on my standard def tube monitor, the Sony 7-inch or 8-inch tube monitor, because I was using that's the standard def monitor.
Go with the classic.
And there it is. You can see it again.
Yep.
Yeah, that was cool to use that. It's a bummer the cameras weren't visible, but oh no, there they go. That's perfect. Oh, I didn't realize it's.
Oh, it's an old camera. Yep, that's the Super Bowl Shuffle.
There it is. Yep, and we did green screen on that, and I said to the director, "You are nuts doing green screen on this." And he goes, "Yeah, if it looks shittier, it'll be that much better." And it did, and it was.
I loved just the acting. He's like, I wonder what he's thinking about.
Oh yeah, so good. So
there's the Testarossa.
All right, so no one actually came up with it, and you didn't remember what the movie.
No,
it was the end titles from Buckaroo Banzai.
Wow.
You know the movie, right? Have you ever seen Buckaroo Banzai?
I have.
Scott?
Yeah. Yes. I'm here.
Okay. Checking. The wow almost made it sound like I don't know what that is.
No, it was wow. I can't believe I missed it. I can't.
Yeah, if you make a note to yourself, watch the end credits, and you'd be like, "Oh Jesus, of course." That track that's right. I love that. That whole movie is just amazing to me.
You had gone into like a music video thing at first, and I was like, "Oh my god, I could think of like 4 or 5 music videos that were shot there."
Videos. No, but it's a completely like connects with nothing else in the film end sequence. That's what I love about it. Jeff Goldblum and everyone's just like, it's great. It's a great sequence. I love this because it looks like I'm actually doing something and I have no idea.
Pointing is like, where's lunch?
The thing with the thing.
Well, I don't know where that set is, or where's that?
That's not in a backlight. I love that.
Look at you with your iPhone. Look at that.
Well, I'm curious as to what app I would have been using back then. My little baby iPhone.
I mean, they had they had the viewfinder one way back then. I would have.
I guess I did. I guess that's what I was using. It's
dog park above Universal.
Might
there's
have been.
that's the plane crash.
Wait, where'd you say dog park? Where'd that come from?
Manchester 8117.
Oh my God. We did shoot at the dog. Are you? Who was Manchester 8117? Did you work on
I don't
team
know.
field? Because yes, we did shoot at the dog park above Universal for the dog park sketch. The people as dogs. Well, I don't
I
know
have a
if it was
feeling
dog
they're
park
your
or not, but
secret
the park.
admirer because they know
This
you.
I don't remember that being. I thought that there was other buildings there that weren't part of Universal. But I like that note. I appreciate that note. I just want to know who it is now. That was actually a replica. Is Testarossa the right
Oh, it
word?
wasn't a real Testarossa?
No, it was a replica.
I got to touch a Testarossa a week and a half ago for the first time.
Yeah, cool.
It's nice.
Well, hopefully it wasn't that one. Am I going backwards or forwards? I'm going backwards.
It was awesome. I enjoyed it.
For you. I don't know. I get a little thrown by fast cars.
I love fast cars. They're amazing.
The last one I drove was the original Tesla, the Sportster or whatever, Roadster or whatever it was called.
Oh, the roaster. Yeah.
Oh my God, the torque on that was painful. It actually was uncomfortable, and you're almost lying on your back. And I was driving down Ventura, just like horrified, going, "I'm going to crash."
Did you see the little YouTube video I did where I took my wife Cynthia in Eric Kessler's car, Cynthia?
Okay, no.
So Eric has a Audi R8 that has a stage. I forget it's got 1,080 horsepower. It's a twin turbo V10.
Okay.
And he named it Cynthia, and he named it Cynthia long before he knew Cynthia. So we were up there, and I took Cynthia for a ride in Cynthia, and and I took. Oh my God, is it neck snapping? It's 0 to 60 in under 2 seconds. It's insanity.
I mean, were you training to be an astronaut at that point?
I at that point I was training to be anything because I just couldn't believe it. It's insane.
Yeah, I'm very happy with my little Chevy Bolt, which can do 0 to 60 in 6-ish.
Oh, you got the electric Bolt? Nice.
Yeah,
You can get to 60 in that? I didn't.
It's a snappy little car. It can go fast. It's electric. All electric cars are fast. You know,
It's true that they are.
It's not pokey at all. It's the most zippy car I've ever driven. So, and I mean not driven, owned, I should say. I'm very happy with it. But other than they have a little issue with batteries blowing up. But you know, that's a whole.
I mean, we worry about the little things.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So here we're back at playing.
Oh, hold on.
Oh no! What's this? Okay, you want to go full screen? Yeah, there you go.
This is.
Are we going to see you? It's going to be like one of those videos where your clothes blows off.
Yeah. So no, okay. This is her for the first time in this car. I have her get in.
Okay.
I was like, "Hi, how you doing? How you doing? You want to get in?"
This is Cynthia doing a bit with you.
No, she's literally in real life.
Oh my God! Yeah.
In real time, she's never experienced this before in her life.
No, I get it.
And we got almost up to 55 miles an hour. It was yeah. Okay,
wow.
Sorry.
That's outrageous. Yeah, I mean, I will say this: anyone who poo-poos electric cars, you just have to get in a good one and
it's true.
Insane.
Any Tesla is hilariously fun. It's so much more fun than you'd expect.
Yeah, I mean, even in my little silly car, I can take people, and I just don't want to do it because I'm not on close tracks. But if I kind of go, here's what it's capable of, just on the street, they're like, "What the?"
It's pure torque. It's insanity.
I enjoy it. I think it's also very safe too, because if there's something I have to navigate out of quickly, I know that I can trust it.
No kidding. Yeah, I mean, braking is not always the right solution. Acceleration. Absolutely.
I agree with you. And there it is. All right. So that's there's another I'm holding my hand out thing. It's good. I like these pictures because it looks like I actually know what I'm doing.
Put Crafty right over there.
Yeah.
Got any Welch's fruit snacks?
That's one of the ones.
Are you pulling my chain? You pulling my leg?
You're keeping.
I'm telling you. The fact that I've never seen that skit, I'm telling you, there's something to that.
That's where'd my dookie go?
Well, where my dookie go?
They
Another great voice, by the way. He just
another great voice. Yeah, that was a great character. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, right around the time we were getting ready for that, he decided that he should be smoking a joint, and so they had to prep a bunch of prop joints for him.
right.
And Jordan said, "Hey, anyone who wants to jump in and roll one, so we can have a whole bunch of them, will help." And I sort of jumped in there, and his eyes widened. I was like, "Yeah, Jordan, I have a past." And he was very impressed with my rolling technique. I was just like, "Yeah, it's been a long time, but the old man's got some tricks left in him. It's good."
I like the anytime he's steampunk. I'm steampunk now, man.
Oh, the steampunk's amazing. Yeah, with the you're just looking through a piece of pipe. Yeah, that one's so good.
It's like, why would you think that? I got a ratatouille.
Yeah, that's the basement of the house where we shot to stay for the night.
Why do you look so unhappy?
I look unhappy there. I'm like literally laughing. I'm literally like half smiling there. Do I look unhappy?
I don't see the half smile. You literally look like someone pulled your Welch's fruit snacks away and you don't get LaCroix today.
Oh, that would be terrible.
Look at you. You're like,
I don't think so.
your arms are almost crossed.
Yeah, but that's no big deal. I was perfectly happy. We'll get away from that one. There's Wendell. God bless Wendell.
Oh.
In the Star Wars bed.
The music video with Wendell cracked
the Power of Wings is so fucking funny. I love that one.
When I first saw that, I was like, "Oh my god, they wrote a song for this."
Yep.
And it's good.
And it's also just so funny the price tag and all the different elements.
Right. Ding ding ding. And then you see him at the end. I would like.
And then the guy, they have the terrible photo double of him riding a horse. Because he can't get on it,
right?
And that was actually one of my first drone experiences.
Really,
that was when there was literally only 5 companies that were legally able to fly drones for legitimate production work, and I got splintered off to second unit to kind of direct the drone work, and that was very interesting seeing what they were capable of. And I remember. One of the last shots we did was flying low over this lake, basically parallel to the shore, with the guy riding on the horse. And I said, "Can we do me a favor? Let's take that card out of the camera and put a fresh one in before we do the shot." And the drone guy was like, "Why?" And I go, "Because we're going to be skimming the top of the water, and if God forbid you guys take a soak, I don't want to lose all the work we've done so far." And he was very miffed that I thought he would dump the drone. And I'm like, we would do this under any circumstances. It's like, I'm just safeguarding the work, But yeah, that was interesting. And, as far as I'm concerned, sure, it could have happened, Because I was like, get as low as you comfortably can without dumping the thing in the water. How's that sound?
Right. And Patrick, the answer is no. There is no way a propeller on a drone is chopping air. And it's spinning at a speed, and there's no way to not chop air at speed and not make noise.
Yeah, they're noisy as fuck. Those things, that's for sure. They are, but capable of a lot of really amazing work.
They are, but the mattress of solitude, though. Oh, now you look happy. Oh, that's the.
I feel like I'm less happy in that picture than the other picture, but it's all.
No, you are definitely happier in this picture. You're like, that guy's name is Smoops. What is his name?
Schmoopy.
No, it's not Wingdings. It's
wow. You go.
Oh, I know this one.
Good question. I will say that that when it came up on the schedule for us to shoot these was like the biggest relief for me and my team, because we would
just green screen
the lock-off shot. We lit it. The only thing we changed was because the guys they had to look left or look right.
Right.
So we basically duplicated the keys and the fill and the backlight and everything. So it was just flip a switch and it would flip sides, and that's all we had to change. and they would go off to wardrobe and makeup and hair, costume makeup and hair for 20 minutes. So we would just sit there, and I was like, okay, guys, second half of this day is we light it and we're done. It was a total chill scene for us. And that's it. The funny thing is, these are, of course, are some of the most popular sketches we had. Once again, the least interesting photographically, but
right. But I mean, it's comedy at that point.
It's comedy at that, yeah, of course, and always. All right, which one's that?
That's the detective that the stuff was on the wall, the posters.
Yeah, the Usual Suspects parody. Yep.
Yeah, Usual Suspects, exactly. He's like,
yeah,
my name is Cat Paws Hanging.
So funny. Tight little space in there, and if you look to the right, you see a little hacked together gobo with tape on a frame making Venetian blinds for the back wall.
I literally see that. Yes.
Yep.
That's funny.
Which was that was a tough little space to get a good look in, but I was pretty happy with it ultimately.
No, that would turn out. I thought about screenshotting that one, but it just didn't. There wasn't.
It wasn't a single frame that was particularly stick out. Yeah.
Yeah, there just wasn't anything that I thought that you had to do something so special that people really need to see it. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm just saying.
No, I know. It had to look like what it was. I didn't go beyond.
What I did not understand at all on the whole Key and Peele thing was the whole newscaster guy.
Oh, the Meta
World News.
I never understood that either, but he was a sports personality that I wasn't familiar with, so I kind of went,
okay,
I'm just going to sit here and once again, very simple rinse and repeat setup, so I'm going to not fret about it.
Yeah, I mean that's literally just one guy sitting at a desk. And I never could understand. It was like, why is that in here? It's not Key. It's not Peele. I don't know.
It was a bit of an anomaly, but that was not up to me to make any statement on one way or another. So that's the control room from when we did the interstitials, the first few seasons.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Set up at a theater. And once we had it all dialed in, it was so easy to shoot. That was a very enjoyable 3 nights. Also just hearing the audience, seeing the sketches and blah, blah, blah.
I figure that had to be far, far more expensive. Sorry.
Buddy, it's getting to be late for you.
Well, you yawned, so you made it happen.
What's the what was the length with the 2 guys?
Oh, we've blown through every single record.
No way. Even the Jared Land record?
Every single. We're at 7 hours and 5 minutes.
Well, I thought you said Jared was 7 hours.
No, he was 6 and 32.
Oh my God, I'm so fucking proud.
You killed it.
I killed it. You killed it. We killed it.
You're sitting. I mean, I'm just sitting here. I finally got to pee, so I'm happy. So, what's that?
I peed twice. You only peed once.
I mean, I peed.
Is anyone left? Is that other than Patrick?
Yeah, we still got people in here. Everybody speak up. And what's funny too is like YouTube will say there's like a handful of people, and then they're like 27 people will say hi, and it was like,
okay,
YouTube lose track. If you're still here, say hello. Hello.
I know. I'm very. I should point out we had no discussion ahead of time about breaking any records.
No, that's true.
We joked about we weren't going to see the sunset. We didn't joke about it. We talked seriously. It was like, well, we're not going to see the sunset on my end.
Yep.
Long
I was saying before we talked about records that this, like doing the live audio or the live set had to be more expensive than shooting the process car and the
the 2 guys through the desert.
Yeah,
I would think it had. I mean, we hired the background. The people came to the show. Half of them were hired.
Oh, you did.
Well, that's how it's always done. You can't rely on people just to show up.
They'll be like, wait, this isn't funny.
It's audience services, blah 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 blah. That's a good question. I have no clue about the relative costs.
Manchester has still not told us who Manchester is.
Hi, Manchester.
Who are you?
I'm very intrigued because they obviously in the industry because they know
that's locations
at Universal. I'm thinking they worked on Key and Peele because we did shoot up at that dog park ish. I'm just curious. Someone's having some good times with us, and I'm.
Oh, we got a name. We got a name. Sorry. Hold on. You gotta get rid of your. There we go. We have a name.
Is it Dennis? Oh, it's Dennis. What's up with Matt? Dennis, what's with your screen name? What kind of freakishness? Yeah, he just texted me. Dennis was the A camera operator on the first 3 seasons, I think, of Key and Peele.
Very cool.
He's about to appear in my pictures.
Well, let's see that.
He has showed up a bit before, but not as featured as we might like.
I mean, when you went to the instant messengers, I had to bop you out. So you ready to go back in?
Very good. Because God knows what could show up. All right, go back.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know.
That
okay.
Do you know
There's
the one
one of
where
those.
they're walking under the scaffold and the
paint drops and it makes a little paint booby.
Yeah, makes little boobs. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. So that is
which I never really fully got that one. I'm like, no one would see that, but okay.
It's a little obtuse. You know, it's a little obtuse. So that one, that's the scaffold is behind those that diffusion, and that was a huge rig because it was supposed to the sun was going to come in, and so the grips strung all that diffusion for me. And you know, it doesn't look that impressive, but if you look at the scale of the guy, that's pretty sizable amount of rigging. And then the friggin' sun never came out that day. So we literally, got that light going just to give it some contrast. But the scaffold's all, excuse me, behind the diffusion. That's the same building that's in the background of, not the background. That's just the right of them in slow motion.
Yep. Literally, I was like, I couldn't say it, but I could do it.
Yep. So yeah, it's, and then one of the things that we would cover. I'm gonna sneeze again. That we would cover if we did this live the live rewatch thing is to point out how many times we shot on given locations. Like there's a certain alley at Universal, I think 5 different sketches. The New York street set.
There's definitely like the stair steps, concrete stairs from an apartment. You shot on that many times.
The Disney Ranch backlot. We shot 5.
Yeah, there was hats. There was pull on my chain. There was
shot in the dick.
Yep. You just pull on my leg.
The one where it's the big Steadicam oneer where he gets the record contract and everyone's his friend, and then he gets the phone call that it's been canceled, and he goes, right?
Yes,
you know that one?
yes. That was like season 2, wasn't it? It was way back.
Sounds about right. Yeah. That was a challenging one.
There's another one. Oh, that weeds. Oh no, that was the pull on my chain.
Cat calling what they think is a woman turns out to be the mascot.
Oh yeah, they're like oh yeah. It's like a clown walking.
Yeah, it's like a big fuzzy mascot. So we shot a lot right there to the point where I was just like, this is getting to be parody how many times we shot the exact same set. And once again, not really having the art department budget to really change it up that much. So.
Right. I mean, it works.
Yeah, it works. It's just, I want to point out these moments, and there's a lot of little Easter eggs and art department things that are hidden in there.
That is an Easter egg. Yes.
There it is.
Twice.
That I always assumed that someone in the internet would make a site of like Key and Peele meta references and Easter eggs.
Yeah, I think I found it already.
Doesn't exist. So we'll have to create it for them.
Typing it up right now.
That's my grip department. That's my
key
grip.
They both look as happy as you did that day.
That's a scout. No one's happy in a scout. So Bodie and Sappy, that's key grip and dolly grip, and their names were used as character names on at least one sketch. Bodie appears in I think 3 different sketches.
Bodie was a high school or a college character, wasn't? Oh, hold on. There we go. Okay, we're back.
Well, definitely, and Pussy and the Chainsaw.
Oh no, Chain Wax. Chain Wax.
Chain Wax. Sorry, yes. Chain Wax. Definitely in that one, I think Jordan's character is named Bodie. I think the one where I think he goes, Bodie, and he gets really serious at the end. I forgot what it is.
I think this also the one where he's where Jordan is like a young. It's not the one where he's like half black, half white. It's not that one. But he talks. He's got the bracelets on. I think his name's Bodie.
Oh, the sort of the bullying one. I think it's something about
yeah, where he gets
with the dad in the car and all that. Yeah, maybe.
Yes.
That could be. Also, I know that they both have their names in there. Where there's the Jordan and Keegan as themselves, and it's a joke telling one, and Keegan keeps laughing at the wrong point in the joke when it's not actually the joke yet.
Oh, the one where he's just laughing the whole time. He's like, "Tell me the joke, tell me the joke."
Yeah, that one. I think they're called Bodie and Sappy in that one. So
that's funny. So they look very pleased that their names have been used over and over again.
Well, Bodie's actually pretty stoked about it. I've talked to him about it recently. I'm like, you're part of some pretty classic shit now. He's like, no, I love that. Do you recognize the location? This is a bit of a deep pull, but let's see if you can recognize it. The next picture is maybe a little more specific.
Oh, is that the Continental Breakfast?
Very good, Scott. Yes, that's Continental Breakfast.
There's Continental.
So funny.
Oh, the fruit of the loop.
It's so good. It's so good. That one, Jordan went pretty far off script a bunch of times. We were heading ourselves. Yeah, I would say about a third of that was unscripted or just heightened by him, and we were dying. It was so funny watching him do that routine because it was one long dolly shot. So
it's a wild one. I mean,
it's so ridiculous.
I told you I was a fan of Key and Peele.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, and then for me, the ending beat that's the push in on the photos, the shiny.
Right, he was here all along.
Yeah,
that was perfect reference. Yes,
that was just down the hallway to the left there. That was another moment like the Scorsese thing that got me right in the giblets because The Shining was one of the reasons I got into this business in the first place, especially with Steadicam. And to recreate and reverse engineer something from a movie like that for me was just intense.
And to pay homage to it, yeah.
My big clever idea that I had was that I had them make up a version of the picture that was like 3 times the scale. So by the time we get in really close to it, we're still able to dolly and not have it like fall apart.
Right.
Which I'm so curious if they did that in the original as well, because I don't know if you went to the Kubrick exhibit. We had it in LA. I traveled. I'm not sure. The original picture is so small. It's like this small. And I'm like, I mean, it's so perfect at the end. And I'm like, oh boy, I'm not sure back in 1979 exactly how you were able to dolly into an image. It's it's like 6 inches wide.
So the question I was supposed to ask you 6 times, and I forgot every single time, is if Kubrick were alive today, what camera platform do you think he would shoot on? I love this question, by the way, because it's so...
I have to say, my guess would be all of them. I think that he loved camera Well, I know that he loved camera technology. He certainly wasn't shy. He loved the Steadicam from the get-go. Like he saw the demo reel in '74 and thought it was amazing. I think that as much as people associate his look with the sort of lock-offs and the symmetry and the this and the that, I think he would have used everything because he would have. He was so fastidious about everything, but. All the stabilization that's available now, I think he would have totally loved that. Technocrane, absolutely. Why wouldn't he have?
It was interesting during the live stream, the now second longest live stream. We were all talking about that very question, and Jared said, "Hold on, let me text him." And he texted, I forget his name, the guy that was. Kubrick's right-hand man the whole time.
Oh, the guy that was
Vittori.
He looked after Danny in the Shining. That guy.
No, Kubrick. He was
Yeah, I
Kubrick's
know.
right hand. Yeah.
I know. Yeah,
Vitali.
that might be him. Yeah.
Yeah. So Jared just texted him and asked him that question, and he said, "Oh, he would have shot all of them, but he would have absolutely embraced Red because he would have loved being able to deal with a camera company that would listen and change based upon what they said." It was interesting.
It's an ass kissing answer. No, I'm
It's
looking.
it's kind of, but I also
No, I think
see
you're
it.
right. I
I
think you're
think
right.
Kubrick would have shot on everything for sure
Yeah.
because
Oh,
I mean that's
my
Kubrick.
platform. You meant which camera? Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
He was a big Arri guy, so I have a feeling he would have stuck with Arri primarily for that reason because he did everything. He wasn't a Panavision guy.
No, but
He owned Arris. He liked owning the cameras. That's why.
yeah, but he used the Bolaflex or whatever he loved that the H16 the 16 millimeter.
For what
Bolt.
movie?
That wasn't for the movies, for his personal use. That's what
Bolex?
he shot. The what is it? The H16. The
Bolio?
bolt. Hold on. H16 16 millimeter. Bolex. It's a Bolex H16 16 millimeter.
Okay.
Was one of his favorite. He would always carry it around.
Yeah, well, I get that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I think to me, the traditional filmmakers who you can easily imagine using every tool imaginable now would have been Kubrick and Hitchcock.
Yeah.
You know, they would have just dove in like
They-
great. But,
I mean, they would have done everything they could on an existing platform, and when a new platform came, they would have tried it out and done something with it, and then moved along to the next one. Yep.
It's always fascinating to hear and read, and then go into that exhibit where you saw actually Kubrick's personal lens collection of how involved he was and deep into the tech on such a like mechanical level. Like, you know, he just knew his lenses, his personal lenses backwards and forwards, and had them tested meticulously. And all that's super interesting to me, especially because most directors I work with these days are not highly technical.
Right.
And it's interesting. You know, I've had conversation with Garrett Brown about his experiences on The Shining. I could bore him with questions, but over the 30 years of knowing him very well, you know, I've peppered over the years like a here and there. You know, one of them being like when that room 217 or room 237, I forgot which it was, that movie that came out that was all about all the conspiracy.
Oh,
Theories
yeah.
Theories about The Shining.
Yeah.
You know, I asked Garrett about that, and he said, no. Stanley had enough to do as it was. He wasn't sitting there in a Machiavellian way trying to figure out how to do things that had nothing to do with the actual making of the movie, but there were,
Right.
you know, these little...
He wasn't into the subtext so much as he was creating something new.
He was making, he was making a movie in his own way, which was very meticulous, but it was about making the movie, not about adjusting, you know, a canned good in the background to represent, you know, the plight of the Native Americans.
Right,
you know,
right.
He's like, if that had been happening, I would have seen it. He was there for a year and a half. So I absolutely believe him. That's for sure. You know,
right.
You can read into almost anything. Let's just put it that way, right?
This is true, and people do. I don't know that one.
I know what this is, but it's a whole bit. If Dennis is watching, he's laughing right now. Not going to go into that just because I'd have to show the setup for it, and I can't. That's the control room for the interstitials at the theater. I was having a good time.
It feels like a crank. Yeah, okay.
What?
Oh, that was a small theater.
We had to ad hoc a control room out of a lobby upstairs, just putting up solids. You can see the light peeking in around there.
Wow.
So we were just kind of jammed in, you know, with these monitors and everything to do that. But it was still super, super fun. It was so relaxing compared to shooting the actual sketches in its own way. So that's I think I don't know if Mr. Manchester, are you still there? I think I know that's me on the right. I think that might be Dennis on the left. He was on the dolly for the.
You have green shoes. That's awesome.
Yeah, they weren't that green. You know what that is? I think that's an early Instagram filter.
Oh,
because
turn
that
my
era
shoes
was
green.
like very much about like all of a sudden things. I don't even recognize those shoes. I had more fun shoes than I do now, but I don't remember that shade of green. But that's okay. Yeah, that's the stage being built.
Yep. Okay.
I love that picture of Keegan. I don't even remember what stage that was, but it's such a fun image. This one.
That's the black leader, red leader, green leader. Yeah.
Really, really funny.
Please don't call me that. My name is
Yeah.
Black Falcon. Black Falcon. Green Falcon.
Why you call me Black Falcon? I'm green. Yeah. So I had a little Easter egg in here, which you can see. So that's. Oops. No, we're not in order. Here we go. Papert Industries.
Papert Industries. I love it.
Yeah, it's not visible in the sketch, and I'm super bummed about that. But there's a guy that commits suicide just above the for lease sign. There's the detail of it. He jumped off the building.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. And there's the whole picture. Yep. I was super disappointed my name didn't make it in there.
It's almost a set of intergalactic Beastie Boys.
Almost, yeah. I mean, it looks so terrible when you see it. Yeah,
it always does, though.
Yeah. I love that sketch. I thought that was one of our funnier ones also.
Red Falcon coming through.
There we are. Oh, there's a little detail of.
Oh yeah.
I love also old cell phone video is so blurry looking. Things improved significantly.
480p.
There's Rob Hubel, who was my former neighbor at the time. He used to live down the street from me. A really funny guy. Of course, he and Paul Scheer do all the podcasts in the world.
It's a really nicely lit green screen, though.
Yeah, we did a nice job with that one. How about that? Yeah, it does look good.
I'd key that right now.
and you can see that's one of the, I think, in the foreground is one of the ships on a green.
On a green. Yeah.
And I have a funny feeling there was only one ship, and they changed out the color panels on it.
Yeah, there was almost no difference except for the costume, and there was like a light or a.
Yeah, interior we definitely changed. It was one set. It's just that when in the comp where you see all the ships flying, or the little ships flying around, I think there was only one ship that they swapped out parts, and we just shot it multiple times. That's my guess.
Oh, that's
nice.
This
is for Obama
8mm.
Yes, that's our prop person shooting on 8mm, which didn't get used. But this was Obama the college years.
Oh, I didn't know. All right, listen up. I'm gonna. This is how you roll a doobie.
Yeah. So that is a little Magnavox 80s camera. That another one from my collection with all that crap back there to record it. That's
Red Rock Micro, isn't it? Cage.
Yeah, that's my Red Rock Micro part
for like a C300.
No. Again, that's a Magnavox home.
But the cage is for like a C300, isn't it?
It's not even a cage. It's just parts. It's just
really okay. Wow.
The tubes, just rods and 90 degree adjust. So yeah, I built a little cage around the camera, well, behind the camera, and the back end of it, that was a Firestore recorder. Do you remember those?
Yes, I do. In fact, I came that close to buying one.
Yeah.
Those were awesome.
So I had one that had composite input, and that's how I used to record these cameras. I still have them, but they have died, so I don't use them anymore.
Firestore, man, that brings me back.
All right. This is.
I know his outfit. Is that?
Oh, really? Oh, I know it. It's but they're playing the video game, and he goes in the back to.
Yeah, he goes in the back with the sock. It's like, He's like, oh, he's crying. No, he's not crying. Oh.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, good pull. Yeah, I didn't quite recognize it myself. There's that reverse view. You can see that little video cameras. I have 4 of those now. It's pretty cool. Yep, 240 lines resolution. God bless him. That is Emily, who was my camera assistant for the first 3 years. And Keegan and Jordan used to call her what was her name from Game of Thrones? Queen of Dragons or something of Dragons? Mother of Dragons?
Mother of Dragons, yeah.
Was it Mother?
Well, Mother of Dragons was the main chick.
Yeah. So yeah, because of her hair, they called her that because those guys were super into
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones when it first started. In fact, there's a number of sketches where they're playing themselves, where there's like a little chuffa before the beginning of the sketch, before it really kicks into gear. They were always talking about characters and a show, and it was always Game of Thrones. But it was first season, I'm guessing, because none of us knew what they were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it was a book, and it was first season. There was not much else.
Yeah, so they that's in a number of those sketches where it's just a little throwaway, another little Easter egg, I guess. That's Emily, where you can see her. And,
I was going to say, her face is not so mysterious now.
Yeah, no, Keegan, she and Keegan had a bond. They definitely chatted quite a bit. And Emily, tough character to break, to make laugh. And the times they got her to laugh, they were like, "Oh, now we've really done it."
The funny thing about Key and Peele also was all the different hair and facial hair that they could do, and they all looked real. It was all amazing.
That's the one I think that you were just referring to, where it's the kids, the bullying one with the kids.
Yes.
A little rosacea going on there. Yeah.
Yeah. Stop it, Bodie.
And now I remember that one that they got Emily to break on, which Rich Davis mentioned earlier, was the church ladies.
Happy Sunday.
Yeah, that one. The first time they ran all the way through it, everyone, all the background in that was sort of like these somewhat older and somewhat proper people,
right?
And that one is probably the most filthy sketch we shot, I think.
And I've always wondered when I watch things like that, I'm like, okay, you're in an actual church.
Yeah. Well,
shooting.
Yes and no. That was a chapel at a funeral home, not a funeral home, cemetery. So
right.
It's not really a church. That wouldn't have been shot in a church.
I mean, because that's my question is like, would they say, I won't allow you to say that in here?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I imagine, I sort of have a feeling that churches, I don't really know from a locations perspective, but I don't know if they always require to submit scripts. We wouldn't have even bothered submitting. We knew that couldn't be shot.
There was no way. It was like, I took the devil's.
No, that one's amazingly. So the first time they ran through it, the eyes were popping open on the people behind them. It was amazing. And that made it even funnier. And I remember at the end of, if not that first rehearsal or the first take, both Jordan and Keegan pointing and saying, "We got Emily," and we all turn around. And Emily's just shaking with laughter.
I mean, I just remember the first time that I got to watch a season without beeps, without Comedy Central beeps, and I was like,
"Yeah,
whoa, they really were pushing it." It was,
yeah. Well, yeah, the uncensored versions are almost for sure, unless you lean into this.
5D Mark II, nice.
So yeah, look at that. That's Gary Corden, production designer, who looks pretty much the same today, and I look a lot younger there. Oh, that's nice. But, another one in the tent. You
seem very happy there.
I don't know if that's happy. I think that's just making a happy face for camera, But that's shooting the one with Wayne Brady. The
the human centipede. He's like, oh, you were the I didn't get to enjoy that.
The fun note for me at the very end of that, there's like a tiny one-line moment with a character supposed to be Keegan's girlfriend, and that was Robin Thede, who is now the creator and lead and star of Black Lady Sketch Show for HBO, which I shot. And I was just like, we worked together 8 years ago. You did one line. So that's kind of fun.
I also like the when Jordan orders French food, he's like,
Oh, that one's so good. Yeah, that's so funny. I think that's Keegan, right? Keegan's in that
No,
one?
that's Jordan.
Or was it Jordan? Oh, it's Jordan.
Yeah,
Okay.
Keegan was the today we have the
Right. And in
which
the
he
end,
did
then
really
Jordan just
well.
gets up and leaves.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
I'm not even
Have a good day.
Yeah. So this that is Dennis, formerly known as
Manchester's.
Yeah. And that was from the interstitial shoot. Looks like we have a jib. That was a techno jib. So that was first season.
Yeah, I was gonna say there was a rush over the crowd.
Yeah, and this I remember that we did. This was a setup. It was a promotional thing for what company would it have been? I don't remember. As I look at it now, I'm like, was it lenses? Was it cameras? I can't think what we were promoting there because I know I had to get a still for them from the shoot, and I look at that and I'm like, nothing is featured. So I don't know what company it was for, but there's the picture anyway. So I was just like, yep, all right. Oh, I love this. Look at that. Talk about low tech. You know what this is from, right?
Oh,
The MMA or the cage match.
Yeah, yes.
And it's like, yeah, we do the close up where they're rotating in space. That's how we did it. And I'll tell you that this was, yep. There's Bodie and Sappy, and that was nothing. It was we shot that at a jail or something, and it was so no one. I think it was a last minute thought to have him rotate, and that's literally the guts of a chair.
It's perfect.
Ripped apart,
right? Yeah, you can see that. That's funny.
Yep. Yeah, it's just a regular chair. I mean, Bodie is the best key grip in the world because you can throw him any kind of challenge like that, and he'll just go, "Let me see what I can find." He's not like, "Oh, if I blah 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 excuses." He's like, "Yeah, well, let's see what we can do." There's Dennis on a Titan crane. That's first season. If you look at the background, you'll recognize what that's from. Maybe. A little bit of a tough pull. I'm not gonna say it's an obscure sketch, but it's the tag of a sketch. So that's the one where Jordan and Keegan are both women, and they're oohing and eyeing at the little puppy in the window.
Oh, I gotta have one of those.
Yeah, and at the very end, it's like they're walking through the field that's filled with like buried. It's so dark where they've buried.
That's right. That's right.
It's like I love it so much. I'm going to kill it. I'm going to eat it, and I'm going to stomp on it.
I just want to eat it.
Yeah. So we went old school on that and got a rideable crane for the
nice. Chapman Leonard there.
Yep. No, I said Titan. That's too short for Titan.
Chapman.
It's a Chapman, but it's the one the Zeus or the Apollo or one of those ones.
35-footer.
Not even. That's somewhere in between. But I mean, it's just so delightfully old school.
Is that one? That's literally the same one that they used on the opening of that oneer in.
You say the player?
Nope. The Burt Reynolds one with shit. We talked about it earlier with Heather Graham.
Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they use.
Yeah. Yeah, again, it looks a little short for Titan to me. The Titan is like a full story high. There's two other slightly smaller models, and I think that's one of those. But yes, the Titan is the full version of that. But they have a lot of the same accessories. And that was always a great crane to step off because
there was no rail. Yeah.
Well, it's very stable. Well, we put rails up if it was a Steadicam step off. I did a few of those, but it was very stable. A lot of the lightweight jibs, I can tell you as a Steadicam operator, you'd like shake your hips and the whole thing would wobble and it felt very indistinct. But yeah, no, that is not long enough for a Titan. I don't remember which one that was though. Oh, that's it. Yay. Oh, who's this? That's the three of us. That's an F3. That was season 1. So we shot on Sony F3s before we could afford Alexas, and recorded out to XD-Cam. Which I don't think the F3 had log, did it? No, it did have log. Yeah, it had S-Log, I think. Oh, okay. So there's that church setup that we were talking about earlier. That's all.
Give thanks unto the Lord.
Yep. So there's a low skip. There's a high push. There's that Lico on the back wall, and there's a little bit of fill, but it's all really coming from the right.
we talked about that one on the last live stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because there was something about that projected the cross up on the.
Yeah, with the Leica. Yeah. There's the inner guts of my JVC, my KY 1900. That's on the funky nonsense one. That's taking the sides off to try and tweak it.
It's funny. He said, like, "What media are you shooting on at that time?" Actually, and then he just got the answers because you said it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the F3 was, as I say, it was XD cam disc recorders, which was a very common thing.
Oh, you're talking about the Blu-ray recorder?
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been. Yeah, XD cam disc. They were a cartridge. They weren't Blu-ray.
Yep.
They came in a cartridge. It was
Yeah,
what a
there
lot
were,
of cameras at the
I
time.
thought there were Blu-ray in there.
I guess it would have been, but it was inside a caddy, so it was more robust.
Yeah.
When the Alexa first came out in 2010-ish, the studios were still dragging their feet on allowing flash media as a camera negative. They were still a little concerned about the sort of like, oh, it can be recorded over, it can be lost, blah, blah, blah. So they still wanted hard media. So even though the Alexa was internal recording capability, for at least a year, a bunch of shows that I knew of had to cable out to XD cam recorders, which was a lesser format to the ProRes internal, but there just weren't external ProRes recorders like at that point. So what a weird fucking time that was. Can you imagine that? Like,
we're all in between everything. Yeah.
so we went along that route with the F3s because the F3s were very shitty internal recording quality in comparison. So that slate is the official last ever slate of the series, Key and Peele. That was the interrogation with the rapper who his songs were literally just
He's like,
himself. Yeah.
But it says right here, I did this.
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. So that was our martini setup on Key and Peele, November 2014.
Interesting that you didn't martini on or use the last one of the I said beats. What feels like that should have been the end one.
Well, when I said this was the end of the series part, not the interstitials. The interstitials we did shoot after that.
Okay.
So the picture that I showed before of that whole group was the real series end, but that was kind of anticlimactic because not as many of the crew was on there, and the sketches were the real thing. So I have a video that's everyone, both Jordan and Keegan and Peter addressing everybody just after that, and it's very emotional and everyone's crying. And I don't even know if the guys have watched it to this day because they couldn't watch it right afterwards. But one thing I will point out on there, God bless him. So this guy, yes, that guy is called the Moots. And the Moot, in early on the McFerrin versus Winslow sketch, remember that one?
Oh, Bobby McFerrin.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
They're in the dressing for that room. There's a bunch of little caricatures, and one of them is that guy. And Keegan just keyed in on that guy and wanted to know the backstory of this dude with this jaunty sort of like jockey cap and this crazy mustache. And somewhere along the line, he named him. I think it was Scotty Muzio. And then he shortened it down to the Moots. And the Moots became a regular theme on the show. And sometimes when we were about to roll, Keegan would be like, "Come on, guys, let's do this one for the Moots." And as a result of that, that's a huge visual Easter egg. The Moots shows up in a number of sketches as dressing. Certainly, hats is one that I can remember. He's on a lamppost next to them, just the picture of the Moots, and I couldn't even tell you all the different places the Moots showed up. That's one that I thought someone on the internet's going to notice and ask questions about. And if it's ever happened, I've never seen it, but yeah, we were all fans of the Moots.
The Moots.
The Moots.
Now we know, and now the internet will find it. Now they'll be like, wait,
Let's
he
see if
mentioned
they
it
do.
on.
Let's see
Oh,
if they
yep,
do
that's
one.
the how dare you bring such your atrocities of your guns?
Yep, that was a clever one. This one is a hard one for me to look at because I went through a very bad moment of not being able to sleep, and I didn't sleep for 2 nights straight at all. And I think this was day 2 of not of working on no sleep. Ugh, God, yeah, that was freakish.
Senator Keegan, please. That's a church. Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't think. Oh, that's the Keegan. That's the one we talked about earlier, where his
Yep.
dad was in the
Yep.
1930s movies. Yep, lots of smoke
Right.
and xenon. So there we are with the funky nonsense set, the old video camera.
Oh,
Dennis and I
nice.
are doing registration,
And you're wearing a
a 70s shirt
yep.
because they did
It's
put on the
classic.
call sheet. Everyone, it's 70s day.
If you want to go ahead and wear a fun Hawaiian shirt,
Wow, you're pulling you're doing a Papert reference to Papert. So go ahead and wear a t-shirt and jeans.
meta.
That's an official polyester rayon shirt from the 70s. Now Emily to my right is also wearing a pretty 70s outfit. It was kind of like a little knit tank top and bell bottoms, but she's so fucking cool and stylish that it looks like she's not wearing an outfit, and I just look like a goober. So
Your imported Italian nylon.
oh my
Boogie
God,
Nights reference.
it was so physically uncomfortable, but I'm glad I did it nonetheless. That's the kind of a
No, I know
soft-
that one where they're cutting off
Yeah,
parts of the body. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that was at a decommissioned tire factory.
It was ugly as hell. I was like, oh my
Oh.
God, that set was just gross.
Yeah, it wasn't much better to work on, believe me. Yeah, we're kind of all. That was one where I was like, really, we can't just build this, really?
Can we do the clean pavers on the set for the?
And there was, I don't think it was air conditioning, and it was all kinds of problems. Yeah,
That's back to that one. Yeah,
back to that one. That's that was literally the last time we ever worked
that's
with
Obama and yeah.
That's Obama and Luther, but that was well after the series wrapped. They did a one-off for the 2016 election, and we shot both directions, both versions, whether Trump won or didn't. It was Clinton winning, Trump winning, so we got the band back together to shoot. We shot for half a day. And when they called wrap, everyone went, "No, let's do another one." We just
Please
didn't
don't
want
let
to
it
have it
in.
end. Yeah, it was really sweet working with everybody again. So yeah, that was very bittersweet. We've seen that one.
Hyper funk, techno boogie.
There's all that crap attached to that little old camera. Seen that one.
Yeah, seen that one.
Seen that one. Yeah, Miami Vice. I think we saw. Oh, there's your Power of Wings.
Oh, it's the power of wings.
God, that's so funny.
Wendell.
Oh man, so good.
The sands of time.
That one just makes me laugh. It also makes me laugh because I actually 6 months later worked on a music video that was almost identical, but no one else. But it wasn't a joke. It was legitimate. It was like, here's a prince and a princess, in the forest,
Right.
and he's riding a white horse, and it was so cheesy. And I'm like, oh my God, this is that video. And yeah, that was pretty trippy.
One that was hilarious in how it was done, but I mean, it wasn't special. Was the gay wedding one where it was like they brought in the Keegan was the
yeah. Oh
he's
my
like,
God.
okay, so when do we sing "It's Raining Men"?
Yeah. When you come in with the fire hat. Yeah, that one is super funny. And
there were several actors in there that were.
Some name actors for sure.
Yeah.
My favorite in that was Romany Malco, who was in 40-Year-Old Virgin, who.
Yes. Yeah, he was also in. Wasn't he MC Hammer? Did he play?
In what?
I think it was a movie about MC Hammer.
Okay, maybe he did. Yeah, that sounds a reason. Yeah, I worked with him on another series before all that, around 2010. Really good guy, and what he did on he did the thing on Key and Peele that they love to have guest stars do, which was they came ready to play, and they would come up with business that was just like really fun and weird. And his bit that he came up with, which he didn't talk to them about, was avoiding eye contact. So in that sketch, he just won't look at them. He won't look at Keegan. And at first they talked, after a few takes, Jordan and Keegan said that they were kind of like wondering, because they didn't know him. They're like, what's he doing?
What he method acted him.
And then they just kind of figured it out, and they're like, that's fucking genius. That's a character choice.
That's awesome.
And Jordan actually references it in the sketch. He's like, oh, you won't actually, or Keegan's like, you're not going to look at me? Oh, okay, fine. But then he has that amazing line, which I think was scripted, about, what it was about, what do you throw instead of rice or at a game?
Yeah, do Skittles. I don't know, Skittles. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, couscous, Skittles, whatever.
Couscous, Skittles.
So good. So good. Yeah.
And what's interesting about him too is he has that comedic timing, like Keegan and Jordan. That it's well. The pauses are so perfect. I love it.
Yep. Yeah, you nailed it in that one.
I don't know,
yeah,
couscous, Skittles. I don't care.
I don't know, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, that's so good. That was at the old Herald Examiner building, as was this picture. We shot a week in that crazy old joint. It was, it's this old newspaper offices and plant that had been only used for filming over the years. So it was like you'd go into these areas that one room would be just bombed out, and the next one would be dressed like this, and you're like, okay, someone else built this set. We'll just use this set. But this was an interesting challenge for me because it was going to be super easy. And then we ended up being delayed. And when I got into this room, it turned out that our shooting period would cross over from day into night. So it went from easy to now I have to tent off this balcony and to control it and then light it so it looks like daylight outside.
Right.
And the one thing I did that I really liked here was I had ambient where the tent was all white on the inside. So I basically pushed into that to make it all
blow. Yeah. It makes
to blow it as you look through it. But
it's very soft.
But then I had like M40s on low stands, like pushing down into the floor. So you, let's see if the other one is in there. Yeah. So you get the floor skip, the like kind of low bounce in there. Right. Which I think looks pretty natural,
Yeah.
It's got a nice vibe to it. So yeah, that was one that I was like, oh shit. Into like, you know what? This works fine.
Yeah, it worked. We saved it. Oh, that's I know that
the
one.
Nazi one. Yeah.
Yep.
Looking out the floor.
That tile floor.
And there's Rich in the foreground. Yep. Stage low, don't load.
Up that.
Yep. And there's our camera operators in there. Yep. But by the way, Gary Corden, once again, our great production designer, he took the wood vibe that you can see on the sidewalls there and brought it backwards into a set that he built. He integrated the space into the set because he's really good, is what the answer is to that. Although I had a devil of a time making those monitors, like churning them color wise and level wise to camera. It was a lot of running back and forth because we didn't. I should have pushed to have a tech.
Well, and it's interesting too because I never clicked that color LEDs were not a thing at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And this picture right here, you can see what you did. In the videos. You cannot see that there are 2 tubes in there with gel.
I mean, right. Yep.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was a different time.
It was literally a different time. Yeah.
It was a lot harder, and you had to choose you had to think about it much more ahead of time. You couldn't just come up with it on the day nearly as much. The other thing I did was, as you can see in the
the bottom, the apron of the stage is those kind of cutouts, and those are
the cove light or
those were not color blast, but there were little stage LEDs that were in there just for fill. Was something I came up with for that. Yeah, that was it was a bit of a thing putting that set together. And then the shiny floor, you got those you can see all the kicks on the back wall. And the problem with that was you'd get upside down shadows of the guys. That was a real trick. And I talked to a few people who do a lot of live stuff, and they go, "Yep, that shiny dance floor always does that. It's always a problem.
Don't do it."
Well, but it looks great on camera, you know. So that's
looks wet. Yeah,
that's complicated. All right, we made it through the pictures, and we almost made it to 8 hours. And I think we got to.
Yeah, I know. We've only got like 6.5 minutes left.
Well, I think we can do that.
Oh, I think we can too. I mean,
I mean, it's very late for you. What is it? 1:30, right?
It's 1:25. I mean, you know, we worry about the little things.
Well, I'm impressed. You've done very well here, Scott Balcom.
Well, I mean, I'm just a guy chatting with a friend who's got all the cool stuffs and the knowledges and sharings.
I feel like that's a speech from Jerry Maguire, but I'm not entirely sure.
You complete me. And the human head weighs 8 pounds.
Thank you very much for all of that. I think we owe ourselves a round of applause.
I agree. The sound of one hand clapping twice.
We've done very well. We didn't even really go into a lot of work stuff, which outside of Key and Peele, which I'm fine with, and I like that.
And I am totally fine doing this again some point. We don't have to do it soon. We can let more time marinate. Set a new record,
because that's going to be like a 12-hour shift next time.
Yeah, exactly. We gotta you gotta train for this thing. You know,
I didn't think I could make it to 5 hours. Honestly, I was a little bit like just a little out of it and tired earlier today. I'm like, how is this going to work? You know,
it always does. It just happens.
Make it the length of 8 hours VHS.
Those were pretty rare, by the way. We didn't have those originally.
I want to say, didn't VHS cap out at 6 hours?
They did cap out at 6, and then they came out with that extended range.
Oh, what they call that? It was.
If you thought it was crappy before.
Oh God.
Because you lost, like when you ran 6 hours, you lost like most of the quality.
Terrible. Yeah, it was and there wasn't much quality to begin with.
Wait, 10? Patrick said they had 10 too. I never saw 10.
Patrick.
I saw 8, and I was like, what? I mean, I had my first VCR, you had to like push down the button with your thumb to play.
Yeah. That's funny.
And the laser disc, you put the laser disc in and you pulled the cartridge back out and left the laser disc in there, which was not laser.
Oh, the laser? Not what was that called?
The Magnavox CMR or whatever.
The cartridge one, cartridge vision or something weird like that.
It was it was magnetic. It was not. It was like a vinyl cassette or vinyl record. He has 2 10-hour. Man, I gotta see this. Not that I would be really impressed with seeing a 10 on a VHS, but I've never heard of that.
No,
10 hours.
I didn't know that one. All right, one last screen share just for the three of us.
Yeah. Well, no, there's more than 3.
Oh no, I know, but just because I think this is really my big takeaway from this particular stream is this beat. This is my new favorite line of all time.
You ready to put it up?
It's up. No, you're not seeing it.
Nope. Good oodcast.
The fracking good oodcast.
Patrick, you made it all the way from the beginning to the end.
Do you have to sort of say it in French Canadian? It'll be fracking good oodcast.
Fracking good oodcast. I like also Reach had the thing of it was unintentional cinematography or podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I forget. There was something that you had said where you had not intended to do something, and you did it, and And he
That
came
sounds
up
like
with
most of my career, man. It's
their new series, Unintentional Cinematography. I love it.
I heartily concur. We didn't intend to go 8 hours, but we did it.
No, we did not. We honestly, I honestly did not think we were going to go 5. And in fact, when you said, well, you know what time it is, I didn't realize you meant let's just put some alcohol in this thing. I thought you were like, let's wrap it up, but no, we hung in. And see, this is interesting because the numbers were way down, but as each person types, another viewer shows up on YouTube. YouTube's like, oh, I lost track of you a long time ago.
Interesting.
All right, if you're still watching, put a comment, just any comment. I don't care if it's the letter Q or the number J. Just put something in there. Let's get this.
And yes, you're right. King Crook Gaming. If you have actually been from Jump Street to the beginning, yes, you absolutely deserve a round of applause. I don't know what's wrong with you, but I'm very proud of you. Thank you.
We all appreciate.
If Scott and I weren't here, it would have been a little bit weird and lopsided. So
it would have been completely like absent of. I mean, it would have been. Yeah,
I do want to express my appreciation for you, maniacs, and especially for everyone who posted questions. That was very helpful.
And
cool.
Manchester is still here.
No, Dennis, go to bed. Thank you, sir, and to you. I love that. Dennis is a dear old friend. We've known each other a long time.
The international 24-hour broadcast on 3 of those tapes. Oh wow.
Okay. God bless you, kid. Well, you were waiting to see if the Y2K thing was going to happen. I know you were.
Right.
You were holding.
Yeah. I was worried. We got 20 seconds now, and then we'll hit 8 hours. And then we just literally need to just.
Speaking of the year 2000, like this is it. We have to do the countdown. 6, 5.
Wait, 10, 9, 8.
I have 3, 2, 1.
7,
That's all right. We
6,
have totally different times. Mine's now it's 8 for
4,
me.
3,
2,
2, 1. Oh 7, yeah, you're looking at that one. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm looking at the one at the top. All right. Well,
you're looking at the right one. We did it 9 seconds ago.
Yeah.
I was looking at YouTube, and okay, that tells you exactly the delay.
That's amazing. We are heroes and legends in our own mind.
We're something. I'll give you that.
Oh God, I know. I'm looking at the graveyard of like bottles and empties over here. It's pretty impressive. There's still ice in the ice bucket.
Which now is a cliche that I will never understand because now it's real. It's a thing.
Real. Yep.
And because you went 8 hours, we're not going to do the old way where I just bump you off and say goodbye. We're just going to say goodbye together.
Okay. I want you to teach me. I want you to teach me your. I meant to have you do your opening on the hour every hour to sort of refresh the room because I'm so fascinated how quickly you speak when you do your opening.
Hey, what's up? Welcome to Imagination Creation Films, and today.
That's amazing. It's amazing.
I mean,
now do it faster.
Okay, here's a sneak peek at Monday's videos. Hey, what's up, Scott Balkan here with Imagination Creation Films, and today we're making sweet time with your someone special.
Hey, what's up, from Imagination Films? It's really good. It's really solid.
That's not bad. That's pretty good. I like it. I dig it.
No, I mean it's. I had a whole bit going where I was going to have you do it, like I said, on the hour, and then see how fast you could do it. And it's weird because I feel like other people should be able to jump in and participate more than just with the text, but. I would love that to be a competition.
It is a possibility. I can do up to 10 people. It's just one of those. I don't know who to bring in, who not to bring in, that kind of thing.
Right. Well, and for me, I don't like other people getting in there and taking over. So
you could have just left it. I don't like other people. And you just you cross your arms and you just like sit back. There's 3 times. 3 Easter eggs.
There it is. All right,
so
pal.
Do you know the closing? Do you know half of the closing? You could do like the last half of the closing, or you could do.
Or is it? No. May tomorrow be a perfect day. You don't know that one, do you?
I know that one, but Mr. Rogers is not around.
No, it's not Mr. Rogers. It's
what?
70s though. May you find love and laughter along the way. It's
Oh,
Donnie and
Fantasy
Marie.
Island. Oh, Donnie and Marie. Okay. It almost sounded like the ending of Fantasy Island for a moment there.
Well, same era. Doesn't make any difference.
Same era. Probably the same producer. Ian, what's his name?
Aaron Spelling.
Aaron Spelling, yes. Did everything.
Yes. Oh no. What is your? I'm sorry. I don't know.
So
your, what do you
it's don't let your passions center around your life. Let your life center around your passions.
Oh, okay.
So which one do you want? You want the first or the second half?
You lead it and I'll do it because I forgot which came first. Go ahead.
So, okay. Here we go. Let's see. We got one more comment here.
Oh, okay. What do we got?
I say, set up a call in open to Charles' constructive criticism of our production methods, creeds, intentions.
Jesus, we're 8 hours into this thing, and we've already gotten drunk.
I don't think he means now. I think he means like in a future live stream.
Too serious. What's happening?
Let's go 12 hours. All right. So just
okay.
You just gotta flip it. Just flip it. Yeah. I'll do the first one. You close it out.
Of your toes. What? How's it go?
Don't trip over the concrete furniture. Remember.
I promise.
All right. There we go. Just reverse the two words. And you'll be fine.
I got it. Go.
Don't let your passions center around your life.
Or your life center around your passions.
Nope. Let your life center.
Don't let your life center. Wait. All
right. Back to one. See,
okay.
It's let your life center around your
life.
passions.
That's right. Yeah. Be positive, not negative. That's it.
That's right. Don't be flat. Don't be sharp. Just be natural. Okay. Don't let your passions center around your life.
Let your life center around your passions.
Perfect. And then I click end.
And on that note, and good night, everybody.